Chapter 1, Worlds Before War # The War of the Worlds, based on the novel by H.G. Wells. But who shall dwell in these worlds if they be inhabited? Are we or they lords of the world? And how are all things made for man? Kepler, quoted in the Anatomy of Melancholy # Book 1, The Coming of the Martians ###. The eve of the war, no one believed it was possible. That's the thing you have to understand first. Before any of it happened, before the cylinders, before the heat ray, before London burned and the Thames ran black, no one on this earth gave a single serious thought to the notion that we were being watched. Studied, measured, we went about our lives. The men of science peered through their telescopes at the cold red point of Mars hanging in the autumn sky, and they noted curious disturbances on its surface, brilliant green flashes, like light thrown from a mirror, and they wrote their observations in careful notebooks and they moved on. The newspapers printed small notices on inside pages. A few scholars argued mildly in the correspondence columns of scientific journals, and the rest of us, we worried about the harvest, about the price of coal, about whether the rain would ruin the weekend. I think about that now, the extraordinary, catastrophic arrogance of it. I was one of them, of course. I am not exempting myself. I was a writer, natural philosophy, popular science, the kind of accessible articles that the educated public enjoyed with their morning tea. I lived in Woking with my wife. I knew enough astronomy to understand what those flashes on Mars actually meant: hot gas ejected with tremendous force from the planet's surface. 10 nights in a row, the same time each night. I thought it was fascinating. I had no idea it was us. Here is what I have since come to understand about Mars, about what was happening on that dying world while we slept and ate and argued and loved and did all the 10,000 ordinary things that living creatures do when they do not yet know they are prey. Mars is old, older than Earth by hundreds of millions of years. The mathematics are not complicated, only humbling. If life emerged there, and it did. We know that now with a certainty purchased in blood, then it had more time to develop, to complexify, to think than anything that has ever existed on this planet. Their sun was cooling, their atmosphere was thinning. The slow arithmetic of planetary death was working against them year by year, century by century, and they had the intelligence to read the equation and understand what it meant. They needed somewhere else. They looked inward toward the sun. They saw us. I try to imagine what we looked like to them through their instruments. This warm, wet, impossibly fertile world, thick atmosphere, liquid water everywhere, teeming with life at every scale. A paradise from where they stood on their cooling, desiccating world, and the creatures living on it, barely out of the caves, still fighting each other with iron and powder, still burning coal to move machines at 30 miles per hour and calling it a miracle. Easy. I have heard people say afterward that the Martians must have been evil, that they were monsters, morally as well as physically. I understand the impulse. I felt it myself in the pit of every terrible moment that followed. But I think about the dodo, I think about the passenger pigeon. I think about every inconvenient creature that ever stood between human beings and what human beings wanted. We did not call ourselves evil, we called it progress. So, the autumn of 1894, the flashes on Mars, the small notices in the newspapers, and then, on the night of the 12th, something left Mars. Professor Ogilvy saw it first. He was at the Ottershore Observatory, a lean and meticulous man who had dedicated 30 years of his life to the patient, unglamorous work of watching the sky. He told me about it later, his voice still carrying a thread of disbelieving wonder even after everything that had happened. A streak of light, moving against the stars. He thought it was a meteorite, something large certainly. The trail it left was greenish and luminous, and it persisted in the sky for nearly 10 seconds after the object had passed. He wrote it up, it was published. 3 other observatories confirmed the sighting. A week later, another streak, then another. 10 nights, 10 objects, fired from Mars like rounds from a cannon, which, I now understand, is almost exactly what they were. A mass driver of some extraordinary engineering, hurling metal cylinders weighing hundreds of tons across the 50 million miles of cold vacuum between our worlds. We talked about it at dinner parties. We said, how remarkable. We went to bed. We had no idea the first cylinder was already falling toward us, already decelerating through the outer atmosphere, already aimed with terrible precision at the green fields of Surrey. We had no idea at all. Second, the falling star. I was up late. My wife had gone to bed at 10. I'd stayed at my desk, working through revisions on a piece about the new developments in spectroscopic analysis, the kind of work I could lose myself in for hours, the scratch of the pen, the lamp casting its warm circle of light, the house quiet around me. It was past midnight when I stepped outside, just for a moment, just to clear my head. The sky was extraordinary. One of those October nights when the air has turned sharp and transparent and the stars seem closer than they should, almost aggressive in their brightness. I stood on the lawn and tilted my head back and breathed the cold air in, and then I saw it, a streak of green fire moving fast across the sky from the direction of Horsell. Gone in seconds. but the afterimage burned in my vision, and even as I stood there I could hear something, a faint, distant sound, almost like a sigh, or like a very large object moving very fast through air that was struggling to get out of the way. Then silence. Then much later a sound like a heavy door closing, a single deep thud that I felt more in my chest than heard with my ears. I stood there for a long moment, then I went inside and wrote it in my notebook and went to bed. In the morning the papers had it. Meteorite strikes Horsell Common, significant impact crater, no reported injuries. Scientists to investigate, I read it at breakfast. Extraordinary, I said to my wife. She agreed it was extraordinary. We ate our eggs, third. On Horsell Common I went out to the common that same morning. It wasn't far, 20 minutes on foot, maybe less if you kept a good pace. The air was cold and bright, and I walked with my hands in my coat pockets and my mind only loosely attached to the world around me. Still turning over the previous night's image, that green streak across the black sky. I smelled it before I saw it, something hot and metallic, industrial almost like the air around a foundry but stranger, an undertone to it that I couldn't identify, something almost biological like wet earth after lightning. Then I came over the rise and stopped walking. The crater was enormous, 40 yards across, maybe more. The sandy soil thrown up in great ridges around the rim. A few workmen stood at the edge staring down. A boy on a bicycle had stopped on the path nearby and was gaping with his mouth open. A police constable was trying without much success to keep people back. I worked my way to the rim and looked down and felt the ground shift under my certainty. It wasn't a meteorite. I knew that immediately and completely and with a cold, dropping sensation in my stomach that I would come to know very well over the following days. It was a cylinder. A perfect cylinder, 30 yards across, half buried in the sand at the bottom of the crater. Its surface was dark, almost black in the morning light, with a faint iridescent quality like oil on water that shifted as the light changed. It was still hot. You could feel the heat radiating from it even at the crater's rim, and the sand immediately around it was fused to glass. It was man-made or made, constructed, designed. No natural process in the universe produces a cylinder. Ogilvy was already there. I found him at the crater's edge, crouching, his telescope tucked under his arm, his face carrying an expression I had never seen on him before, not the controlled excitement of scientific discovery, but something rawer. Something that looked, I thought, uncomfortably like fear. "You see it?" I said yes. His voice was perfectly flat. "It's not a meteorite." "No." We looked at each other. Around us, the workmen and the curious bystanders chattered and pointed and speculated about gases and pressures and the remarkable things that could happen when cosmic bodies entered the atmosphere at sufficient velocity. None of them were looking at the thing the right way. None of them were asking the right question. The right question was not "what is it?" The right question was "who made it?" And underneath that question, unspoken, the one that was already forming in some deep cold part of my mind that I was not yet ready to acknowledge, what's inside, fourth. The cylinder opens. It took 3 days. 3 days of standing at the crater's rim, watching the cylinder do nothing. While the crowd grew and shrank and grew again, and Ogilvy organized a team of men with picks and shovels to dig out the lower portion, and the newspapers sent reporters, and the reporters wrote colorful pieces about cosmic curiosities and the holiday atmosphere of it all. 3 days of that metallic smell, that slow radiation of heat, that iridescent surface that seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it. I went back every day. I couldn't have told you why. Exactly, only that the thing exerted a pull on me that I couldn't rationalize away. Some instinct, maybe. Some animal alertness that my educated, civilized brain kept trying to override. On the 3rd day something changed. I was there in the late afternoon, the light going gold and long across the common, when I noticed it. A sound, low and rhythmic, barely at the threshold of hearing, more vibration than sound. Something you felt in the bones of your face and the fillings of your teeth. Then the end of the cylinder began to unscrew. That's the only way to describe it. The enormous circular cap at the near end, the end pointing roughly toward me, began to rotate, slowly at first, then faster. The men in the pit stopped digging and stared. The crowd at the rim went very quiet. The cap fell. The sound it made when it hit the fused sand was enormous, a deep, resonant clang that echoed off the trees at the common's edge and sent a flock of rooks screaming into the sky. And then silence. Nothing moved, not in the pit, not in the crowd. Then something moved inside the cylinder. A tentacle emerged first. That's what it looked like, a long, glistening gray-brown appendage, flexible as a whip, moving with a fluid intelligence that turned my blood cold. It groped the edge of the cylinder's opening, then another, then 2 more. Then it hauled itself into the light. I want to be precise here because I have since read many accounts, some accurate, some not, and I want you to understand what I actually saw. What my eyes actually processed and sent to my brain, and what my brain, struggling desperately to find a category for it, eventually produced. It was large. The body, if that's the right word, was roughly spherical, perhaps 4 feet across, glistening and dark, with a skin that pulsed and moved as though the organs beneath it were constantly rearranging themselves. The face, and there was a face of a sort, was a ring of large, dark eyes above a lipless mouth that opened and closed in the alien air with what looked horribly like distress. Around and below this were the tentacles, 16 of them each 6 feet long or more, each moving with that fluid, horrible purpose. It was alive, it was intelligent, it was in agony. I understood that last part immediately and viscerally. Earth's gravity was killing it. I could see the effort in every movement, the way its body seemed to be fighting itself, the way the tentacles shook with the strain of supporting even that spherical mass against a gravitational pull roughly 3 times what it had evolved for. It should have moved me. It almost did, but then 2 more came over the rim. And behind them I could see the mechanical shapes being assembled in the depths of the cylinder. Shapes of metal and glass and something that hummed with a frequency I couldn't identify, and the sound they made to each other, that low, resonant ulla, was not a sound of pain or greeting or wonder. It was, I realized, with a cold certainty that dropped through me like a stone through dark water, the sound of work being done. They hadn't come to explore. They hadn't come to communicate. I didn't stay to see what they were building. #V, the heat ray. I was halfway across the common when the screaming started behind me. I turned. A delegation had gone forward. Ogilvy, Henderson the journalist, a few others. I didn't know them all. They were carrying a white flag. Someone had thought of it, had thought that if there was going to be a first contact between the peoples of 2 worlds, it ought to at least be attempted with the correct diplomatic formalities, with some signal of peaceful intention. They were 40 yards from the pit. The white flag was clearly visible. The Martian on the edge of the crater was operating something. A device mounted on a tripod. I could see the glass and metal of it even at this distance, catching the evening light. There was a small circular mirror, or something like a mirror, and behind it something that pulsed with a faint greenish light. One of the men in the delegation raised his hand in greeting. The heat ray fired. There is no other way to describe what happened next that comes close to the truth of it, so I will simply tell you what I saw. A line of invisible fire. I say invisible because you couldn't see the ray itself, only its effects swept across the ground from the device. Where it touched the grass vanished, simply ceased to exist, converted in an instant from matter to heat and light and smoke. Where it touched the delegation, the same thing happened. There was no suffering. There was no time for suffering. Ogilvy was there and then he was not there. Henderson was there and then he was not there. The white flag burned. The screaming around me was the crowd running, and I was running too. I was already running. Every evolved instinct in my body overriding every trained response my civilized brain could produce. I ran through the gorse with the thorns tearing at my trouser legs, and the heat ray sweeping the common behind me, and the horrible flickering light of burning grass and burning trees casting wild orange shadows across everything. I didn't look back. I ran until I could not run anymore, and then I walked, and then I ran again. The sound, that rhythmic ulla from the pit, followed me all the way to the road. #6. The heat tray in the Chobham Road by morning. The military had arrived. I watched them march toward the common from the upper window of a house on the Chobham Road, whose owners had taken me in the previous evening, a Mr. and Mrs. Briggs, decent people, shaken but functional, who had heard the screaming and seen the light in the sky and had responded with the particular English combination of horror and hospitality that I have always found both absurd and deeply moving. There were perhaps 100 soldiers. Hussars, mostly with their bright uniform coats dulled now by dust and the grim business of the morning. Their horses were nervous, had been nervous since the previous evening, shifting and stamping and tossing their heads in a way that no amount of experienced handling could fully settle. Animals know things, I know that now. The horses knew before any of us. The soldiers advanced toward the common in good order, professionally, bravely. I watched from the window with Mrs. Briggs standing beside me, her hand pressed to her mouth. A cannon dragged through the night from Aldershot had been positioned at the common's edge. The gunners were loading. The Martian tripods emerged from behind the tree line, 3 of them. I had not known about the tripods. I had only seen the creatures themselves in the pit the previous evening, those agonized spherical bodies, those glistening tentacles. What I was looking at now was something different. Something that reconfigured everything I thought I understood about the nature of our situation. Each machine stood perhaps 100 feet tall. 3 articulated legs, each leg a column of some dark metal, moving with a fluid, almost biological grace that was completely at odds with what a machine should look like. At the apex of each tripod, the operator's hood spherical like the creatures themselves, swiveled and tracked. They moved fast, faster than horses. The cannon fired. 1 shot struck a tripod directly. I saw the impact, saw the machine stagger sideways, and for a wild, soaring moment I thought, yes, we can hurt them, we can stop them, this is survivable. And then the tripod steadied itself on its 3 legs and the heat ray fired and the cannon simply ceased to exist. The horses screamed and scattered. The men ran. The heat ray swept the road. I pulled misses. Briggs away from the window, and we ran for the back of the house and then out through the kitchen garden and into the fields beyond. And the sound of the heat tray and the sound of the men dying and the sound of the Martians doing their terrible, efficient work followed us across the flat Surrey landscape in the thin morning light. #7th. How I reached home I don't know how long it took. Hours. I moved across fields, through hedgerows, along the banks of drainage channels and the edges of woods. I avoided the roads. The roads were chaos, carts overturned, horses running loose, people moving in every direction with the particular panic purposelessness of a population that has had its understanding of the world suddenly and completely destroyed. I was operating on something simpler than thought, instinct and geography. Put one foot in front of the other, move away from the sounds. Keep Woking's church spire oriented correctly relative to the sun. I had seen men die. I had seen them erased from the world in an instant by a weapon whose mechanism I didn't understand and whose moral context I couldn't process. I kept walking. My wife was at the window when I came up the garden path. I saw her face appear behind the glass, the relief in it, the fear, the relief overcoming the fear, and something in my chest released with a pain that surprised me. She opened the door before I reached it. "I heard the cannon," she said. "I heard." Yes, I held her. Over her shoulder I looked back down the street, which was quiet and ordinary and still, the morning light on the cobblestones, a cat sitting on a wall watching me with complete indifference. "What are they?" she asked. I tried to think of how to explain it. The cylinder, the creatures, the tripods, the heat tray, the white flag burning. "They're not from here," I said. She pulled back and looked at my face. Whatever she saw there told her everything she needed to know about the shape of what was coming. "We have to leave," she said. "Yes, when?" I looked at the sky, quiet and blue and ordinary. "Tonight," I said. "We leave tonight." #8th. Friday night we didn't leave tonight. That is the truth of it, and I have never stopped blaming myself, though I understand now that the blame is not entirely rational. The human brain is not built for the processing of truly unprecedented events. It takes what it knows and tries to fit the new data into existing categories, and when the new data doesn't fit, it slows down. It hedges. It says perhaps it is not as bad as it seems, perhaps there is a rational explanation, perhaps the authorities have it in hand. I spent that evening writing, making notes, trying to impose the structure of language on what I had witnessed, as though naming the thing correctly would somehow contain it. My wife made supper. We ate. We talked about leaving in the morning when it would be easier to secure a cart, when we could send word to her cousin in Leatherhead. Outside in the distance, a low persistent glow lit the horizon in the direction of Horsell, and now and then carried on the wind something that might have been screaming and might have been only the sound of steam pressure in pipes. We told ourselves it was pipes. We went to bed. At 3 in the morning I was standing at the bedroom window watching Woking burn. Not all of it, not yet. Isolated fires 3, 4 in the direction of the common and beyond. But the glow was growing, and even at this distance I could see the shapes moving against the firelight. Enormous shapes moving fast. I went and woke my wife. "Now," I said, "we leave now." #9th. The fighting begins. The army was everywhere by morning, or rather, the signs of the army, abandoned equipment, discarded coats, the carcasses of horses in the road. The army itself kept moving. I got my wife to Leatherhead. That part at least went as planned. I borrowed a horse and cart from an innkeeper I knew, drove through the chaos of the night roads, delivered her to her cousin's house with instructions to move north if the situation worsened, and then did the thing she begged me not to do. I turned the cart around and went back. I don't fully understand it, even now, a kind of compulsion. The journalist's instinct maybe, or something older than that, the need to witness, to understand, to not look away. The world was being unmade around me and I needed to see how it was happening, even if seeing it was the last thing I ever did. The roads back toward Woking were full of soldiers moving in the opposite direction from the civilians. I watched artillery batteries being dragged to positions on the heaths and commons. I watched officers on horseback conferring over maps with expressions of concentrated professional calm that I found, somehow, more frightening than panic would have been, because the calm meant they still thought this was a problem they knew how to solve. I knew from what I had seen that it wasn't. On the bridge over the way I stopped the cart and watched a battery of field guns opening fire on a Martian tripod that had appeared above the tree line to the north. They hit it multiple times. I could see the shells bursting against the machine's body. The tripod didn't slow down. The heat ray answered. The bridge began to fill with running men, and I drove the horse at a dangerous pace into the side streets of a town that was already beginning to empty. #X. In the storm, the thunder started at noon. Not Martian weapons, actual thunder. A summer storm, vast and theatrical, that rolled in from the southwest and collided with the smoke and heat rising from the burning towns, and the result was something almost apocalyptic. A sky the color of a bruise, lit from within by constant lightning, the rain coming down in sheets so heavy you could barely see 20 feet. I sheltered in a ditch under an overturned cart with 3 other men whose names I never learned. We huddled together in the way that terror makes brothers of strangers, listening to the sounds above and around us, the rain, the thunder, the artillery somewhere to the north, and beneath all of it intermittent that sound, Allah, Allah, Allah. The rain slowed the Martians. I don't know why, perhaps the water interfered with the heat ray's mechanism. Perhaps they were simply cautious about operating their machines in conditions they hadn't anticipated. Whatever the reason, there was an hour, maybe 2, in which the immediate threat seemed to pull back, and in that hour people moved. I moved with them. Through the rain and the mud and the terrifying beauty of that storm-torn sky, thousands of people were flowing south and east, away from the tripods, away from the burning towns, toward London. They moved in silence, mostly. That was the thing that struck me most. You would have expected noise, wailing, shouting, the kind of operatic human response to disaster that we imagine when we imagine disaster. Instead, silence. Just the sound of feet on wet roads and the rain and the distant thunder and the occasional, terrible sound of a heat ray firing somewhere behind us in the murk. We were a species in shock. We had been in the space of 72 hours, reclassified. We were no longer the most dangerous things on the planet. # 11th. At the window I found the house by accident, or maybe not accident, maybe the particular animal intelligence that takes over when everything else has stopped working, that navigates by smell and sound and some magnetic sense of safety. It was a solid brick house set back from the road in a village whose name I never established, empty, doors unlocked, its owners fled. I let myself in. Found the kitchen, found bread and cold meat, ate standing over the counter with the rain hammering the windows. Then I went upstairs and sat at the window. From here I could see across 3 miles of Surrey landscape, fields, hedgerows, the dark line of a wood, the smudge of what had been a market town, and I watched the Martians work. 2 tripods moving in the middle distance. And I watched them with the particular numb clarity that comes after the initial shock has burned away and what's left is just raw, functional observation. They were not burning randomly. I want to be clear about this because I think it was the moment I truly understood the scale of what was happening. They were not destroying in the way that violence usually destroys, chaotically, inefficiently, driven by fury or fear or the randomness of combat. They were methodical. They were clearing. 1 tripod swept the heat ray in systematic arcs across a field, converting it from living landscape to scorched nothing. The other moved behind it, and I could see that it was carrying something, setting something down at regular intervals. Red stuff, plants almost, though nothing like any plant I knew, already spreading across the blackened earth, sending out runners with terrifying speed, covering the cleared ground in that alien crimson growth. They weren't just destroying our world, they were replacing it with theirs. I sat at the window until the light failed and the storm died and the stars came out, and I watched Mars rise in the east, and I thought about what it meant to be a native species on a planet that something else has decided to own. # 12th. What I saw of the destruction of Weybridge and Shepperton I'll be brief, because the details are still difficult. I was moving again by dawn, working my way toward the Thames, driven by some logic that hadn't yet fully articulated itself to me, something about the river as a navigational reference or as a barrier, or as the artery that led to London where there would be people and information and the possibility of something more organized than the individual human animal running across a landscape. Weybridge first, or what had been Weybridge. The town had been hit in the night. I walked through it in the early morning light with a handkerchief pressed against my nose and mouth. The smell was extraordinary, something I have no adequate word for, the particular smell of rapid, total combustion applied to everything a human community comprises, and I will not describe in detail what I saw, because some things deserve the mercy of not being described in detail. I'll say only this: it had been a town of 12,000 people, and now it was not a town at all, and there was almost no evidence that there had ever been people in it. At the Thames I found hundreds of refugees crowding the banks, people in every state of distress, many with nothing except what they wore, all with the same expression, that particular hollowness that comes when the mind has processed more than it can metabolize. A battery of naval guns had been positioned on the Surrey bank. The gunners were loading and training with professional competence, their faces carrying the controlled tension of men who are afraid but doing their job regardless. I have thought about those men many times since. Whatever you want to say about what followed, whatever judgment history eventually makes about humanity's performance in those first days, those men were admirable. They stood at their guns against something incomprehensible, and they held and they fired. A tripod appeared upstream, moving along the river toward Shepperton. The guns opened up, and this time, for a moment, it looked like it was going to matter. The tripod was hit and staggered, hit again. I saw a leg give way, the huge machine lurching sideways into the river with a sound like a bridge collapsing, and the cheer that went up from the crowd on the bank was the most human sound I had heard in 3 days, desperate and wild, and full of a hope that hadn't been justified yet, but that rose anyway, because humans are built for hope. It may be the thing we are most deeply built for. The tripod went down into the Thames. The crowd cheered. Then the other two came around the bend, and the heat ray swept the bank, and the cheering stopped. I was in the river before I fully knew I'd moved, cold water closing over me, the noise above suddenly muffled and distant, the instinct to survive taking my body and using it without consulting my mind. I swam. I let the current take me. I came up downstream under the far bank, gasping, and I lay in the mud and reeds while the heat ray worked the world above me and the screaming was absorbed by the sound of steam and burning. I lay there for a long time. When it was quiet, I got up and kept moving. # 13th. How I fell in with the curate. His name was Nathaniel. He never told me his surname and I never asked. I found him on the road outside what had been the village of Halliford, sitting in the middle of the road, in fact, which is where I would have walked directly into him if the evening light had been any worse. He was wearing a clergyman's collar, black coat, mud from his boots to his thighs, and he was crying with a complete absence of self-consciousness, as though he had passed through some barrier on the far side of which shame no longer operated. He was not, I would discover, particularly useful person to be with during a crisis, but he was a person, and I had been alone for 2 days, and even a weeping, theologically disoriented Church of England curate is better than being alone when the world is ending. "Get up," I said. He looked up at me with reddened eyes. "God has abandoned us," he said. His voice was perfectly conversational, like a man reporting the weather. "Maybe, get up anyway." He got up. We walked together through the evening. He talked almost continuously, a stream of theological crisis that poured out of him with the pressure of something that had been building for days and now had no containment. Why would God allow this? What did it mean for his providence? Were these creatures his judgment upon mankind, his instruments? I had no answers to any of it. I wasn't sure the questions were the right questions, but I let him talk. Because the sound of a human voice, even one circling endlessly around its own despair, was something in that destroyed landscape that I was not ready to give up. # 14th. In London the city didn't know yet, or it knew something. You could feel it in the streets, a particular frequency of unease, people moving with slightly more purpose than usual, conversations cut short. The newspaper boys shouting headlines that used words like disturbance and military operations and precautionary measures. The comfortable words, the words that keep the panic at arm's length while the thing behind them gets larger. My brother was there. I'm telling his part of the story now, the part I reconstructed later from his account. He was a medical student living in lodgings in Euston. And he watched London learn what was coming the way you watch a wave. The knowledge arriving first at the edges, working its way inward, the city's enormous complacent body slowly, then rapidly apprehending the scale of the threat. First the wounded soldiers, arriving at the hospitals with burn injuries unlike anything the surgeons had catalogued. Then the refugees from Surrey, streaming across the bridges in numbers that went from dozens to hundreds to thousands. Then the papers dropping their careful language, the headlines getting shorter and blunter as there was no longer enough space in the comfortable words for what needed to be said. Then the city starting to move, not in order, not in any organized, managed way. Just moving, the ancient animal response to the proximity of a predator operating at the scale of 3 million people. Moving north mostly, moving east, filling every road, every bridge. Every available conveyance, horses, carts, carriages, wheelbarrows, people pushing prams piled with their most portable possessions. People carrying children on their shoulders, people carrying nothing at all, just moving, just getting away. My brother moved with them. He tried at first to move against the flow, toward Surrey, toward me, but the physics of 3 million people in motion are not negotiable, and eventually he let the current take him. He saved 2 women along the way, stopped 3 men who were trying to rob them at the point of a knife, which surprised him enormously in retrospect. He had not known before that moment what he was capable of. I think the collapse of civilization, whatever else it does, has the effect of surfacing capacities we didn't know we had. Good ones and bad ones both. # 15th. What had happened in Surrey later, much later, I was able to reconstruct it. 5 cylinders had come down in Surrey. 5, each carrying perhaps a dozen Martians, each Martian emerging into our gravity with that terrible difficulty, and then immediately setting to the business of constructing the tripods from components packed in the cylinders with a precision that spoke of extraordinary foresight. They had planned this in detail. Every component needed for a functioning war machine had been packed into those cylinders and fired across 50 million miles of space. And the fact that they had gotten it right, that the machines had worked, that the Martians had survived the journey and the crushing weight of our gravity and still functioned with enough precision and intelligence to assemble complex equipment, told you everything you needed to know about the civilization that had sent them. We were not dealing with explorers who had taken a risk and gotten lucky. We were dealing with conquerors who had prepared. The military response had been, given the circumstances, not entirely without merit. Individual soldiers had done what soldiers do. They had faced something that their training gave them no framework for, and many of them had stood their ground and fired anyway. Artillery had struck the tripods. Shots had penetrated. One tripod had been destroyed, possibly two. It hadn't mattered. You cannot defeat a technology that is 100,000 years ahead of yours. The gap is simply too large. It's not a competition, it's a category error. Guns against a heat ray, it's not a war, it's not even a battle, it's weather. # 16th. The exodus from London. My brother told me about the night the city finally broke, not slowly, not gradually. A clear break, like a bone under sudden load. It started with the sound of the Martian carried on the wind from the southwest, closer than it had been the previous morning. A sound that the population of London had been hearing in reports and newspaper accounts and the whispered conversations of refugees, and now hearing directly with their own ears in their own streets. The sound moved through the city like a current, and then London moved. In the grey pre-dawn, the streets filled. Not with the controlled movement of evacuation, but with something more like a tide, millions of people, all the choices reduced to a single imperative. All the complexity of metropolitan life suddenly and completely irrelevant, just this: move, move, move. My brother was caught in it on the Barnet Road, trapped in a mass of humanity so dense that forward movement was measured in inches per minute. The crush of bodies terrifying in its own right, people falling and being trampled, carts overturned, horses screaming in the press of the crowd. He described it to me, the smell of it, the sound of it. The particular quality of mass human terror that is unlike any other smell or sound in the world. He described people he saw in that crowd: a woman still in her dressing gown, clutching a jewelry box. A man in a top hat, walking with his eyes focused on a point 1,000 yards ahead of him, as though maintaining the forms of dignity could hold the reality at bay. Children sleeping in their parents' arms, too young to understand and too exhausted to stay awake. He described the horizon to the southwest. Orange, not the orange of dawn, the orange of burning. He walked all night and into the next day. He found a place on a steam vessel heading north along the coast, standing room only, so packed that people stood knee-deep in the bilges. He watched the coast of Essex recede, and he watched the smoke rising from inland, and he held onto a rope, and he thought about me. He told me later he was sure I was dead. I thought about him and was sure he was safe. We were both wrong and both right in the way that people are when they are separated by disaster and operating entirely on hope. # 17th. The Thunder Child, he saw it from the water. I'll let him tell it the way he told it to me because he was there and I was not, and some things need to be told in the voice that witnessed them. The Martian tripods had reached the coast, 3 of them moving along the shore, firing at anything that moved. The sea was full of vessels, everything that could float pressed into the exodus, so many that they moved in a kind of convoy through the gray water, civilian and naval vessels mixed together, everyone watching the shore with the same wordless, focused terror. And then Thunder Child appeared, a torpedo ram, small by the standards of capital ships, but moving fast, impossibly fast, it seemed. Given the conditions, with black smoke pouring from its funnels and its bow cutting the water like something with intention, something with a destination it was determined to reach regardless of what stood between here and there. It turned toward shore, toward the tripods. My brother understood what it was doing before anyone else on his vessel did. He grabbed the woman beside him, one of the 2 he had saved on the Barnet Road, and pointed. The tripod saw Thunder Child and turned to meet it, and the heat ray fired and the ram's superstructure ignited and the vessel kept coming. It kept coming. It rammed the first tripod. The collision was enormous, felt rather than heard at this distance, a concussion in the water, in the chest. The tripod went down. Thunder Child was on fire from stem to stern now, a moving conflagration, but still moving, and it turned toward the second tripod. The people on the vessels around my brother began to understand what they were seeing. They were seeing their species. Not at its worst, they had seen plenty of that, at something approaching its best. The heat ray hit Thunder Child at the waterline and the ship broke apart, and the explosion when its boilers went was large enough to damage the third tripod, which retreated from the water's edge. And in the space that act of sacrifice had opened, in those minutes while the Martians pulled back from the coast, the convoy moved and the people on those ships got away. My brother was among them. He stood at the rail and watched the smoke rising from where Thunder Child had been and the coast of England receding behind it, and he told me that he wept not from grief, exactly, though grief was in it, but from something more complicated than that. The feeling of a species recognizing itself in an unexpected mirror. They were afraid and they went anyway. Thunder Child went anyway. #Book 2, The Earth Under the Martians #I. Underfoot I know what it is to be prey. Not the abstract knowing, the philosophical understanding that everything alive is someone else's food in the right context. The actual visceral knowledge. The knowledge that gets into your body and rewires you. That changes the way you move through a space and process the sounds around you and calculate the angle from any given position to the nearest exit. I know what it is to hear something hunting and to be the thing being hunted. I want to be precise about the timeline because it matters. The curate and I were hiding. We had been hiding for, I calculated later, approximately 15 days. 2 weeks and 1 day in a ruined house on the outskirts of Shepperton. A solid Victorian brick structure that had been struck by a heat ray and then apparently considered adequately destroyed and not worth a second pass. One wall was gone. The roof over the rear rooms was largely intact. There was a cellar. We lived in the cellar. Outside, the world was being remade. I watched it in fragments through gaps in the wreckage, the Martians moving across the landscape with systematic purpose, the red weed spreading, the sound of their machines constant and rhythmic in the distance. Now and then I would see one of the tripods pass close enough to make out detail, and each time it was the same cold shock, the scale of the thing, the casual authority of its movement, the complete absence of any acknowledgement that the landscape it moved through had ever contained anything of significance. We were subtext. We had become footnotes in a story that was no longer about us. Second. What we saw from the ruined house on the 4th day of hiding, I climbed to the upper floor. I should not have. The floor was compromised, heat-damaged joists, uncertain support, and the risk was real and present. But the need to see, to understand, to gather information even at cost, was stronger than the sensible voice telling me to stay in the cellar and wait. I found a window, half its frame burned away, the glass long gone, and I looked out. The red weed had covered everything. 3 weeks ago this had been the Surrey countryside, fields, hedgerows, the particular English patchwork of green and gold and brown that I had spent my whole adult life looking at without appreciating. Now it was Mars. That's not metaphor. It was an alien landscape, almost unrecognizable, the red vegetation covering every surface with its branching, fleshy runners, the familiar topography of the land somehow diminished and altered beneath it. Like a face you know wearing an expression you've never seen. A Martian was working in the middle distance, not in a tripod, on the ground, crawling almost with evident difficulty, its tentacles doing the work that legs would do if this gravity were kinder. It was tending the weed or doing something to it. I couldn't determine the precise nature of the activity, only that it was purposeful and sustained. And then it stopped and tilted its spherical body and seemed to look directly at the ruined house, at the window, at me. I did not move, could not move. The cold that went through me was not exactly fear. Fear implies the possibility of action, of running, of fighting, of some response. This was something more fundamental than fear. The cold of being seen by something that is measuring you not as a threat or a person but as a resource. Then it turned back to its work. I climbed down very slowly and went back to the cellar and sat against the wall for a long time, not speaking. Third. The days of imprisonment, the curate was deteriorating. I say this without judgment, or trying to say it without judgment, because I understand that different minds have different tolerances for confinement and uncertainty and the presence of unresolvable terror. The curate's mind had a low tolerance. He talked too much, ate more than his share, and had developed a habit of conducting loud theological arguments with himself in the small hours of the morning that I had, with increasing difficulty, been managing to suppress before they became dangerous. He had stopped bathing. Not that facilities were extensive, but I had maintained a rough discipline, cold water from the kitchen cistern, ration the food carefully, sleep when it was safe to sleep. Maintain some basic structure, because structure was the only thing between us and the abyss. He had given up on structure. I watched him across the dim cellar and I tried to maintain compassion for what he was going through. He had been before all of this a man of certain comforts, a parish, a congregation, a domestic order, a faith that provided a framework for every difficulty. All of that was gone. The framework didn't fit the new data. The God who appeared in his training did not seem to be present in the situation he was actually in. I understood the vertigo of that, but I also needed him to be quiet. And he was becoming, I realized with a dull and terrible clarity, a danger to us both. Fourth. The death of the curate. I don't want to talk about this, but accuracy requires it. It was the 10th day or the 11th. Time had become uncertain. We kept our shutters closed. Moved only at night when we had to move at all, and the days blurred into each other in the particular way of days that contain nothing but waiting and fear. A cylinder had come down, not far away, close enough that we felt the impact through the floor. Close enough that the earth shook and dust fell from the damaged ceiling and we held our breath in the dark while the vibrations faded. Then for 2 days the sounds of Martians working. Very close. Metal and machinery and that constant rhythmic ulla. We did not move. On the 3rd day after impact the curate began to cry, loudly, with no attempt at control. I tried everything, whispered urgency. A A hand over his mouth, gentle then less gentle, reason, threats, everything. He could not stop, and from just outside, from just the other side of the broken wall, a Martian's tentacle came through the gap. I will not describe the next 2 minutes in detail, except to say that the curate made more noise, and that the choices available to me were very limited, and that I made them, and that I have carried the weight of those moments every day since and expect to carry them until I die. When it was over, I hid in the coal cellar, motionless, pressed against the wall in the dark. The tentacle explored the space for what felt like a very long time. It moved across the floor with a terrible, patient intelligence, testing surfaces. Tasting the air, it came close enough that I could feel the displaced air of its movement against my face. Then it withdrew. I stayed in the coal cellar for another day. I do not remember much of that day. ###v the stillness then, silence. After 15 days of noise, the machines, the the red weed spreading with its faint crackling growth, the distant thunder of their construction work, silence. I emerged from the cellar on the 16th morning into a quiet so complete it was almost physical, almost something you could touch. The Martians had moved on. The pit nearby was empty. The tripod tracks in the red weed led away to the north. Whatever work had been happening here was complete, or had been abandoned, or had been superseded by some other priority. I stood in the doorway of the ruined house and breathed air that was cold and sharp and carrying something new, a smell I didn't recognize but which my body seemed to respond to with a faint, unfamiliar lightning. Not hope, not yet, but the absence of immediate present danger, which is the nearest thing to hope available to a person in the situation I was in. I stepped outside for the first time in 15 days. The world under the Martians was extraordinary. The red weed had covered everything to the horizon. Under the thin October sun, it was almost beautiful, that alien crimson, those complex branching structures, the way it moved in the wind with a quality that was almost like breathing. A complete ecological replacement achieved in 2 weeks. The speed of it was staggering, and the intellectual part of my mind still functioning. Still watching and cataloging even when the rest of me was barely functional. Recognized it for what it was, terraforming, the conversion of an environment from what it is to what you need it to be. This was the plan, not just invasion, renovation. I started walking. ###6. The work of 15 days. What I saw, moving through that transformed landscape over the following days, I have tried to describe in my notes with the precision of scientific observation. Though I am not sure scientific observation is adequate to the task. The Martians had been busy. 5 pits that I identified, possibly more. Each one a construction site of staggering scale, producing what machines, more machines. Larger things than the tripods, lower slung and differently purposed, whose function I could not determine. Flying machines, I saw them twice, high and fast, moving with a silence that the steam-powered things of our world never achieve. The red weed spreading from each pit, faster than it had any right to spread, covering not just the ground but vertical surfaces, climbing walls, bridges, the trunks of trees that had survived the initial destruction. And here and there, evidence of the Martians feeding. I will not describe it at length. You will have heard the accounts, the triangular marks in the earth, the discarded remains, the particular quality of emptiness in places where there had been people. I want to be honest with you about what those discoveries did to me, not the abstract horror of them, the intellectual recognition of atrocity, but the specific embodied response. The way my throat closed, the way my hands shook, the way some part of my mind simply stepped back and put glass between itself and what my eyes were seeing because the alternative was to break. I walked, I kept notes. I ate what I could find and drank what I could find and slept when I had to sleep. I was moving toward London. I don't know entirely why. The same pull as before, the need to see the center, the need to understand the full scope. The animals need to know how large the territory of the predator is. ###7. The man on Putney Hill, I found him on Putney Hill, or he found me. It amounts to the same thing. He had been a soldier, an artilleryman, he told me. Separated from his battery in the fighting near Weybridge. He was a large, broad man with a practical intelligence and a physical vitality that felt extraordinary after 15 days in a cellar with the curate. He had survived by exactly the methods I had survived, hiding, moving at night, living off whatever the ruins and the abandoned kitchens could provide. We talked for hours. He had a plan, of a kind. The kind of plan that emerges from a mind that is coping with an impossible situation by constructing an alternative reality in which agency is still possible. His idea was essentially this: we couldn't fight the Martians, not with the weapons we had, not directly, but we could survive. We could go underground, literally. The sewers, the tunnels, the undercroft of London. We could build a community down there, maintain our knowledge, our technology, wait them out. They couldn't be here forever. Nothing lasts forever. I listened. I followed his excitement as it built, the way a good idea builds, gathering its own momentum. And then carefully I started to see where it led. He talked about who would be allowed in, about the kind of people who deserved to survive, the useful ones, the physically capable, the rational. He talked about the rest as a kind of acceptable loss, with a comfort in that phrase that made something in me very cold. He had not lost his practical intelligence. He had lost something else. Something that I had watched the curate lose from the other direction. The curate had lost his reason, the artilleryman was losing his humanity, and both of them had ended up in the same place, which was a place I was not prepared to follow. "You're describing something," I told him, "but I don't think you're describing survival." He looked at me. "Then what am I describing?" I didn't have a word for it. "The particular corruption that extreme circumstances perform on the people they don't break, where they don't break you but they hollow you out and fill the space with something that looks like strength, and is in fact just the absence of everything that made the strength worth having." I left him there on his hill with his plan. I hope he survived. I'm not sure what I hope about the other thing. #8. Dead London. I walked into London on a morning in late October. I don't know what I expected, not what I found. Silence. The city of 3 million people, the most densely inhabited city on Earth, the commercial and administrative center of the greatest empire in the world, a place so full of noise and motion and human press that you never, even at 3 in the morning, experienced it as quiet, was completely silent. The red weed was everywhere. Growing through windows, along facades, over the rooftops, London was buried in it. The familiar city visible through the alien growth like a body preserved in ice, perfectly detailed and completely still. I walked down streets I had walked 1,000 times, and the only sounds were my own footsteps and the wind through the red-covered buildings, and somewhere distantly the sound of birds. Birds, they were everywhere. Crows mostly, and starlings and pigeons, the city birds, the ones that had survived whatever the Martians had done to drive everything else away. Roosting in the red weed, picking at things I chose not to examine too closely, entirely indifferent to the catastrophe they were inheriting. Life goes on. It's a phrase people say in contexts that don't quite justify it. I walked through dead London and I understood for the first time what it actually means. Not encouragement, fact. Life goes on not because it's brave or because it chooses to, but because that's what life does. It finds the next available niche and fills it. We were the next available niche, or the crows were. I walked toward Westminster. I don't know why, some need to see the formal center of the thing. Parliament was still standing, partially. The red weed had colonized it so thoroughly that it was more red than stone now, but the structure was intact, those familiar towers rising through the alien growth in a way that was almost elegant, if you could detach the symbolism of it. I stood in Parliament Square and looked at it. I thought about everything those buildings had represented. The weight of accumulated governance, the particular confidence of a civilization that built in stone and expected to last. The absolute, unquestioned assumption at the core of every brick: we are here and we will remain. The Martians had not even bothered to knock it down. They had just moved past it, covered it in their weed, incorporated it into their landscape the way you incorporate the previous tenant's furniture into a room you've taken over, not because you value it, but because removing it isn't worth the effort. I sat down on the steps of a church I didn't recognize, and I put my head in my hands, and that's when I heard it. Allah, 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 but different, not the purposeful, rhythmic sound of the previous weeks. This was something else. Slower, lower, and continuous, not the call and response of working machines, but a single, unbroken sound, like a signal sent into a silence that no one is answering. I stood up. I followed the sound. #9th. Wreckage. I found the first one in Regent's Park, a tripod standing still, not moving, not operating, just standing in the middle of the red-covered park against the gray October sky. The sound was coming from it. Allah, Allah, Allah. I stood 50 yards away and stared at it for a long time. Then I circled it, keeping my distance, and I looked and I thought and I tried to understand what I was seeing. The tripod was not damaged. As far as I could tell, it was entirely intact, but nothing was moving inside the operator's hood. I moved closer. 20 yards, 10. The smell hit me before the visual evidence confirmed it, a smell of biological decay that was completely, horrifyingly familiar. Because decay is universal, because whatever else separates the living things of two worlds, the chemical processes of death are apparently shared. Something was dying inside the machine. Something was dying or had died, and the machine was still running, still producing that mournful Allah in a loop without a hand to guide it. I found the others over the next 2 hours. 5 tripods within a mile, all standing still, all producing that sound. I climbed the nearest. I found the handholds. The tripods had handholds built into their structure, designed for Martian tentacles, but usable by human hands if you were determined and frightened enough to try. I climbed to the operator's hood and I opened the access hatch and I looked inside and I saw what had killed the most advanced civilization in the solar system. Not us, not our weapons, something so small it's invisible to the naked eye. Bacteria. Or the equivalent, the common microorganisms of our world, the ancestral substrate of all terrestrial life, the microscopic constituency of every breath and every bite of food we have ever taken. The Martians had no immunity. Why would they? Their world had its own biology, developed in complete isolation for 4 billion years. They had engineered their way to the stars, and they had crossed 50 million miles of void, and they had defeated the most powerful military force our civilization could produce, and they had not thought or had not been able to account for the invisible ocean of life that saturates every cubic inch of our atmosphere. They had been dying since they arrived. Every breath of our air was killing them. Every drop of water, every surface they touched. I stayed in the operator's hood for a long time, looking at the remains of a mind that had crossed interplanetary space, and I thought about the extraordinary dark irony of it. The mightiest and most contemptuous conquerors in the history of our world, brought down not by our courage or our ingenuity or our weapons, but by organisms that existed before there were eyes to see them. By life itself, the ullah faded, the machine became silent. I climbed down into a city that was already beginning, in small and scattered ways, to reclaim itself. #X epilogue. I am home. It took 3 more days after Regent's Park to find my way back to Woking. 3 days of walking through a London that was very slowly, cautiously beginning to fill again. I saw people, first dozens, then hundreds, returning through the red weed with the particular careful alertness of people re-entering a space they are not entirely sure is safe. It wasn't entirely safe. There were hazards left behind by the invasion that would occupy engineers and physicians and scientists for years. The red weed itself was dying, something in our bacteria, apparently, attacking it as effectively as it had attacked the Martians. But as it died, it released compounds that fouled the water and rotted in the heat. And the smell of London that autumn was extraordinary. But people came back, we come back, it's what we do. It may be in the end the most important thing we do, not the heroics, not the grand gestures, but the quiet, persistent act of returning, reoccupying, rebuilding. I found my wife in Leatherhead. She had moved twice more after I left her there, following the refugee routes north and east ahead of the advance. When she opened the door of her cousin's house and saw me standing there, she said nothing. She took my face in both hands and held it, looking at me with an expression I cannot describe and am not sure I have adequate words for. We went home. Woking was damaged but standing. Our house was damaged but standing. The garden was under red weed, but the red weed was dying, and under the dying red weed I could see just the shape of what had been there before. I have written all of this down, everything, from the first green flash on Mars to the silence of Regent's Park. I have written it down because I believe it is important, and because I am constitutionally unable not to write things down, and because I think there are things in this account that humanity needs to reckon with. We were not saved by our own efforts. I want to be clear about that. In a moment when I know there will be a powerful human desire to tell a different story, to narrate our survival as a triumph of courage and ingenuity and the enduring spirit of civilization. There will be paintings, eventually, monuments, official histories that foreground the guns and the Thunder Child and the brave men who stood their ground. All of that is real, all of that matters, I am not diminishing it. But the truth is that we were saved by the smallest possible things. By the bacteria in the water and the spores in the air and the incalculable biodiversity of a living world that has been working on its defenses for 4 billion years. We were saved by life. That should make us humble. Because here is the thing I cannot stop thinking about, the thing that keeps me awake on the cold autumn nights when I can see Mars rising red and small in the east. There are 9 more cylinders. They fired 10, we tracked 10. One was destroyed, the Thunder Child, and its sacrifice bought us that. 9 came down in the Surrey countryside, and 9 crews emerged, and 9 crews died of our bacteria within weeks. But they knew when they fired those cylinders that the mortality rate might be high. They knew they were sending the vanguard into a potentially hostile biological environment. They had the intelligence to account for that, and the civilization, and the time, and the engineering capacity. The cylinders we stopped were not a bet they couldn't afford to lose. They were the test. The next ones will come prepared. I look at Mars rising in the east, that cold red point against the dark, and I think about the minds behind it, minds that were old and patient and capable of the kind of long-horizon thinking that built a weapon to cross interplanetary space before firing it. Minds that had nothing to lose and everything to gain, and 50 million miles of silence in which to revise their plans. And I think we have some time, not much, but some. And what we do with that time, whether we spend it rebuilding what we had, assuming the catastrophe was a unique and closed event, or whether we spend it thinking very hard and very seriously about the nature of the situation we are actually in, will determine everything that comes after. I don't know if anyone is listening, but I am writing this down because I believe the truth, however terrifying, is more useful than the comfort of not knowing it, and because the truth, in the end, is all we have. Finn. Chapter 2, Vast Cool Intelligences. Nobody believed it, not in those final years of the 19th century. Not while the gaslit streets hummed with commerce and the railways stitched the countryside together and men in their wool suits and leather boots went about their days convinced, absolutely convinced, that they sat at the apex of creation. Nobody looked up, not really. We watched the sky the way you watch a painting on a wall, passively, aesthetically, with the quiet satisfaction of a man surveying property he owns. We had no idea. While we counted our coins and argued our politics and christened our children, something was watching us. Had been watching us for longer than we understood, studying us with instruments we had no framework to imagine, with minds so far beyond ours that the comparison almost breaks down, the way it breaks down when you try to explain calculus to a crow. Think about that. Think about the last time you pressed your eye to a microscope and watched the invisible world thrash and swarm in a single drop of water. Those creatures in the lens, writhing through their tiny urgencies, completely unaware of your eye on the other side, completely unaware that their entire universe fit inside a glass slide on a wooden table. That was us. That was every one of us. The human mind is a magnificent instrument for self-deception. We understood, in an abstract intellectual way, that other planets existed. We had mapped them, named them, spun beautiful mathematics around their orbits. Some of the more progressive thinkers, the romantics mostly, had even entertained the notion that Mars might harbor life, primitive life, perhaps something manlike but lesser. Something that would look up with wide, grateful eyes when our missionaries arrived. We were so breathtakingly wrong. Here is what we knew about Mars, and what we refused to understand about what we knew. Mars orbits the Sun at roughly 140 million miles out. It receives barely half the light and heat that reaches Earth. It is smaller, not slightly smaller, but dramatically smaller, less than a seventh of our volume. That smaller mass means faster cooling after formation. The physics of it are straightforward. Mars grew cold before we did. Mars grew old before we did. Whatever evolutionary clock drives life forward on a world had been running on Mars for eons before the first cell divided in our primordial seas. An older world means an older civilization. An older civilization means more time. More time to solve problems, to build instruments, to look outward across the dark. But here's the part we never let ourselves follow to its logical end. Mars is dying. Has been dying for longer than our species has existed. Its atmosphere, what remains of it, hangs thin and cold over a shrinking world. Its oceans have retreated to a third of its surface. At its equator at noon, the temperature barely climbs to what we'd call a bitter English winter. Its poles breathe in huge seasonal snowcaps that flood its temperate zones with meltwater, then retreat, then flood again. The whole planet is in the last long exhalation of its life. We would understand this someday. The slow cooling, the dying atmosphere, the creeping geological inevitability of it. We just didn't understand it yet. They had no such luxury. For the minds on Mars, extinction was not a philosophical abstraction to be debated in academic journals. It was a schedule. It was something you could measure, track, feel in the thinning air every time you drew breath. And so necessity, that ancient, pitiless engine, had sharpened them, had made them harder, colder, more precise than anything that had ever looked out from behind two eyes. They looked across 35 million miles of void. They saw us. They saw our green continents, our gray, churning seas. They saw our clouds pregnant with water vapor, our atmosphere dense and warm and impossibly, obscenely rich with everything their world was running out of. They saw it all through instruments we couldn't dream of, through mathematical frameworks that would have looked like mysticism to our finest minds, and they made a decision. They drew their plans against us. I want to be careful here. I want to be fair even now, even after everything. Before we condemn them with the easy comfort of retrospect, we should sit with an uncomfortable thought. Our own species, in the span of 50 years, hunted the Tasmanians to the last man, woman, and child. Not in some ancient barbaric age. In our age, the age of steam and parliament and Darwin and the penny press. We did it and barely noted it, and the men who did it slept soundly and went to church on Sundays. We are not apostles of mercy. We have no standing. The Martians had been preparing for years before we noticed anything at all. Schiaparelli had mapped Mars, had spent patient nights at his eyepiece sketching the features of that distant disk, charting the markings that shifted and blurred with the Martian seasons. Other astronomers followed, they watched, they catalogued, and they missed it completely, not from lack of intelligence but from lack of imagination. They had no conceptual vocabulary for what they were seeing. The mind cannot perceive what it has no framework to accommodate. Then, during the opposition of 1894, something changed. A great flare of light appeared on the illuminated face of the Martian disk. The astronomers at the Lick Observatory saw it first, then Perrotin at Nice, then others across the observatories of Europe and America. The notice reached English readers through Nature on the 2nd of August. I believe now, with the clarity of everything that followed, that the light was the casting of an enormous gun. A weapon buried in a vast shaft sunk deep into the Martian surface. The technical achievement of it, the engineering, the metallurgy, the shear scale, is almost too much to hold in the mind. but they were not engineers working at the edge of what was possible. They were engineers working centuries beyond what we could imagine. Strange markings appeared near the site of the flare during the next two oppositions. Then the storm broke, 6 years ago now. Mars was approaching opposition, swinging closer to Earth in its outer orbit. And an astronomer named Lavelle, working in Java, sent a message crackling across the telegraph wires of the astronomical exchange. A massive eruption on the Martian surface. He had turned his spectroscope on it immediately. The instrument told its story in the language of light. A jet of flaming gas, predominantly hydrogen, launched toward Earth at enormous velocity. He described it as a colossal puff of flame squeezed from a gun. He had no idea how precisely he had named it. The flash extinguished itself around midnight. The next morning it merited a brief paragraph buried in the Daily Telegraph. The world read it or didn't read it and moved on. I might not have known about it at all except that I encountered Ogilvy. He found me, or I found him, I can't now remember which, at Ottershaw. Ogilvy was a well-regarded astronomer, a compact, energetic man who talked about celestial mechanics the way other men talked about cricket. He was barely containing himself. The Lavelle report had him pacing. He invited me to observe with him that night. I said yes. I remember that vigil with a vividness that is only sharpened with time, the way certain memories do when you understand, much later, what they actually were. The observatory was black and silent. A hooded lantern pushed a small, weak circle of yellow light across the floor. The clockwork mechanism of the telescope ticked with metronomic steadiness, holding Mars in the center of the field as the Earth turned beneath us. The roof slit above was a narrow rectangle of blue-black sky dusted with stars. Ogilvy moved somewhere in the darkness. I could hear him but not see him. I put my eye to the lens. Mars floated in the center of a deep blue field, small, brilliant, impossibly remote. A pinhead of pale light with the faintest suggestion of surface markings, transverse striations, a slight polar flattening. It seemed to tremble slightly, but that was only the clockwork, 40 million miles. I had read that number in books and newspapers dozens of times. Standing there in the dark with my eye pressed to cold brass, I felt the distance for the first time as a physical sensation. Something in my chest went strange and quiet. The darkness between us and that tiny point of light was not merely large, it was a kind of absolute. In the space between Mars and Earth, you could lose entire solar systems and not know it, and invisible to me. Because it was too small, too fast, too far, something was already coming. It had been launched days ago. It was crossing that impossible distance at miles per second every hour closer, the arithmetic of its trajectory unfolding with the silent precision of a proof. I stood at my eyepiece and dreamed of nothing, suspected nothing, and the thing drew nearer. Then I saw it, a reddish flash, brief and clean at the limb of the disk just as the chronometer ticked to midnight. Ogilvy, he was at my shoulder instantly. I stepped back and he bent to the eyepiece, and for a long moment there was only his breathing and the ticking of the clockwork. There, he said softly, there it is. The night was warm, my mouth was dry. I found my way in the dark to the small table where the siphon stood and poured myself a glass of water and sat on the edge of the table, pressing my eyes with my palms. Green and crimson shapes bloomed and faded in the blackness. Another missile had just been fired. I didn't know that. I sat in the comfortable darkness and thought about nothing of consequence, and 24 hours after the first projectile had been launched at my world, a second one followed it into the void. Ogilvy stayed at the eyepiece until 1 in the morning. Then he straightened up, rubbed the back of his neck, and declared the spectacle finished for the evening. We lit the lantern and walked across to his house, our boots crunching on the gravel path. Below us, Ottershaw and Chertsey lay dark and quiet, their hundreds of sleeping inhabitants folded into their beds, their dreams as ordinary as bread. Ogilvy talked all the way to the house. He was contemptuous of the popular idea that the flashes represented signals, Martian intelligences attempting to communicate. Too romantic, too wishful. He favored volcanic activity, perhaps a heavy meteorite shower. He had a persuasive argument about the statistical improbability of two neighboring planets evolving life along similar biological lines. The chances against anything manlike on Mars, he said, pushing open his front door and reaching for the lamp inside, are 1,000,000 to 1. He said it with the breezy certainty of a man who has thought carefully about a problem and reached a satisfying conclusion. Hundreds of observers saw the flashes that night and the next and the next. 10 nights in succession, a flare at midnight. Then they stopped. Nobody on Earth could explain why they stopped, perhaps some technical difficulty. Perhaps the exhaust gases from the firing mechanism had created problems. Gray, fluctuating clouds of debris spread across the face of Mars and obscured its features for a time. The daily papers finally noticed short pieces about Martian volcanoes, a satirical cartoon in Punch. Meanwhile, the cylinders crossed the dark, hour by hour, day by day, each one a mile per second faster than the last. each one carrying its passengers, if that word even applies, toward a green and gray world 35 million miles away that didn't know they were coming. That seems almost surreal to me now. That we went about our lives this way is an understatement that almost makes me laugh. Markham, I recall, was delighted to have obtained a new photographic plate of Mars for the illustrated paper he edited. He showed it to me proudly, a smear of pale light on a dark plate. For my own part, I was learning to ride a bicycle. I was also writing a series of papers on the probable evolution of moral philosophy as civilization advanced. One night, the first cylinder, by my later calculations, would have been within 10 million miles of Earth. I walked with my wife through the lanes near our home. It was warm, the stars were out. She asked me about the zodiac and I explained it to her, pointing out the constellations, tracing the ecliptic with my finger. I pointed out Mars, a steady red-orange point climbing toward the zenith. I told her it was beautiful. From somewhere behind us, a group of day trippers from Chertsey passed on the road, singing, slightly drunk, the sound of a concertina rising and falling. Our house was lit in the upper windows. From the direction of the railway station, a shunting engine rang and rumbled, the sound smoothed by distance into something almost musical. My wife pointed at the signal lights on the gantry down the lane, red and green and yellow, burning steadily against the dark. It felt so safe. It felt so permanent. We had no idea that the world we were standing in, that specific, particular, irreplaceable world, warm and humming and lit with ordinary light, had only weeks left. We walked home. The cylinder fell toward us through the dark. Chapter 3. The First Fallen Star. The falling star came on a Tuesday. A line of fire. Low on the horizon, streaking east over Winchester, burning a greenish scar across the pre-dawn sky. Hundreds saw it. Hundreds more missed it entirely and would spend the rest of their lives wishing they had. Albin logged the trail, that sick green luminescence, bleeding across the atmosphere for seconds after the object passed. Denning, the foremost authority on meteoritic science in all of England, calculated the entry altitude at 90, perhaps 100 miles. Estimated impact point somewhere to the east of him. I was in my study when it happened. French windows open to the night, blind up the dark sky right there in front of me. I was writing, head down, didn't look up. It fell while I was sitting there, whatever it was. It fell and I never saw it. And I have thought about that moment, that precise, ordinary, catastrophic moment, more times than I can count. Some witnesses reported a hissing sound as it passed, a long, atmospheric shriek. I heard nothing. Most people in Berkshire, Surrey, and Middlesex simply registered another meteorite, another piece of ancient rock surrendering to gravity, and went back to sleep. Nobody went looking for it that night, nobody except Ogilvy. He'd seen the streak, couldn't let it go. That was Ogilvy, obsessive, brilliant, constitutionally incapable of leaving a question unanswered. Before dawn he was already out on Horsell Common, moving through the heather between the sandpits, scanning the earth. He found it just after first light. The impact crater stopped him cold, not from fear, from sheer, staggering incomprehension. The thing had punched itself 30 feet into the Surrey earth. Sand and gravel thrown outward in every direction, visible as scattered pale mounds from a mile and a half away. The heather burned to the east, thin blue smoke rising against the pale sunrise like a signal. At the center of the crater, caked in a thick, scaly, dung-colored crust of slag-infused material, lay the object itself. A cylinder, not rounded, not irregular. A cylinder, approximately 30 yards across. Ogilvy scrambled to the crater's edge and stared down at it. His scientific mind immediately catalogued the wrongness. Meteorites don't come in cylinders. The laws of atmospheric physics, of orbital mechanics, of every observable natural process he'd ever studied, none of them produce a cylinder. A cylinder implies design, a cylinder implies intention. He climbed partway into the pit, the heat radiating off the object like a furnace door left open, forcing him to stop. From inside the mass came a low, complex stirring. He told himself it was differential cooling, the outer surface contracting at uneven rates as it shed the thermal energy of atmospheric entry. That was rational, that was explainable. He stood at the edge of that pit in the early stillness and felt something he couldn't name. No birds, no wind, the sun just cresting the pines toward Weybridge, the light soft and gold and completely indifferent. The only sound was that subtle interior shifting from within the scorched metal. He was alone, then he saw it. The ashy incrustation along the circular end of the cylinder was falling away, flaking off in gray sheets, raining down into the sand below. He watched a large piece shear free and hit the earth with a sharp crack that drove his heart straight into his throat. He told himself thermal contraction, the surface cooling, the crust detaching, perfectly natural, except the flaking was only happening at one end, and that end was moving. Slowly. Imperceptibly slowly. He only confirmed it by fixing his eyes on a single black mark near the rim and watching it migrate a centimeter at a time, then another around the circumference. 5 minutes ago it had been on his side of the cylinder, now it was on the other. The circular top was rotating. He heard it then, a muffled grinding rasp, mechanical, purposeful. The black mark lurched forward another inch. It hit him all at once. The cylinder was hollow. The end was threaded, screwed in place, and something inside was unscrewing it. Something inside was trying to get out. Good God, his voice came out barely above a whisper. He said it again, louder. Good God, there are men inside, men half-cooked alive trying to get out. His mind made the connection instantly. The flash on Mars. The astronomers had been tracking anomalous light signatures on the Martian surface for weeks. He'd read the papers. He'd thought it was atmospheric. He'd thought he was already moving toward the cylinder before he understood he was moving. The heat hit him like a wall, that deep, radiating warmth of metal that has been superheated and hasn't finished cooling, and it stopped him 2 meters short of the hull. He stood there, shaking. Then he ran. He made it to the road outside, woken by 6 in the morning, hat lost somewhere in the pit, jacket torn, sand embedded in every crease of his clothing. And he must have looked precisely as mad as he felt. A wagoner passed him. Ogilvy grabbed for the horse's bridle and tried to explain the crater, the cylinder, the rotation, the men inside, and the wagoner looked at him with a flat, careful expression and drove on without a word. The potman unlocking the public house at Horsell Bridge had a similar reaction. He actually tried to lock Ogilvy inside the taproom. Ogilvy pulled himself together, breathed, looked down at his hands, which were still trembling. Then he saw Henderson. The London journalist was in his garden, spade in hand, moving through his vegetable beds in the early morning quiet. Ogilvy went to the fence. Henderson, his voice was hoarse. That shooting star last night, you saw it. Henderson looked up. What about it? It's on Horsell Common right now. A fallen meteorite. Henderson straightened, suddenly interested. That's something. It's not just a meteorite. Ogilvy put both hands on the fence rail, leaned in. It's a cylinder, man, manufactured hollow, and there is something inside it trying to get out. Henderson stared at him, long pause. Come again. Ogilvy told him everything, all of it. Henderson was quiet for a full minute, working through it, his face cycling through skepticism and curiosity and something that looked like the beginning of genuine alarm. Then he dropped the spade, grabbed his jacket off the fence post, and came out through the garden gate. They went back together. The cylinder was exactly where Ogilvy had left it, canted in the earth at the center of its self-made crater. But something had changed. The sounds had stopped, and between the threaded top and the body of the cylinder, a thin crescent of bright metal had appeared, clean and silver and utterly wrongly precise. Not a crack, not an impact fracture. A seam. Air moved through it with a thin, sibilant hiss. Entering or escaping, impossible to say which. They rapped on the metal with a stick, called out, shouted that help was coming, that they understood that whoever was inside should hold on. Nothing. They concluded the occupants, the thought itself nearly impossible to process, were unconscious or dead. There was nothing else they could do. They ran back to town. By 8 o'clock, Henderson had telegraphed London from the railway station. By 9. The story had mutated into something wilder and more irresistible than any factual account could have been. Dead men from Mars, fallen on Horsell Common. Boys and out-of-work men were already streaming out of town toward the sandpits, pulled by the same gravity that pulls human beings toward any rupture in the ordinary world. I found out at 9:15 from my newspaper boy. I put down my coffee, put on my coat, and I went. Chapter 4. The Pit Awakens. The crowd had doubled since morning. 20 people, maybe more, ringed the edge of the pit like mourners at an open grave. I stood at the perimeter and looked down at the thing embedded in the earth, that massive cylindrical bulk, dark and ancient and wrong in a way I couldn't yet articulate. The turf around it was scorched black. The gravel, fused and glassy in places. Whatever friction had driven it through the atmosphere had announced its arrival with something close to fire. Henderson and Ogilvy were gone, probably sensible. Nothing to do yet but watch. 4 boys sat on the rim, legs dangling over the edge, hurling stones at the cylinder. The sound each stone made when it struck, a dull, resonant clang, echoed up from the pit like a struck bell. I told them to stop. They did briefly, then scattered into the crowd to play chase. The crowd itself was unremarkable. 2 men with bicycles. A gardener I recognized from Maybury. A young woman holding an infant against her chest. Greg the butcher, his small son gripping his trouser leg. A handful of idle men who had nothing better to do on a Tuesday morning. Nobody was talking much. What was there to say? They were waiting for something. They just didn't know what. I climbed down into the pit. The ground felt different under my feet, charged somehow. I stood close to the cylinder, really close for the first time, and felt the shift in my understanding arrive like a cold front moving through. From a distance it looked almost mundane, an overturned carriage, a large industrial float, corroded and neglected. Your brain tried to file it away, tried to make it familiar, tried to slot it into a category. That was the brain's primary directive, pattern recognition, safety in the known, but the closer you got, the harder that filing system worked and the more it failed. The oxidization on the surface wasn't right. It wasn't the deep rust orange of iron, not the green patina of copper. The gray scale covering the hull had a quality I had no word for, and in the seam, the thin gap between the lid and the body of the cylinder, a yellowish-white metal caught the morning light. I'd handled every common alloy a Victorian gentleman scientist might reasonably encounter. I didn't recognize this one. Didn't even come close. I crouched and studied the seam. The lid had stopped rotating. I was certain of that now. I pressed my palm flat against the ground beside the hull, held my breath there beneath me, a faint vibration. Movement transmitted through soil and rock, rising up through my hand like a whispered secret. Something inside the cylinder was moving. I stood up slowly and looked at the thing with entirely different eyes. My rational mind assembled the data methodically. The cylinder's origin, its trajectory, the emission signatures the observatories had been tracking for weeks before impact. I knew where it had come from. I'd known since before it landed. Mars, the fourth planet, roughly 140 million miles, give or take, depending on orbital position at the time of launch. Already I was thinking of it as something deliberately sent, but living creatures inside. I still couldn't accept that. The mechanics of the thing, the rotation of the lid, I suspected some kind of automatic mechanism, a spring wound unwinding triggered by cooling metal. More likely it contained objects, records, perhaps even writing. I let myself imagine, briefly, the extraordinary challenge of translation. What a manuscript from another world might look like, whether there be physical models, maps, currency, evidence of a civilization that had been looking back at us as long as we'd been looking at them. The thought made my chest ache with something I couldn't name. I climbed out of the pit at 11 and walked home to Mayberry. The afternoon rewrote everything. I tried to work, couldn't. My abstract calculations sat untouched on the desk. The equations meant nothing. The real data was 3/4 of a mile away, cooling in the earth. By the time I walked back to the common at mid-afternoon, the landscape had transformed so completely I stopped dead on the path and simply stared. The newspapers had moved fast. The evening editions had hit London streets with the kind of headlines that physically stop people. A message received from Mars, remarkable story from Woking. Ogilvy's telegram to the Astronomical Exchange had triggered a cascade, every observatory across the three kingdoms suddenly awake and turning its instruments southwest. And they had all come here. Carriages lined the Chobham Road, flies from the Woking station, a basket chaise, something more expensive and private bearing a coat of arms I didn't recognize. Bicycles heaped in a tangle against a fence. People on foot, dozens of them who'd walked miles from Woking and Chertsey in the heat of a June afternoon because this was the kind of event you simply could not stay away from. Ladies in summer dresses, men in city suits, entirely wrong for the terrain. A boy pushing a barrow of green apples and ginger beer through the crowd, doing brisk business. The sky was white-hot, not a cloud, not a breath of wind. The pine trees threw small, precise shadows that offered nothing. To the north, towards Ottershaw, the ground was black all the way to the horizon, the heather fire finally extinguished, but still exhaling thin vertical columns of smoke into the windless air like signals. I pushed through to the edge of the pit and looked down. The scene had changed completely. The cylinder was substantially excavated now, its full upper section exposed, the dark hull curving away into the earth. Standing on top of it, directing operations with a sharp, carrying voice, was a tall, fair-haired man in a dusty linen jacket. Stent, the astronomer royal. His face was scarlet with heat and something that looked, even from above, like agitation. Henderson and Ogilvy were down there too, along with 4 or 5 workmen driving spades and pickaxes into the compacted earth around the hull's base. Ogilvy spotted me, cupped his hands around his mouth. "Come down, I need a word." I climbed down, he pulled me aside, lowered his voice. "We can't get any grip on the lid, nothing to grab hold of. The surface is too smooth, the geometry's wrong for any tool we have." He paused, "And there's something else. The sound." He looked at me. "You heard it too. This morning, movement, faint, it's still happening." He glanced over his shoulder at the cylinder, then back at me. "Could be thermal, metal cooling unevenly, contracting, that's what I keep telling Stent." His jaw tightened. "That's what I keep telling myself." He asked me to find Lord Hilton, the lord of the manor. The crowd was becoming a real problem, especially the boys. They needed barriers, a proper cordon. Someone with legal authority to impose order before the excavation became a circus. I said I'd go. Hilton wasn't at his house. His housekeeper told me he was coming down from London, the 6 o'clock from Waterloo. It was 5:15. I went home, drank tea I didn't taste, looked at the clock, walked to the station to wait for him. Behind me in the earth, something continued its patient, quiet work. Chapter 5. Something stirs within the sun was dying over Horsell Common when I came back, orange bleeding into yellow, the kind of sky that feels wrong. Groups of people were moving away from Woking, a few stragglers pushing back the other direction toward the pit. I could see the crowd from a quarter-mile out, a dark mass against that lemon-colored horizon. 200 people, maybe more. Something electric was moving through them. That specific human current that runs between curiosity and panic. I kept walking toward it. I heard Stent's voice before I saw him. Sharp, frantic, keep back, keep back. A boy sprinted past me, maybe 12 years old, face white as chalk. It's moving, he gasped without stopping. Screw in and screw out, I don't like it, I'm going home. I kept walking. The crowd had swollen to 300, maybe more, people pressing against each other. Elbowing for position, a few women near the front and not a single one of them shrinking from it. I pushed through, shoulder first, into the mass of bodies. The smell of sweat and coal dust and something else, something I couldn't name yet, something chemical, wrong. Then I heard it, a hum, low and resonant, rising up from the pit like something alive, not mechanical, not quite. The sound a tuning fork makes inside your chest. Ogilvy grabbed my arm. His face was sheened with perspiration. Help me get these people back. His voice was barely controlled. We don't know what's in there, we don't know. That's when I saw the cylinder. The end was moving, not crumbling, not splitting open from the heat of atmospheric entry, moving deliberately. The rear cap was rotating, threading itself out from the inside, 2 inches of gleaming machine metal spiraling outward in perfect, purposeful increments. Something was unscrewing the lid from within. A young man, a shop clerk from Woking, I thought, had somehow gotten himself up onto the cylinder's hull. He was trying to scramble back out of the pit. The crowd had pushed him in. He was scrabbling at the curved metal surface with his hands, feet slipping, eyes wide. Someone shoved me from behind. I stumbled, nearly went face first onto the protruding screw. I caught myself, drove my elbow back hard into whoever was behind me, and turned back toward the cylinder just as crack. The lid hit the gravel, a ringing bell-like impact that cut straight through the crowd noise. Silence, not total silence, but the crowd kind, the held breath kind. The aperture was perfectly circular. In the last light of the sunset, the interior looked absolutely, completely black. I was staring directly into it. Everyone was. 300 people staring at a dark hole in a metal cylinder that had fallen from another world. We all expected the same thing. I know we did because I felt it like a shared current running through the crowd. We expected a man, odd perhaps, different but recognizably, fundamentally a man. That's not what we got. At first it was just movement inside the shadow, a slow gray billowing, organic, like something breathing. Then 2 points of light resolved out of the darkness. Pale, luminous discs, eyes. My nervous system registered what I was seeing before my mind could process it. A cold wave moved through me, starting at the base of my skull, moving down my spine, spreading out through my limbs. Primordial, ancient, the specific fear that lives below conscious thought in the oldest part of the brain. A tendril appeared at the aperture's edge, gray, thin as a walking stick, articulated like nothing I had a word for. It coiled upward into the evening air with a terrible, unhurried deliberateness, wet-looking. Then another emerged beside it, feeling at the air, reaching. A woman behind me screamed. The sound broke the spell. The crowd lurched backward as a single organism. I went with it, half-turned, still unable to fully look away from the pit. I could see the shop clerk still fighting at the edge, still trying to haul himself out, as the people around me began to run. Stent was among them. The astronomer who had stood here 2 days ago talking about rotation rates and impact trajectories and the composition of Martian soil. Running now, just like the rest of them, I stood there, I don't know why. Fear had moved through me and out the other side into something else, something cold and blank and very still. I stared at the cylinder. It rose slowly. The thing was large, bear-sized, maybe larger, a rounded, glistening mass heaving itself up over the cylinder's rim with immense, labored effort. The wet leather surface caught the last of the sun and threw it back wrong, too glossy, too alive. 2 enormous dark eyes tracked me with an intensity that felt like pressure, like a physical force. The face, if I could call it that, was a horror of wrongness, not because it was ugly, because it was almost structured like a face. A V-shaped mouth beneath those immense eyes, lipless, quivering at the edges, opening and closing with each heaving breath. No brow ridges, no chin, saliva threading down from the gaping oral brim. Tentacles, a dozen more, clustered and moving in constant restless agitation, and it was struggling. That was the thing I couldn't stop seeing. Every movement was labored, painful. It had evolved on a world with a fraction of Earth's gravity, and now that physics was crushing it, making every motion a battle against a force it had never known. It was intelligent, I was certain of that in an instant, the way you're certain of some things without evidence, and it was suffering. And still it was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen. The skin had a fungoid quality, oily, brownish. The eyes held an alien intensity that I can only describe as vast, not in their physical size but in what moved behind them, something immense. Something that looked at me across 300 million miles of cold space and registered my existence the way I might register an insect. Then it fell. The creature toppled over the rim and dropped into the pit with a sound like a side of beef hitting the floor of a slaughterhouse. A thick, wet cry rose up from the darkness below, and immediately another shape appeared in the aperture. A second one, moving into the shadow of the opening. I ran, not a decision. A biological imperative firing at the base of my spine. I ran at an angle, stumbling, unable to fully turn my face away from the pit behind me, toward a cluster of young pines and gorse at the edge of the common, 100 yards, 120, my boots catching on the rough ground, my lungs burning. I made the trees, I stopped, pressed my back against rough bark, breathed. The common had transformed. In the dying light I could see them, the people who hadn't run far enough, who couldn't make themselves leave entirely, scattered in ditches, crouched behind hedges and gates and the trunks of trees. All of us caught in the same horrible gravity, unable to look away from that heap of disturbed earth at the pit's edge, that innocent-looking mound of sand and gravel from which everything had just changed forever. Then I saw him, the shop clerk, his head bobbing at the pit's edge against the hot western glow. He'd almost made it, shoulder up, knee getting purchase. Almost he slipped back, just his head visible now, black against the orange sky, working desperately. He vanished. I heard something, or thought I did. A sound that I have tried in the years since to forget. I wanted to go back. There was a moment, one pure, clear second, where my body actually moved toward the pit, took one step, and then did not. The common looked almost peaceful from a distance. If you had come down the Chobham Road just then, you would have seen an odd tableau. 100 or so people arranged in a loose, ragged circle around some unremarkable mounds of disturbed earth. No one speaking above a whisper, no one moving much. A ginger beer cart abandoned at the roadside, black against the burning sky like a piece of a forgotten world. Horses at their nosebags, utterly indifferent. The way animals are sometimes wiser than we are. We stood there and stared. We didn't know yet what we were staring at. We didn't know it was the beginning. Chapter 6. Paralyzed by curiosity, the thing that held me there wasn't bravery. It was something older, something hardwired. I'd seen them climb out of that cylinder, those shapes, those wrong shapes, and my nervous system had simply stopped taking orders. I stood knee-deep in the heather, staring at the mound of displaced earth that concealed them, caught between two impulses so equally powerful they canceled each other out. Run, get closer. Run, get closer. My legs did neither. The sand heap sat motionless in the dying light. I began to move in a wide, cautious arc, hunting for elevation, for a better angle, all while keeping those heaped earthworks in my peripheral vision. Then I saw it, a burst of thin black tendrils, dark as ink, whipping above the rim like the arms of something pulled from a nightmare, gone before I could process the shape of them. Then a rod emerged, telescoping upward in deliberate, mechanical segments, raising at its crown a spinning disc that wobbled on its axis with an almost hypnotic wrongness. I had no framework for any of this. Near me a man stood rigid in the heather. A neighbor. I knew his face, not his name. I moved toward him because proximity to another human being felt right then like a survival strategy. He turned when I reached him. His face was the color of chalk. "What ugly brutes," he said, just that, over and over, the words on a loop. A mind attempting to reboot itself. What ugly brutes, good God, what ugly brutes. "Did you see the man who went down into the pit?" I asked. He didn't hear me, or couldn't process the question. We stood together in silence, watching the mound, and I understood that we were sharing something, not conversation, not comfort exactly, but the basic primal relief of not being alone in the dark. After a few minutes, I shifted to a low knoll, maybe a meter of extra elevation, and when I looked back, he was already walking toward Woking, retreating to the known world. I didn't blame him. The sun died. The sky went from orange to bruised violet to the flat gray of early dusk. Across the common toward Woking, a crowd had gathered and grown. I could hear them, a low, collective murmur too far to parse. The smaller cluster near Chobham had dissolved, people drifting home or telling themselves the danger had passed, or simply unable to sustain their terror at this distance. The pit gave nothing, no sound, no movement. That stillness was seductive. The human brain is extraordinarily good at reinterpreting the absence of threat as safety, even when every rational signal says otherwise. People started moving back toward the pit, slowly at first, in pairs and threes, black vertical shapes against the gray common, advancing and pausing and advancing again, spreading into a loose crescent that was beginning to curve around the pit's perimeter from both sides. I moved with them, or parallel to them. I'm not sure I made a conscious decision. Then I saw the deputation. A knot of men approaching from the direction of Horsell, maybe 30 yards from the rim. One of them was carrying a white flag. It snapped and fluttered in the still air, left, right, with an almost heartbreaking optimism. I couldn't identify faces at that distance, but I learned later that Ogilvy was among them. Stent, Henderson. Men who had decided that whatever was in that pit was intelligent and that intelligence could be reasoned with, communicated with, met halfway across the impossible gulf of whatever distance they'd crossed to get here. The flag moved. We are not a threat. See us, understand us. I have thought about that flag many times since. The 3 puffs of green smoke came without warning. They rose from the pit in rapid succession, 1, 2, 3, punching straight up into the breathless evening air. The color was extraordinary, not the green of vegetation or chemistry, something else. Something that had no business existing in that sky. Bright enough that the deepening blue overhead seemed to physically darken in response, the heathland dimming as though the smoke was consuming the available light rather than adding to it. The faces of the men with the flag flared pallid green for a moment, lit from below, then went dark again as the smoke dispersed. A hissing, faint, coming from everywhere and nowhere. The hissing built, shifted in pitch, became a hum, then a drone, low and resonant, vibrating in the cartilage of my ears. Something rose from the pit. A shape, humped, massive. It climbed into view with terrible slowness, and from somewhere on its surface a thread of light flickered outward, not a beam exactly. More like the ghost of one, a thermal shimmer made half visible. Then the men with the flag were on fire, not burning, fire. One moment they were standing. The next, each figure simply ignited, a white, instantaneous, total combustion as though they'd been flash-saturated with something beyond temperature. No transition, no warning, just men and then not men, bright and falling. My mind refused it. I watched them drop and still couldn't process what I was seeing. The word death didn't arrive. Only strange, very strange, as though I were watching a magic lantern show whose mechanism I hadn't yet understood. The heat ray, and that is the only name for what it was, a weapon that translated energy directly into annihilation, swept sideways. Pine trees along the common's edge simply became fire. Gorse bushes detonated with a single flat thud, fully alight before the sound of it reached me. Toward Naffle in the middle distance. I could see it moving through hedgerows and timber outbuildings, everything it touched converting instantly to light and heat. It was coming toward me. I could track it by the sequential ignition of the bushes. This invisible sword, this moving line of conversion, and I couldn't move. I stood there, watching it come. My body had filed this experience under impossible and locked up entirely, waiting for updated instructions that weren't arriving. I heard the crack of burning earth. The shriek of a horse cut short so suddenly the silence after it was worse than the sound. The heat swept through the heather between me and the pit. I felt it across my left side, a wall of air moving fast, and the ground along that curving line blackened and smoked and smoldered. Then the hum stopped. The shape descended. Slowly, impossibly calmly, it sank back into the pit, and the darkness rushed back in to fill the space where all that terrible light had been. I stood motionless. For how long, I don't know. Long enough for the sky to finish darkening, for the first stars to establish themselves overhead, for the western horizon to cool from pale green-blue to nothing. The pine tops and rooftops of Horsell cut sharp black silhouettes against the afterglow. The common had emptied, not gradually, suddenly. One moment a landscape of human figures, the next just heather and smoke and the orange glow of fires burning without witnesses. The group with the white flag was gone, not dispersed, not fled, gone, erased, and the evening sat as quietly around that fact as if nothing had ever stood there at all. That was when it arrived, not creeping, not building. It landed on me all at once from the outside like something dropped from height. Fear. I turned and ran, not the controlled retreat of a rational mind calculating odds. Pure animal flight, legs churning through the heather, breath ragged, vision tunneled. I was weeping, I only know because I could feel it, not because I had decided to. I ran the way a child runs from a dark room, not because they've assessed the threat, but because the dark itself is the threat, and the stillness and the absolute certainty that something is behind them. I didn't look back. I couldn't, because the thought that had taken root, the one I couldn't dislodge no matter how hard I ran, was this: it had let me live, not missed me. Not spared me by accident, let me live. And perhaps that was because this was still the beginning and there was no urgency, and when I reached the very edge of safety, when I was one breath from it, the heat would come again, faster than light, hunting specifically, ending the game it had been playing all along. I ran, the heather caught at my legs, the stars watched from above without opinion. Chapter 7. The heat ray, the weapon, defies easy explanation even now. Best theory: the Martians generate heat inside a chamber engineered for near-perfect thermal containment. Absolute non-conductivity, a sealed crucible of impossible temperature. Then they focus it, project it outward through a parabolic mirror polished to molecular smoothness, composition unknown, the same geometry a lighthouse uses to throw light across black water. But instead of light, heat, invisible, coherent, lethal, a beam you cannot see until it finds something to burn, and everything burns, combustible material ignites before contact. Lead liquefies, iron softens like candle wax, glass cracks then runs, water doesn't boil, it detonates. Instant steam, instant concussive force. That night nearly 40 people lay scattered around the pit beneath a cold spray of stars, charred past recognition, distorted into shapes that no longer read as human. And from Horsell all the way to Maybury, the heathland burned bright as noon until morning. The news hit Chobham, Woking, and Ottershaw almost simultaneously. By the time it did, the shops in Woking had already shuttered for the evening, but people were still out, of course they were. Word had spread all afternoon, something fell from the sky, something extraordinary, come see, and so they came. Shop workers, couples, young men and women using the spectacle as an excuse to brush shoulders on the walk out toward Horsell Bridge, down the hedge-lined road that bled onto the common. The air hummed with voices. The twilight felt electric, charged with the low-grade thrill of novelty. Most of them didn't even know the cylinder had opened. Henderson had sent a boy on a bicycle to the post office with a wire to the evening papers. But telegrams travel only so fast, and rumor travels faster. And neither one travels fast enough to stop the curious. They arrived in pairs and threes, stepping out onto the open ground to find clusters of people already gathered, already pointing, already staring at the spinning mirror rising above the sandpit. The excitement was contagious. It moved through the crowd the way electricity moves through copper. By 8:30, right around the moment the deputation died, there were perhaps 300 people in that field, maybe more. Plus the ones who had broken away from the road to get closer, drawn forward by that deep human compulsion to see the thing itself, not just hear about it. 3 constables worked the perimeter, one of them mounted, all 3 doing their level best to hold the line, following Stent's instructions, keeping people back from the cylinder. There was jeering from the edges. There always is. Every crowd produces them, the ones for whom restraint is an insult, for whom any authority is a target. Stent and Ogilvy had telegraphed the barracks the moment the Martians emerged. They'd seen enough to understand that the creatures needed protection from the crowd as much as the crowd needed protection from the creatures. Then they turned and led the delegation forward. The crowd's account of what happened next matches mine almost exactly. 3 pulses of green smoke. A low, resonant hum that you felt in your sternum before you heard it with your ears. Then the flashes, the men falling. The 300 people on that heath came closer to dying than they will ever fully comprehend. What saved them was geology. A low ridge of heather-covered sand intercepted the bottom arc of the heat tray. A few yards elevation on that mirror, a trivial mechanical adjustment, and every single one of them would have been carbonized where they stood. Instead they watched the flashes. Watched figures collapse like strings cut on puppets. Watched an invisible force set the scrubland alight as it swept toward them through the half-dark, moving fast, moving with horrible purpose. Then the beam swung high, a whistling shriek above the mechanical drone of the pit. The tops of the beech trees along the road exploded into orange flame. Bricks split, windows burst inward, window frames ignited in their sockets. A section of gable on the nearest house buckled and came down in a cascade of crumbling masonry. The thud, the hiss, the sudden roar of trees becoming torches. The crowd swayed, that collective animal hesitation, the body knowing before the mind does that something has gone catastrophically wrong. Burning twigs rained onto the road. Single leaves fell like scraps of fire. The smell of scorched fabric, someone's hat, someone's dress, both alight, then screaming from the direction of the common. A mounted constable came hammering through the press of bodies, both hands locked over his own skull. Voice cracked completely open. His horse's eyes were white and wild. "They're coming," a woman's shriek, wordless and absolute, and then the crowd became something else entirely, not people anymore, pure flight reflex. 300 bodies all reversing direction at once, clawing toward Woking, toward anything that wasn't this. Where the road pinched narrow between its high earthen banks, the mass compressed and jammed. People went down, 2 women, a small boy. They were crushed in the dark, in the press of terrified bodies, in the noise and the heat and the orange light of burning trees, left behind in the chaos. Left to die on the road to Woking while everyone else ran blind into the night. Chapter 8. After the terror, the trees came at me out of nowhere. Branches raking my face, heather grabbing at my ankles. I was running blind, running purely on the electricity of terror, and somewhere behind me that heat sword was cutting the darkness, sweeping, swinging, methodical, and every time I heard it I was certain the next arc would find me. Then the road materialized under my boots and I ran harder. Horsell, the crossroads, names I knew. Geography I'd walked 100 times, now reduced to pure survival geometry. Get to the bridge, get to the bridge, get to the my legs gave out. No dramatic decision, no moment of surrender. My body simply stopped obeying and I went down hard onto the dirt at the roadside near the bridge over the canal by the gasworks. I lay there with my cheek against the cold ground and I didn't move. I don't know how long I was like that. A minute, 10, an hour. When I finally pushed myself upright, something extraordinary had happened inside my skull. The terror was gone, not diminished. Gone, lifted clean away like a coat someone had slipped off my shoulders while I wasn't paying attention. I sat in the dirt and blinked and tried to locate the feeling, that howling primitive animal dread, and I couldn't find it anywhere. My hat had vanished somewhere in the dark. My collar had torn free of its fastener. I was a wreck, but I felt bizarrely fine. Think about what that means. 2 minutes earlier, the entire architecture of my consciousness had collapsed down to 3 raw facts: the immensity of the night, my own smallness inside it, and the absolute nearness of death. That was the whole universe. There was nothing else. And now, sitting in the road with mud on my hands, I was simply a man who'd lost his hat. The mind does this. Under sufficient trauma, it performs an emergency reboot, restores factory settings. The survival machinery decides that panic has served its purpose and quietly powers down, and what's left is just you, ordinary you, the you that worries about dinner and quarterly accounts. I understand the mechanism now. I didn't then. It felt like madness. I got up and walked to the bridge. My legs were unreliable, my balance shot. I was probably staggering. A workman appeared over the arch, coming the other way, a basket over his arm, a small boy running at his side. Normal, impossibly, offensively normal. He wished me good night, and I made some shapeless sound back at him and kept moving. Over the Mayberry Arch, a train screamed south. A long, glittering caterpillar of lit windows trailing a tumult of white smoke, fire-touched and billowing, thundering over the bridge, clatter, clatter, clap, rap, and then swallowed by the dark. Gone. I stopped. I looked at the row of pretty gabled houses on Oriental Terrace. A small cluster of people talking at one of the gates, their voices warm and low and utterly mundane. Gas lamps burning. The smell of coal and industry drifting from the gasworks, the ordinary sound of night business. Real, all of it so intensely, stubbornly, maddeningly real. And less than 2 miles behind me, something that could end every single one of them without breaking stride. I know something about dissociation. There are moments, have always been. Long before that night, when I seemed to step outside myself and watch my own life from some impossible remove. From a distance that feels not just spatial but temporal, out beyond the edges of the ordinary. That feeling came for me now, enormous and total, standing on that bridge between the ancient common and the gaslit street. 2 worlds, 1 frame. I walked to the gate where the 3 people stood. "What news from the common?" I said. One of the men turned. "What news from the common? Ain't you just been there? People seem fair silly about the common." The woman said. "What's it all about?" I looked at her face. Open, unconcerned, the face of someone whose worst problem tonight was the lateness of the hour. "Haven't you heard?" I said. "The men from Mars, the creatures from—" "Quite enough of that," the woman said, and all 3 of them laughed. The laughter hit me like a physical thing. I tried to tell them. Tried to organize the images into language, the pit, the heat tray, the way Ogilvy had walked toward those things, and found I couldn't do it. The sentences came out broken. Wrong. The harder I tried, the more they laughed, and I felt the hot, stupid flush of a man describing a nightmare to someone who slept soundly. "You'll hear more yet," I said, and walked away. My wife opened the door before I reached it. The look on her face told me what I already knew, that I looked catastrophic, hollow-eyed, half-destroyed. I went straight to the dining room, sat down, poured wine and drank it. The cold dinner was still on the table, untouched silver catching the lamp's pink light. I looked at my wife's face, that sweet, anxious face leaning toward me under the rose-colored shade, and I told her everything. She didn't laugh when I finished. I tried to give her the reassurance I'd been building for myself on the walk home. It was genuine, more or less. I believed most of it. "They're slow," I said, "extraordinarily slow. Whatever they are, they can barely move. They can hold the pit, perhaps kill anyone who approaches, but they cannot leave it. They're trapped by their own biology. And here's the thing, I was right about that, as far as it went. Consider the physics. Earth's gravity is roughly 3 times that of Mars. A Martian stepping onto our surface would feel their own body transform into a prison of weight. Every limb, every movement, a monumental labor. The same musculature that served them perfectly on their low-gravity world would be grotesquely, catastrophically inadequate here. Ogilvy himself had said so. The Times would say so in the morning. The logic was clean, and the logic was comforting, and the logic was, in one critical way, incomplete. 2 things I failed to account for. First, atmosphere. Our air is oxygen-rich in ways theirs is not. And that surplus oxygen, we know this now, acted on Martian biology like a drug, like a stimulant. It was counteracting the gravity penalty in ways none of us could have predicted in those first hours. Second, they were engineers. Whatever their bodies couldn't do, they were already building machines to do for them. I would understand this later. That night, sitting in the pink lamplight with my wine and my cold dinner, I told myself the problem was containable. "They've made a terrible mistake," I said, turning the glass in my fingers. "They're clearly frightened, possibly mad with it. Imagine what it took to make that crossing, what they expected to find. And now they're stranded in a pit, and they're afraid, and afraid things lash out, but they're contained. They may come here," my wife said. "They can scarcely move. they may come here. She said again. I took her hand, pressed it, told her about Ogilvy's reasoning, walked her through the gravitational mathematics, let the clean, cold logic of physics do what logic is supposed to do, push the dark back. I watched her face and modulated my voice, and after a while she was calmer, and after a while, honestly, so was I. This is what a table does, a lamp, wine, the face of someone you love watching you from across white linen. These things are technologies too, ancient ones, for manufacturing the feeling of safety. By the time I was cracking nuts and smoking a cigarette, I had almost entirely convinced myself. A single artillery shell into that pit, I said, if it comes to it and it's over. I remember the table. I remember it with a precision that still disturbs me, the crystal, the silver, the deep crimson of the wine, her face, the particular quality of that lamp's light. The way the whole room felt sealed and warm and permanent. I thought about Ogilvy somewhere out on that dark common and felt a stab of something, guilt, grief, I wasn't sure, and I shook my head and called him rash and called the Martians cowards and poured more wine. A species that had crossed the void between worlds and all they could do was cower in a hole and burn the curious dead. Pathetic, limited, containable. I had no way to know. That was the last civilized dinner I would eat for a very long time. Chapter 9. While the world slept, the strangest thing wasn't the cylinder. It wasn't the hammering rising from that dark pit in the earth, or the greenish smoke curling up against the stars, or even the bodies, God, the bodies lying twisted on the scorched common like discarded puppets. The strangest thing was everything else, everything that kept on going. Friday night, a 5-mile radius around the Woking sandpits. Draw that circle and step inside it, and you'd find almost the entire human population that had any idea something had changed. Pull back beyond that line and the world was exactly as it had always been. Breathing, oblivious, alive in all its mundane, magnificent indifference. Henderson had sent his telegram to London. He described the cylinder unscrewing, the grinding of metal on metal, the impossible geometry of a thing that should not exist. The editors had read it, looked at each other across their cluttered desks, and decided it was a hoax. They wired back for confirmation. Henderson never replied. He couldn't. He was already dead on the common, his body cooling in the dark alongside people who'd only wanted to satisfy their curiosity on a warm summer evening. The special edition never ran, and London slept. Even inside the 5-mile circle, the paralysis of the ordinary held its grip with terrifying strength. I'd seen it myself, spoken to people about it, and I kept turning it over in my mind, this fact that seemed more alien to me than anything that had crawled out of that pit. That human beings could absorb the unthinkable and simply return to their suppers. Working men were in their gardens, children were being put to bed, young couples were walking the lanes, shoulders touching, whispering things that felt like the whole world. Students sat bent over their books by lamplight. The scratch of their pens, a small, persistent sound against the dark. In the public houses, yes, there was talk. The cylinder, the Martians, voices rising, dropping, rising again. The particular electric thrum of a story too strange to fully believe. And here and there someone who'd actually been to the common, someone who'd seen things, would push through a door and the room would go sharp and still for a moment, everyone turning. But then the drinks would be lifted again. The dominoes would click, the moment would pass. At Woking Junction the trains were still running. I stood on the platform at one point and let it wash over me, the shriek of a whistle, the percussion of shunting trucks, the ordinary human theater of arrivals and departures. A boy was moving through the crowd selling evening papers, his voice cutting clean through the noise. Men from Mars, people glanced up. Some bought a paper, most didn't. Around 9 o'clock. Men came stumbling into the station with wild eyes and wilder stories. They were treated with the patient, faintly pitying tolerance usually reserved for drunks. The passengers on the London-bound trains pressed their faces to the carriage windows and peered out into the darkness. What they saw, if they saw anything at all, was a distant shimmer of red, a gauze of smoke drifting thin across the stars, the occasional spark leaping and dying over toward Horsell. A heath fire, they thought. Probably a heath fire. They looked away, settled back into their seats. At the common's edge the picture changed. 6 villas on the Woking border were burning. Not smoldering, burning, their windows orange and roaring, their shapes buckling against the night sky. The houses on the common side of the villages blazed with light, every lamp lit, the people inside them not sleeping, not even trying. On the Chobham Bridge and the Horsell Bridge, crowds had formed, that particular kind of crowd that doesn't know whether to stay or go, so it does both simultaneously, individuals moving in and out while the mass itself remains, a living thing with no clear purpose. A few people had gone further, crawled out into the dark, gone toward the light. They did not come back, because the Martians were learning the ground. A beam would swing across the common without warning, white and absolute. Like a warship searchlight scaled up to something obscene, and the heat ray was always ready to follow. Whatever it touched didn't burn, it simply ceased, so the common was quiet, desolate. The charred shapes lay where they'd fallen, arranged in those terrible accidental postures that the dead arrange themselves in, and the stars moved overhead with their customary indifference, and the night went on. From the pit, hammering. Constant, rhythmic, purposeful hammering. They were building something down there. This is the picture. Hold it in your mind. At the center, the cylinder, driven into the skin of this old planet like a poisoned needle. Around it, a radius of scorched silence. And beyond that silence, the fringe of excitement, gossip, rumor, the nervous energy of people who know something is wrong but cannot yet feel it in their bones. And beyond that fringe, nothing. The world. Life flowing on exactly as it had flowed for longer than any record could reach. Its current too strong and too deep to be diverted by a single Friday night in Surrey. The fever was coming. I could feel it even then, the way you can sometimes feel a storm in the pressure of the air before a single cloud has formed. But the fever had not yet reached the blood. Not yet. Around 11 o'clock, soldiers moved through Horsell, a company. Deploying along the common's edge in a thin red cordon, the men's faces unreadable under their shakos. Later, another company came through Chobham to cover the north side. Officers from the Inkerman barracks had already been on the ground earlier that day. One of them, Major Eden, had not reported back. His name was being passed quietly between men who kept their voices controlled and their expressions flat, which meant they were afraid. The colonel himself came to Chobham Bridge at midnight. I could see him from a distance, bent toward the crowd, asking his questions. The military understood the weight of what had landed in that pit, I'll give them that much. By morning, the papers would report that a squadron of Hussars had left Aldershot at 11 the previous night, along with 2 Maxim guns and 400 men of the Cardigan Regiment. 400 men. I thought about the heat tray. A few seconds after midnight, the crowd on the Chertsey Road looked up. A star was falling. It came down through the northwest, trailing a greenish light that bloomed and faded like summer lightning, silent, almost beautiful, the kind of thing that under other circumstances you might stop and simply wonder at. It dropped into the pine woods. No one spoke for a moment. No one moved. Then the understanding moved through the crowd like a current, person to person. A cold and creeping thing. A second cylinder. Chapter 10. The calm before Saturday lodges in my memory like a splinter I can't dig out. A day of heat. Of waiting. The barometer fluctuating wildly, I was told later, though I didn't need an instrument to feel the wrongness in the air. It pressed against everything, made the light feel thick. I hadn't slept. My wife had somehow, and I envied her that mercy. I rose before dawn and stood in the garden listening to nothing but a single lark over the common. The world sounded almost normal. The milkman came. I heard his cart before I saw him, that familiar iron wheel clatter on the lane, and I went round to the side gate to catch him. He said the military had encircled the Martians overnight. Guns expected. Then I heard it, a train running toward Woking. That sound, so ordinary, so mundane, hit me somewhere deep in the chest. Evidence that the world was still turning. They aren't to be killed, the milkman said. If that can possibly be avoided. I nodded. He moved on. My neighbor was already in his garden. We stood at the fence talking while the morning stayed quiet around us. He was confident the troops would have it sorted by nightfall, capture the things or destroy them one way or the other. It's a pity they make themselves so unapproachable, he said. Curious to know how they live up there, might learn a thing or two. He pressed a handful of strawberries into my palm. Warm from the sun, he gestured east and told me the pine woods near the Byfleet golf links were burning. A second cylinder had come down in the night. I turned and looked. A brown-gray haze sat on the horizon like a bruise. They'll be hot underfoot for days, he said, with all that pine needle turf. Then he went quiet a moment. Poor Ogilvy, I didn't have an answer for that. After breakfast, I walked down toward the common instead of working. Under the railway bridge I found soldiers, sappers, a small cluster of them in round caps and dirty red jackets hanging open to show blue shirts beneath, dark trousers, boots worn to the calf. One of the Cardigan men stood sentinel further up the road at the canal bridge, a fixed bayonet catching the flat morning light. The sappers told me no one was crossing the canal. I told them what I'd seen the previous evening. The Martians, the heat tray, they went very still. None of them had laid eyes on the things. Their intelligence was essentially nothing, rumor, fragments, the vague outline of something enormous and wrong. They pressed me with questions and I answered as precisely as I could. I described the weapon, that focused beam of invisible thermal energy that simply cooked whatever it touched, wood, flesh, brick, without fire, without flame, until fire came. They chewed on that. Crawl up under cover and rush him, one said. He was broad-shouldered. Certain of himself, that's what I'd do. Get out, said another. What cover stops heat? You'd be cooked where you crouched. You want to trench it, come up from below. Blow your trenches, the first one shot back. Rabbits dig trenches. Haven't they got any necks then? Said a third man, quiet and dark, a pipe between his teeth, watching me steadily. The ones you saw, I described them again, the mass of them, the tentacles. Octopuses, he said, decisive. That's what I'm calling them. He took a slow pull on his pipe. Why not just shell the bloody things straight off and be done with it? No time to set artillery, rush them, that's the play. You can't tell what they might do. They went around like that for a while. I listened, then left them to it. I walked to the station and bought every morning paper I could carry. But I won't waste time on the long drag of that morning or the slower grind of the afternoon. I didn't get near the common. The military held Horsell and even the church towers at Chobham, every high point, every vantage. The soldiers I spoke to knew nothing. The officers were busy and said less. The town felt strangely settled, almost reassured with all those uniforms in the streets. It was at the tobacconist's, Marshall's, that I heard for the first time about his son, one of the dead on the common. Marshall told me with his hands flat on the counter and his face completely composed, and I didn't know what to say to that either. I walked home at 2 in the afternoon, hollowed out by heat and idleness. I took a cold bath, lay on the bed, tried to think clearly about what was actually happening less than 2 miles from where I was lying. At 4:30, I went back to the station for the evening papers. The Martians had not shown themselves. The pit was active, a near-constant plume of smoke rising from it, the dull percussion of hammering audible even at distance. They were building something, getting ready for something. The papers all ran the same useless line. Fresh attempts have been made to signal, but without success. A sapper told me how they'd tried, a man in a drainage ditch waving a flag on a long pole. The Martians, he said, had taken about as much notice as you'd take of a cow lowing in a field. What I felt. Watching all those troops move and the guns position themselves, I'm not proud of it. My imagination ignited. I was 15 years old again, dreaming of battle, of being part of something enormous and decisive. It seemed almost unfair to me. The Martians trapped in their pit, all of England's military converging. How could it go any other way? Around 3 o'clock, the guns at Chertsey and Addlestone opened up. Measured. Methodical. They were shelling the smoldering pine wood where the second cylinder had landed, trying to destroy it before it opened. By 5, a field gun had reached Chobham for use against the first pit. My wife and I were sitting in the summer house at 6, cups of tea cooling in our hands, talking in that strange, excited way people talk when violence is close but not yet upon them. I was mid-sentence when I heard it, a muffled detonation from the common's direction. Then immediately a gust of rifle fire, ragged and close, then something else, something different. A violent concussive crash that came up through the ground and into the soles of my feet before it reached my ears. I was up before I understood why. I stepped onto the lawn and looked toward the Oriental College. The treetops above it erupted in smoky red flame. I watched the tower of the small church beside it simply fold and come down into rubble. The mosque's pinnacle was gone, erased, as though it had never been there. The college's roofline looked like something enormous had walked across it. One of our own chimney stacks cracked. A chunk of it fell and shattered across the flower bed outside my study window. We stood there staring, and then I understood. With the college demolished, the crest of Maybury Hill was now a clear line of sight from the pit. We were inside the heat ray's range. I grabbed my wife's arm. We moved. I ran her out through the front gate and onto the road, then sprinted back inside to get our servant. The servant wanted a specific box from upstairs. I told her I'd get it myself and sent her out. I came back down with the box. Around us the firing from the common was opening up again, that crackle and boom coming in waves, indistinct, ominous. "We can't stay here," I said. "But where?" my wife said. Her voice was very controlled. "Where do we go?" I thought hard for 3 seconds. Her cousins, Leatherhead, 12 miles. "Leatherhead," I said. She looked down the hill. Our neighbors were coming out of their houses, standing in their gardens looking up at the smoke and the burning light, blinking like people woken too fast from deep sleep. "How do we get to Leatherhead?" Down the hill, a column of hussars came under the railway bridge at a canter. 3 of them swung through the open gates of the Oriental College. 2 more dismounted and started going door to door. The sun through the smoke had turned the color of old blood. "Stay here," I told her. "You're safe for a moment, stay." I ran. The spotted dog. The landlord there had a horse and a dog cart, and I knew it, and I ran like the knowledge was a weight I was carrying rather than a destination I was heading for. I could feel the hill beginning to move behind me, that invisible pressure of mass panic just starting to build. People looking at each other and then looking at their doors and doing the arithmetic. I shoved into the bar. The landlord was mid-conversation with another man. I leaned across the stranger's shoulder without ceremony. £2, I said. "For the cart, I'll have it back by midnight." The landlord blinked at me. "What's the hurry? I'm selling my pig." £2, I said again. "Right now." He took it. I drove the cart back up the road, left my wife and our servant with it, and ran inside to pack plate, valuables, whatever mattered and was portable. The beech trees at the bottom of the garden were burning while I did this. The fence posts along the road had begun to glow orange at their edges, like something electrical was moving through them. One of the dismounted hussars came running past as I hauled a tablecloth bundle of plate out the front door. He was going house to house, shouting at people to leave. "What's happened?" I called after him. He turned without stopping, shouted something about crawling out in a thing like a dish cover, and was gone through the gate at the crest of the hill before I could process it. A wall of black smoke rolled across the road and swallowed him. I knocked on my neighbor's door, knowing he wasn't there, knowing his wife had taken him to London, just needing to confirm it before I could let myself move on. I went back in one final time for the servant's box, lugged it out, loaded it behind her on the cart's tail, then climbed up into the driver's seat and took the reins. We drove. The smoke fell away behind us. The noise contracted to a murmur. We came over the opposite slope of Maybury Hill, and ahead of us was a quiet, almost impossible landscape. Wheat fields amber in the evening light on both sides of the road, the Maybury Inn with its painted sign swaying gently in air that didn't yet smell of burning. I looked back once at the crest of the hill we'd left. Thick black smoke, shot through with red threads, poured upward into the still air. The darkness spread east and west, both east toward the Byfleet pine woods, west over Woking. The road behind us was dotted with small running figures, all moving in our direction. Thin but distinct through the heavy heated air, the sound of a machine gun, a short burst, then silence, then the scattered percussion of rifles. The Martians were burning everything they could reach. I turned back to the road and used the whip. The horse lunged forward, stretching long, and I gave him his head until Woking and Send had come between us and whatever was happening on that hill. I passed the doctor's cart somewhere between the two towns, didn't stop, didn't look back again. Chapter 11, The Last Farewell 12 miles. That's all that separated Leatherhead from Maybury Hill. The road unwound through meadows thick with the smell of cut hay, hedgerows blazing white and pink with dog roses. Beautiful, absurdly, heartbreakingly beautiful. The kind of evening that made you forget the world was ending. The artillery fire had stopped somewhere around Maybury. One moment it was shaking the earth. The next, nothing. Just birdsong and the creak of wheels and the hollow knock of hooves on packed dirt. The silence was worse than the guns. We reached Leatherhead near 9 o'clock. I left the horse to rest and sat with my cousins over a supper I barely tasted, and I watched my wife across the table and tried to find the right words. I told her the Martians were trapped, sunk in their pit by their own impossible weight, crawling things, helpless. I believed it when I said it. I think I believed it. She didn't answer, not really. One-word replies, her hands folded tight in her lap, her eyes somewhere else entirely. I should have stayed, her face when we parted, God, it was so white. She stood in the doorway light and watched me climb up into the dog cart, and I can still see it, that expression, not fear exactly, something older than fear, resignation. I told myself I was being rational. The innkeeper needed his cart back. The Martians were contained. This was science. Not superstition, mass, gravity, physiology. A creature evolved under Martian gravity, 1/3 of ours, would be crushed under its own weight the moment it hauled itself from the pit. I'd worked through the mathematics in my head a dozen times. But here's the truth I couldn't admit to her standing there in the doorway light. I wanted to go back. Something in my blood was singing. War fever, that's the only honest name for it. The intoxicating, shameful pull of catastrophe. I was afraid I'd miss something. Afraid it would all be over before I got back. Afraid the soldiers would have finished it and I'd have nothing to report but second-hand accounts. Afraid I'd be too late for the death of something unprecedented. She turned and went inside. My cousins waved. I snapped the reins. The night closed around me like a fist, hot, airless, the kind of dark that feels pressurized, alive. My cousin's man had lit both lamps, but they barely scratched the black. Overhead, clouds were boiling fast across the sky, fast, furious, driven, but not a single breath of wind touched the hedgerows at road level. The air was perfectly, wrongly still. I knew this road, every bend, every rise. That's the only reason I wasn't in a ditch inside the first mile. Coming through Occam, I saw it, ahead of me, low on the western horizon, a glow, deep red, arterial. I watched it as I drove, and it was not static, it was climbing. Seeping upward into the cloud mass, threading red through black, and the storm clouds gathering above it rolled with colors that had no business in any sky I'd ever seen. Black and red, and something almost organic in the way they moved. Ripley was deserted. A light in one window, then another. No people, the road empty. At the preferred turning, I nearly drove into a cluster of figures standing motionless in the lane. My heart lurched. I yanked the reins. They stepped aside, 5, 6 people. Saying nothing, their backs to me, faces turned toward that red glow on the horizon like sunflowers tracking something terrible. I didn't stop. I don't know why I didn't stop. Past Ripley, the road dipped into the Way Valley and the glow vanished behind the hills, and for a few minutes I could almost pretend the night was ordinary. Just a man and a horse and the smell of summer rain coming. Then I crested the rise beyond Pufford Church. The glow exploded back into view. Massive now, the whole northwestern sky bleeding red, and below it, Maybury Hill in black silhouette, the tree line and the rooftops hard-edged and precise against the light, like a paper cut out of the world I knew. Then something else lit the road. Green, vivid, electric, impossible green, a thread of fire punching down through the cloud mass and searing into the field to my left. Clean as a blade, gone in an instant. The third cylinder. I felt the reins go taut in my hands. The horse felt it before I processed it consciously. That wrongness, that fundamental violation of natural law. Then the storm broke. Lightning. Immediate, savage, personal, not forking down from a distance, but detonating overhead, flash after flash after flash, each one a photographer's magnesium flare turning the world to bleached bone and ink shadow. The thunder wasn't rolling thunder. It was mechanical. A rapid fire cracking like some colossal engine seizing. Like iron being torn in a foundry the size of a continent. Hail needled my face. The horse was screaming forward. We were going down the Mayberry slope at a dead run and I was barely holding on, and that's when I saw it. Movement on the opposite hillside. My mind tried to parse it rationally. The wet roof of a house, a collapsed wall. The lightning strobed and I got fragments. There, then dark, then there again, closer. And in those half-second illuminations, I watched my understanding of the possible world come apart like wet paper. A tripod, taller than houses. Taller than the trees it was walking through, not around, through, smashing the young pines aside like dry grass, each stride covering ground that should have taken minutes, its metal body heaving and rolling with the momentum of something vast and purposeful. Steel cables, tentacles, swung from its body, whipping and clanging. A great hood of burnished metal swiveled at its top, slow and deliberate, surveying. Behind its main body hung a huge basket of pale metal, and at each joint of its articulated legs came small jets of green vapor, hissing into the wet air. It moved the way nothing had any right to move. Flash, gone, flash, 100 yards closer. I sat there and I watched it stride across the heather, and I felt every assumption I had ever built about the nature of the world simply, quietly cease to be true. Then the tree line ahead of me exploded inward, not fell, exploded, snapped and shredded and flung aside like someone thrusting through reeds, and behind the collapsing pines came the second one, driving straight toward me, filling the entire world ahead, and I was riding hard to meet it. My nerve didn't break. It vanished. One instant it was there. The next I was wrenching the horse's head hard to the right with everything I had, hauling on the reins with my whole body, and the dog cart heeled, tipped, the horse screaming, the shafts cracking apart like gunshots. I was airborne for one long, weightless moment. Then cold water and mud and the stunning compression of impact all at once. I came up gasping, hands and knees in a shallow ditch, hail driving down, mud in my mouth. The horse lay on his side, neck wrenched at an angle that told me everything. The dog cart was upside down beside him, one wheel still spinning slowly in the lamplight. I crawled under a clump of gorse and I pressed myself flat and I did not breathe. The ground shook. The shaking built. It passed over me, not past me. Over me, its striding legs bracketing the ditch, the wind of its passage hitting me like a wall. The clanging of its metal body and the hiss of its vapor jets and the smell of it, electrical, chemical, utterly alien, overwhelming everything. Up close it was something else entirely. Not a machine in the way a locomotive is a machine, mindless and indifferent, it looked. The great hood moved, considering. The tentacles reached and tested. It selected its steps with something that had no other name but intention. Then it loosed a sound. It started below hearing and rose through registers that had no place in the natural world, and emerged as something between a howl and a brass instrument and pure compressed triumph. Aloo, aloo. Obliterating the thunder completely, and the hills threw it back, and it moved upslope toward Parford, and it was gone. Silence, rain, hail, the spinning wheels slowing. I lay in the ditch for a long time. Through the gaps in the gorse I watched them, the two colossal shapes moving in the distance beyond the hedgerows, silhouetted against the red sky, converging on the impact point of the third cylinder. They moved in and out of lightning light and rain haze, becoming solid then ghostly, real then impossible, and the hail soaked through my coat and the ditch water soaked through my trousers, and I lay there and I could not think a single coherent thought. There was a squatter's hut nearby. One room. Wood-framed, a potato garden hacked out of the brush. I ran for it, crouched and fast, using every shadow. Hammered on the door, nothing, hammered again. No one willing to answer on a night like this. Both things were equally understandable. I found a ditch and I crawled along it, soaked and shivering, moving by feel and lightning flash, keeping low, keeping the machines at my back until the pines of Mayberry wood closed over me. Dark in there, real dark. The lightning reduced to an occasional flicker. The hail drilling down through gaps in the canopy and hitting me in cold columns. I moved through it by instinct and memory, feeling for the footpath, finding it, losing it, finding it again. If I had been thinking clearly, I would have turned around, gone back through Byfleet, around to Cobham, and driven through the night to Leatherhead, back to my wife, back to her white face in the doorway. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was bruised, soaked to the skin, deafened by the storm and the thing's impossible cry. My body had fixed on one simple directive, home, and it was carrying me forward on momentum alone. I stumbled out of the trees into the lane below the College Arms, falling into the road, the storm runoff already carrying a muddy torrent of sand downhill across the packed earth. A man ran into me in the dark, hit me hard chest to chest, sent me staggering. He cried out, pure fear. Raw and animal, and he was gone before I got my balance back, before I could form a single word, just terror and footsteps and then the rain. I pushed on uphill, kept to the left fence, hands on the palings, the hail in my face. Near the top I tripped on something soft. I stopped, waited for lightning. It came. A man, heavy-built, cheaply dressed. Crumpled at the base of the fence like something thrown from a great height, his head wrenched under his body. The specific boneless wrongness of a broken neck. I crouched beside him, made myself do it, turned him, pressed my fingers to his chest. Nothing, completely, irreversibly dead. The next lightning came, his face, the landlord of the Spotted Dog, the man who'd handed me the reins 8 hours ago with a cheerful word about the weather. I stepped over him. I don't know what else I could have done. I stepped over him and I kept walking. My own door, my own key. I'd touched it 10,000 times and my hands were shaking so badly it took 3 attempts. Inside, door locked, bolted, the click of the latch sounding enormous in the silence of my own front hall. I made it to the foot of the stairs. I sat down on the bottom step, my back against the wall, and I pulled my knees to my chest and I shook. My mind was full of them, the striding metal immensity of them, the green vapor, the swinging tentacles, the sound, Alu. Alu still reverberating in my chest like a bell that wouldn't stop, and the landlord's face in the lightning, staring at nothing. I sat there and I shook, and outside the storm hammered the house, and somewhere out in the dark beyond the hill those things were moving, and I was absolutely, completely alone. Chapter 12, Shapes Against Fire. The breakdown hit me all at once. Then it was gone, burned through like paper, and I was just cold, wet, sitting in a puddle on the stair carpet with no memory of how long I'd been there. I stood mechanically, went to the dining room and poured 2 fingers of whiskey and swallowed it without tasting it, changed my clothes. The ordinary, absurd normalcy of that act, dry shirt, dry trousers, felt like something from another man's life. Then I went upstairs to the study. I don't know why, the passage was dark, but the window at the end of it, the one overlooking the trees and the railway toward Horsell Common, that window was a rectangle of living hell. I stopped in the doorway. The thunderstorm was gone, the Oriental College was gone, the pine trees around it gone. In their place, maybe a mile out, a vast red glare painted the darkness like a wound, and against that light, enormous black shapes moved. Back and forth, purposeful, busy in a way that made my stomach turn because purpose implied mind. The whole horizon was burning, a broad hillside alive with tiny tongues of flame writhing in the last gusts of the dying storm. Smoke from something closer kept scrolling across the window in gray curtains, swallowing the shapes, releasing them again. I couldn't make out what they were doing, couldn't resolve their forms into anything my brain was willing to accept. The reflections of fire I couldn't see directly danced on the walls and ceiling around me like something celebratory, like a party. The air tasted of resin and char. I closed the door behind me without a sound, moved toward the window. The view opened up as I got closer. To my left, Woking Station, the houses around it, most of them lit from the inside out. To my right, the pine woods of Byfleet, charred black, still glowing at their edges like cooling iron. Below the hill near the railway arch, something else burned. A wrecked train, the forward cars crumpled and ignited, the rear carriages still sitting upright on the rails as though waiting politely for a driver who wasn't coming back. 3 centers of light. The houses, the train, the burning country beyond toward Chobham. Between them dark irregular patches of England that had simply ceased to exist in any meaningful way, broken only by the dim, sullen glow of still smoldering ground. I had never seen anything like it, no one had. It reminded me of the potteries at night, that industrial hellscape of furnaces and slag, but the potteries made something. This was the opposite of making. I stared for a long time before I picked out the people. Tiny black figures running along the tracks near Woking Station, one after another, bent low like they thought making themselves small might save them. I pulled my desk chair to the window and sat down. My hands were steady. That frightened me. I looked at them, expecting trembling, and found nothing, just hands. Some cold, rational part of me had apparently decided that what was happening was simply a problem to be analyzed. The 3 colossal shapes moved in the glow around the sandpits. What are you? The question arranged itself in my mind with strange precision. I'd seen what had come out of the cylinder, those wet, pulsing, barely mobile things, boneless, slow, and now this. The gap between what I'd seen disgorged onto the heath and what I was watching now was a gap my mind kept sliding off, unable to cross. Were the machines autonomous, some kind of self-directing mechanism, extraordinary, impossible, but possible in principle, or was there something sitting inside each one, a pilot, a mind nested inside steel and glass and whatever materials I had no names for, looking out at us the way I looked out at this window? the way. I realized with a lurch that a man's brain sits inside its bone shell, sealed away, never touching the world directly but ruling it completely. I thought about what a steam engine must look like to a dog. The noise of it, the heat, the incomprehensible intention. Is that what we are to them? Mars was still visible above the smoke, just a fading red pinprick falling toward the western horizon like a coal losing its heat. I watched it for a moment, tried to feel something about the distance that light had traveled, the cold it had crossed, the mines behind it. A sound from below, scraping, metal on wood, something catching on the fence. I snapped back, leaned to the glass and looked down, a man climbing over the garden palings, moving carefully low to the ground, something unlocked in my chest, human, just a human being. Hissed, I hissed it before I decided to speak. He froze, straddling the top of the fence. One leg on each side, head turning in the darkness trying to find the sound. Then he came over, crossed the lawn in a crouch, keeping to the shadow of the house. "Who's there?" Low voice, urgent. "Where are you going?" I asked, a pause. "God knows. Are you trying to hide?" "That's it. Come inside." I went downstairs, unlocked the front door, pulled him in, locked it again. It was too dark to see his face. No hat, coat hanging open despite the night air. Like he'd lost the ability to feel temperature or had stopped caring. "My God," he said, his voice was cracked at the edges. "What happened out there? What hasn't?" I could hear him make some gesture in the darkness. I felt the air of it more than saw it. "They wiped us out." His voice dropped to almost nothing. "Simply wiped us out." He said it again and again, like a needle stuck in a groove. I brought him to the dining room, poured him a whiskey, a real one. 3 fingers, none of this rationing, and put it in his hands. He drank, sat down hard at the table, put his face in his arms, and broke, not quietly. He wept the way children weep, with his whole body gulping and shaking. All the soldier gone out of him at once, stripped down to something raw and young and completely destroyed. I stood beside him and said nothing. My own despair from an hour ago felt like a distant country. I'd forgotten it entirely. I just watched him and wondered. It took time. But eventually he could talk. He was an artillery driver, had come into action around 7 in the evening. The first Martians, he'd been told, were moving across the common, crawling slow, dragging something with them, a metal shield. Then the shield stood up. It didn't fall, didn't tip. It stood unfolded upward on 3 articulated legs and became something else entirely. The first of the walking machines. His gun had been unlimbered near Horsell to cover the sandpits. The moment it arrived was the moment everything started. As the limber crew pulled back, his horse stepped in a rabbit hole and went down hard. He hit the ground in a hollow, a slight depression, barely deep enough to matter, and lay there stunned. A second later the ammunition blew. The gun went with it, fire in every direction. When the noise stopped, he was under a dead horse, under dead men, under a weight of silence that was somehow worse than the explosion. "I just lay there," he said. His voice was flat now. Getting the words out seemed to cost him something, but he kept going. "The forequarter of a horse was across me, burned meat, the smell." He stopped, pressed his knuckles against his mouth for a moment, like a butcher's shop on fire. He'd stayed hidden for what he thought was a long time, watching through gaps in the carnage. The Cardigan men had tried to rush the pit. In skirmishing order, moving fast, soldiers doing what soldiers are trained to do. The machine swept them out of existence. That was the only way he described it, swept out like dust. Then the thing began to walk. It moved across the common among the surviving fugitives with a kind of dreadful leisure, its cowled head pivoting, surveying, exactly like a hooded man looking left and right before crossing a road. One of its limbs carried a device he described as a complicated metal case. Green light flickered around it in pulses. From its nozzle came the heat tray. "It didn't hurry," he said. "That's what I keep thinking about. It didn't hurry." In minutes, he thought it was minutes, time had become unreliable. The common was empty of anything living, every bush, every tree, either already black or burning. The hussars had been on the far side of the rise. He never saw them. He heard the Maxims for a while. Then he didn't. The machine left Woking Station until last. He didn't know why, perhaps sequence, perhaps something like preference. Then the heat tray touched it and the town became a column of fire. After that it turned its back on him. Walked toward the smoldering pine woods where the second cylinder had come down. A second machine rose from the pit behind it. The artilleryman began crawling, across still hot ash and heather on his belly. Toward Horsell, he made it to the ditch beside the road, made it to Woking. After that his account came apart at the seams, fragments, impressions, images he couldn't quite sequence. People alive in the wreckage, some of them burned, some of them mad, some of both. He'd had to press himself into a collapsed wall while one of the machines returned, and he'd watched it chase a man through the rubble, chase him. Running the man down with those impossible legs, then catch him up in a limb like a steel tendril and knock his head against a pine trunk. Just like that, like swatting something. He'd found a burst water main near the railway arch, a pipe cracked open, water jetting up from the road like a natural spring, and he'd drunk from it on his hands and knees. Then he'd gone over the embankment and worked his way toward Maybury, following the road toward London. Finding nothing alive but the occasional person face down in a ditch. He steadied as he talked. That seemed to be what it cost, the telling of it. I found mutton and bread in the pantry and brought it in without lighting a lamp. We ate in the dark and felt each other's hands on the food without comment, two animals sharing a burrow. Around us the room gradually resolved out of the blackness as the first gray light of pre-dawn leaked through the window. I could see his face now, blackened, hollow. He looked at mine and I suppose saw the same. We went upstairs quietly. I looked out the window again. Overnight the valley had become something from the Book of Revelation. The fires had burned down to their bones. Smoke rose in long, slow streamers where flame had been, and the dawn, that merciless, indifferent dawn, was showing us what the dark had mercifully hidden. Shattered houses, gutted to their frames, trees blasted to black sticks. The full arithmetic of the destruction, laid out in gray light without sentimentality, without any editing. Here and there something had survived by dumb luck, a white railway signal standing somehow untouched. The far end of a greenhouse, glass intact, absurdly pristine amid the ruin around it. I had read about wars, studied them. Written about the mechanisms of conflict between human states, and nothing, not the siege of cities, not the burning of capitals, nothing had ever been like this. Because war, even at its worst, had always been aimed at something, had always been about something. Even atrocity had its target. This had no target, this was just deletion. 3 of them stood around the pit in the growing light, enormous, still, their cowled heads rotating slowly, surveying what they had made the night before. The pit itself had changed, it looked larger, and at intervals puffs of vivid green vapor rose from it, climbing, twisting, dissolving in the morning air. To the east, the sun was starting to come. To the south, where Chobham had been, the pillars of fire became pillars of red-black smoke as the light touched them. Somewhere below us, the soldier who had no name yet was eating the last of the bread, and on the horizon, the 3 machines turned. Chapter 13, Ash Road Exodus. Dawn bled through the curtains. We pulled back from the window, moving quiet as ghosts. Below us, Mayberry Hill sat silent and wrong. The artilleryman, I'd known him less than 12 hours, said what I was already thinking. We can't stay here. He was right. Every instinct I had screamed it. His plan, move north toward London, find his battery, rejoin the war effort. Horse artillery, no, 12. Mine was simpler and more desperate. Get back to Leatherhead, get my wife, get out of England entirely. New Haven, a boat, the Channel, whatever lay on the other side of it, because I'd seen what was coming, the scale of it, the absolute mechanical indifference of those things. The land between London and the coast would become a killing ground. It was not a question of if, it was a question of when. The 3rd cylinder sat between us and Leatherhead. Its giants stood watch over it. I wanted to run straight for it, cut across open country and take my chances. The artilleryman stopped me cold. It's no kindness to the right sort of wife, he said, to make her a widow. It landed. I agreed to walk north with him under tree cover as far as Street Cobham. Then I'd peel off east, loop through Epsom and come at Leatherhead from behind. But before we moved, he made me think like a soldier. We ransacked the house, found a flask, filled it with whiskey, loaded every pocket with biscuits and dried meat until our coats hung heavy. Small things, vital things, the difference between functioning and not. Then we ran. The road was wrecked. 3 bodies lay charred together at the edge of it, a tight cluster like they died reaching for each other. The heat ray had found them all at once. Around them, scattered like evidence of interrupted lives, a carriage clock, face cracked, a woman's slipper, a silver spoon catching the early light. A small cart sat overturned at the corner near the post office, its wheel splintered, boxes and furniture spilling into the road. A cash box had been smashed open and kicked under the debris. The orphanage lodge was still burning. Chimney stacks on the other houses had been sheared clean off, sliced at the base, the heat ray passing overhead, almost casual, almost bored. No one alive, not a single person. We moved down the lane. The man in black was still there. The hailstorm had soaked him through. We didn't stop. We broke into the woods at the base of the hill and pushed hard toward the railway without speaking. The forest on the far side of the line was gone, not burned, annihilated. Blackened skeletal trunks stood among the fallen ones, their foliage turned a sick brown, like something that had tried to survive and almost managed it. On our side, the fire had only scorched the nearest trees. It hadn't taken hold. A logging crew had been working here on Saturday. Fresh felled trees, cleanly trimmed, lay in a clearing. Sawdust piles, a steam engine for the saw, a temporary hut door hanging open, abandoned mid-shift. The air was absolutely still. No wind, no birds, nothing. We talked in whispers. We kept checking behind us. Then hoofbeats. Through the tree trunks, 3 cavalry soldiers riding slowly toward Woking. We moved toward them and they pulled up. Lieutenant, 2 privates from the 8th Hussars. One of them carried a surveying stand the artilleryman identified in a low murmur as a heliograph, a signaling mirror, military grade, built to flash messages across miles of open country. The lieutenant looked at us the way soldiers look at civilians who have stumbled out of a disaster zone. "You're the first men I've seen coming from that direction this morning," he said. His voice was sharp with hunger for information. What's brewing? The artilleryman stepped down into the road and saluted. Gun destroyed last night, sir. Been hiding, trying to rejoin my battery. A beat. You'll come in sight of the Martians about half a mile along this road. What the devil do they look like? Giants in armor, sir, 100 feet tall, maybe more, 3 legs, body like cast aluminium, great hooded head on top. The lieutenant stared at him. Absolute nonsense. You'll see, sir. They carry a device. It generates some kind of directed beam. Thermal. It kills everything it touches. You mean a gun? No, sir. The artilleryman started to describe the heat ray. He got halfway through before the lieutenant cut him off and looked up at me. I was still standing on the bank above the road. Is this true? Every word, I said. The lieutenant was quiet for a moment. Then, I suppose it's my job to see it for myself. He looked back at the artilleryman. We're clearing civilians from their homes. You go to Brigadier General Marvin at Weybridge, report everything you know. I know the way, I said. He turned his horse south, paused. Half a mile, you said. At most, I told him and pointed over the tree line. He nodded once and rode. We watched them go until the woods swallowed them. We pressed on, a quarter-mile further. 3 women and 2 children were loading a handcart outside a laborer's cottage. Bundles tied with rope, furniture that had seen better decades. They were too focused, too frightened to look up as we passed. At Byfleet Station, we came out of the pines. The world changed. Sunlight, open fields, birdsong, the ordinary geometry of an English Sunday morning. We had moved beyond the reach of the heat ray, and for a moment the contrast was almost hallucinatory. Except some houses standing empty, doors left wide, others frantic with movement, families loading carts. A cluster of soldiers on the railway bridge staring south toward Woking with the focused stillness of men who know something is coming but haven't seen it yet. Then through a farm gate across a stretch of flat meadow, 6 12-pound artillery pieces. Lined up with professional precision, all barrels angled toward Woking, gunners standing at their stations. Ammunition wagons positioned at calculated distances, everything clean and ordered and ready. Something shifted in my chest. They'll get at least one clean shot, I said. The artilleryman looked at the guns and said nothing for a moment. It's bows and arrows against lightning, he said finally. They haven't seen the fire beam yet. We went on. Near Weybridge, past the bridge, men in white fatigue jackets were throwing up earthworks, a long rampart taking shape fast. More guns emplaced behind it. Officers stood in clusters, staring southwest over the tree line, faces tight. The diggers kept stopping their work to do the same. Byfleet itself was in chaos. Hussars on horseback moved through the streets, directing civilians with the blunt efficiency of men following orders they found difficult. Government wagons with Red Cross markings sat half-loaded in the village street. An old omnibus, carts. A tide of people in their Sunday best. They'd been dressing for church when the soldiers came. An old man stood arguing with a corporal near the road, clutching an enormous box. A collection of orchid pots balanced on the lid. The corporal was trying to move on. The old man kept talking. I grabbed his arm, hard. Do you know what's over there? I said, pointing at the pine trees that stood between us and the Martians. He blinked at me. I was explaining. These are quite valuable. Death, I said, then louder. Death is coming, death. I left him and followed the artilleryman. At the corner I looked back. The corporal had gone. The old man was still standing by his box, orchid pots on the lid, staring vaguely at the tree line like a man who's heard something but can't quite locate the sound. Weybridge was beyond chaos. I had never seen a town come apart in real time before. Every road was clogged, carriages, carts, wagons, horses, pedestrians, a medieval miscellany of transport, all trying to move in the same direction at once. Respectable men in boating clothes, women in good dresses, river workers, excited children who didn't yet understand what they were being excited about. In the middle of it all, through an open church door, I could hear a service being conducted. The bell was ringing. The vicar was still at his post. The artilleryman and I sat on the steps of the drinking fountain and ate what we'd brought. Around us the world was unraveling, and we ate biscuits and cold meat and didn't speak. Soldiers moved through, grenadiers now, not hussars, dressed in white, telling people to evacuate immediately or shelter in their cellars when the firing started. At the railway station, we could see the platform buried under luggage. The crowd thick and growing and beginning to press against itself with a low animal urgency. We stayed in Weybridge until midday. Then we made our way to the confluence of the Wey and the Thames near Shepperton Lock. We spent part of the time helping 2 old women load a cart. No one asked us to. It seemed necessary. The river had 3 mouths here. Boats were available for hire. A ferry crossed to the Shepperton side where an inn stood back from the water. Its lawn opened to the riverbank, the tower of Shepperton Church rising beyond it through the trees. There was already a crowd, hundreds of people, more arriving every minute, coming down the lanes with everything they could carry. One couple was carrying a small door between them, an outhouse door, household goods balanced on top of it. A man shouted that he was going to try for Shepperton Station. Someone was making jokes. Most people still believed the Martians were simply a military threat, a foreign-grade danger, the kind of thing that got sorted out eventually. They kept glancing across the way toward Chertsey with nervous eyes, but Chertsey was quiet. Across the Thames, everything was calm. The big ferry made a run. More people crowded the bank waiting for it to return. 3 soldiers stood on the inn lawn watching the chaos without helping. The inn was closed, licensing hours, technically. Dogs started barking. "Shut that animal up," a man near me said. Then it came from the direction of Chertsey. A muffled thud, deep, felt as much as heard. Then the batteries opened up across the river, one after another, heavy guns, a rolling percussion that built into something continuous and terrifying. A woman screamed, everyone froze. The meadows across the water looked exactly as they had a minute ago. Cows moving slowly through long grass, willows, flat silver light on the water. "The soldiers will stop them," a woman next to me said. She didn't sound like she believed it. A haziness lifted over the tree line, then a jet of smoke punching into the sky upstream, a suspended second. Then the ground moved under my feet. The shockwave hit the windows of the nearest houses hard enough to crack them. There, a man in a blue jersey was pointing across the meadow, voice cracking. "There, do you see them?" I saw them, 4 of the Martians, emerging from behind the tree line across the flat ground toward Chertsey. Moving fast, moving impossibly fast for things that size, rolling forward on 3 legs with a fluid, rocking gait like enormous birds running. Each one glittering in the morning sun, hood-mounted torsos swaying above the machinery of their lower limbs, and then a 5th angling toward us. They swept across the meadows in the direction of the river, growing larger with each second. The scale of them was something the mind resisted. Each fresh glance at them required a new recalibration of what was possible. The leftmost one raised an arm, the heat ray ignited. I had last seen it on Friday night. That had not made me ready to see it again. It struck toward Chertsey like a hard beam of absolute destruction, and where it touched, things ceased to exist. The crowd at the water's edge stopped, collective paralysis, no screaming, just silence. Then the silence broke all at once into a roar of feet and voices and the crash of bodies hitting the water. Someone hit me with the corner of a trunk, didn't mean to, didn't look back, pure blind panic. A woman shoved past me and was gone. The crowd was running. I ran with it, but I was thinking. The heat ray, water, the ray was thermal. It would flash surface water to steam, but anything submerged, get underwater. Get under the water, I was shouting it as I ran. No one heard me, no one cared. I turned against the flow of the crowd and sprinted straight toward the Martian, straight down the gravel bank and into the Thames. Cold, the shock of it. The river was low. I ran through it, thigh-deep then waist-deep, boots dragging on the slick muddy bottom, nearly going down twice. 20 feet, 30, the Martian filling the sky ahead of me. I dived. The sound changed. The roar of the surface became a crushing, pressurized thunder. People were leaping from boats all around me. The splashes hit the water like detonations. I stayed under as long as I could. When I surfaced, gasping, the Martian was overhead, not 100 yards. The scale of it standing over me in the sunlit river was a thing I cannot properly describe, like standing at the base of a moving cliff. Its heat ray arm was turned away from us, pointed at the batteries still firing from the riverbank. As it walked, it waded into the Thames, one stride to mid-channel, knees flexing at the far bank, then rising again to full height on the Shepperton side. The water foamed around its legs, then the guns fired, 6 12-pounders. The ones we'd seen through the farm gate lined up neat behind Shepperton. They fired simultaneously, and the sound was something beyond sound, a physical event, a displacement of air. The first shell burst 6 yards above the hood. Miss, close miss. Then the second and third in rapid sequence in the air around the body. The Martian started to turn. The 4th shell caught it full in the face, direct hit. The hood exploded, not crumpled, exploded. A fast-expanding cloud of torn metal and something that had been biological, dark red shreds spinning outward into the morning air, glittering as they fell. "Hit!" I screamed. I don't know if it was a scream or a cheer. Around me, people in the water were screaming the same thing. My fist came up out of the river, and I wanted to roar until my lungs gave out. The machine didn't fall. It should have fallen. The thing that had operated it, the Martian intelligence inside the hood, was gone, scattered across the river in fragments. But the machine itself held its balance through some mechanical reflex, some gyroscopic principle of engineering we had never encountered. Headless, purposeless, generating no more coherent will than a spinning top, it kept moving. Moved in a straight line. It could not do anything else. It hit the tower of Shepperton Church at full stride. The tower came apart like dry stone. The machine swerved without meaning to, driven by the impact, and lurched forward and went into the Thames. The explosion was enormous. A column of water, steam, mud, and shattered metal drove straight up into the sky. The heat ray generator hit the river, and the water in direct contact flashed instantly to steam. Not boiled. Flashed, the wave came around the river bend like a living thing, muddy, scalding, fast. I saw people ahead of me fighting to reach the bank through the churning water, heard them screaming. Felt the temperature of the river climbing around my legs, my waist, but I pushed forward. I needed to see it. I shoved past a man in black, got around the bend. The machine lay across the river. half submerged, already wreathed in thick clouds of rolling steam that the morning light made briefly beautiful. Through the steam I could see its legs still moving, churning, massive limbs thrashing the water in blind, uncoordinated spasms, flinging fans of brown mud and froth into the air. The appendages whipped back and forth with the terrible mimicry of something trying to survive. It was not trying to survive. There was no longer anything inside it capable of trying. But the body of the thing did not know that yet. Dark fluid, a deep, ruddy brown, was jetting from the wreckage in pressurized streams, thick and hot. A sound cut through everything. High, mechanical, furious, like the industrial sirens I'd heard in manufacturing towns, but wrong in some fundamental way I felt in my back teeth. A man on the towpath was shouting at me, knee-deep in water, pointing upstream. I turned. The other Martians were coming down the riverbank from Chertsey. Moving fast, I went under. I held my breath until the need for air became a physical agony, a hot bar of iron across my chest. I pulled myself forward through the water by feel, blundering off the silted bottom until I had nothing left. When I broke the surface, the world was white, steam, a thick roiling fog of it, dense enough to disorient, turning the landscape into something abstract and gray. The noise was like being inside a machine, metallic percussion. Structural collapse, the crack roar of things converting instantly to fire. Through the fog, the Martians, enormous gray presences magnified by the mist into something beyond scale. Two of them were crouched over the wreckage of their fallen companion, moving through the shallows of the river with something that looked, I cannot explain why, like urgency. A third stood perhaps 200 yards from me. A fourth further downstream toward Laleham. The heat trays were moving. The beams swept back and forth across Weybridge. Every impact point flashed white-hot for a fraction of a second before the smoke billowed up. Trees became fire. Houses caved inward and then out, dissolving at their edges before the frames caught. The beam crossed the river surface and the water in its path rose in a continuous boiling ridge crested with steam. I stood chest-deep in near-boiling water, barely breathing. Around me, people were crawling out of the river through the reeds, running in blind, looping, purposeless patterns on the towpath. The heat ray found them. I watched it happen and did not permit myself to process it. Then the beam started toward me, moving along the towpath systematically, touching the houses and pulling fire out of them as it went. The trees along the bank converting to column flame with a sound like a detonation. It came down to the water's edge 50 yards from where I stood. It swept the river. The water between us rose instantly into a rolling white crest of steam. I turned for the bank. The wave hit me from behind, scalding. The heat was comprehensive. I felt it everywhere simultaneously. I screamed. I could not scream. Half-blind, skin screaming, I lurched through the hissing, leaping water with no strategy, no calculation, only the most basic biological drive available to a mammal. Get to ground, get to ground. My foot caught something. I went down, full length on the gravel spit where the Wey meets the Thames, out in the open, exposed. I lay there. Above me the sky was white with steam and smoke. The noise was absolute. I remember the foot of a Martian coming down close to my head, so close I felt the displaced air, felt the gravel jump and spray across my face as it struck. I pressed myself flat and waited for the heat. It didn't come. A long time passed, or a short time, I could not tell. The noise slowly changed, shifted in character. I raised my head. Through a thinning curtain of smoke I saw them, 4 Martians, moving away through the steam, carrying the debris of their destroyed companion between them in pieces. They grew smaller as I watched, crossed the river, moved into the meadows beyond. They didn't look back. I lay on the gravel and understood very slowly that I was alive. It took a long time to believe it. Chapter 14, Guns Before London. The Martians retreated. That was the first thing that registered through the shock, through the ringing in my ears and the smell of my own scorched skin. They'd taken a lesson from our artillery and pulled back to Horsell Common, hauling the wreckage of their destroyed companion with them. Clumsy, burdened, and because of that they missed me. If they'd left the wreckage and pushed straight for London, nothing would have stopped them. A handful of 12-pounder batteries between here and the capital. They would have hit the city like the Lisbon earthquake, without warning, without mercy, without survivors who could even articulate what had happened before it happened to them. But they weren't in a hurry. That was the terrifying part. They had time. Every 24 hours, another cylinder punched through the atmosphere on its interplanetary arc. Reinforcements, resources. They were building towards something, and so were we. Every minute, another gun rolled into position. By the time the sun began to bleed out across the horizon, the wooded hillsides around Kingston and Richmond bristled with black iron muzzles hidden behind every tree line, every row of suburban villas. The military had finally grasped the scale of what they were facing, and they were responding with everything they had. 20 square miles of charred wasteland ringed the Martian encampment, villages reduced to blackened ribs of timber. Pine stands burned down to smoking stumps. And through all of it, through that hellish landscape of ruin, our scouts crawled on their bellies with heliographs, flashing signals, marking positions, feeding intelligence back to the gunners who waited behind their earthworks with sweat-slicked hands and held breath. But the Martians understood now, understood what we could do at range. Not a single man could get within a mile of either cylinder and keep his life. The price of proximity was absolute. I watched from the river as they worked. The second cylinder had come down on Addlestone golf links, the third at Prufford. All afternoon the Martians transferred everything, equipment, materials, whatever biological machinery they'd packed into those interplanetary shells, back to the original pit on Horsell Common. One of them stood sentinel while the others abandoned their fighting machines and descended into the earth. The work went on past dark. A column of dense green smoke rose from the pit, thick and churning, visible from the hills at Marrow. Someone said later you could see it from Banstead, from Epsom Downs. Behind me, Martians preparing, ahead of me, humanity mobilizing, and between the two I was just a man in a stolen boat, paddling with burned hands toward London. I'd spotted the boat drifting downstream, small, barely visible through the heat haze, and gone after it without thinking. Stripped off my waterlogged clothes and swum for it. The river had felt like the only rational choice. Water gave me options. Water meant escape routes the Martians couldn't easily cut off. The runoff from their destruction drifted downstream with me hot and discolored, and for the better part of a mile I couldn't see either bank through the haze. Once I made out a line of black figures running across a meadow toward the Weybridge Road, running away from something, running hard. I kept paddling. Halliford was empty, deserted in the way that places only get when people leave in genuine terror, not locked up and shuttered, but simply abandoned midlife, mid-afternoon. Several houses along the riverbank were burning. The smoke rose in thin vertical threads into the hot blue sky, perfectly straight in the dead-still air, and there was something deeply wrong about the quiet. Fire without crowds. Fire without the chaos of people trying to stop it. Just flames moving through empty rooms while the world stood transfixed elsewhere. The reeds on the bank were glowing. Inland, a late hay field was burning in a slow advancing line. I drifted. My hands were blistered and trembling. Every stroke of the improvised paddle sent white fire up my forearms. The sun had found my bare back and was working on it methodically. I drifted when I could, paddled when the fear crested back up through the exhaustion. By the time Walton Bridge came into view around the river's bend, the fever had me. I ran the boat aground on the Middlesex bank, didn't plan to, didn't decide. My body simply stopped cooperating with my intentions. I crawled up through the reeds and collapsed into the long grass and lay there with my face against the earth, listening to my own blood. 4 o'clock, maybe 5. The light was doing something golden and indifferent across the fields. I stood up eventually. Walked half a mile, found the shadow of a hedge and went back down. At some point I was talking to myself, not coherently, just noise, just the sound of a mind trying to hold its own shape. I was desperately thirsty. I was furious at my wife, and I knew the fury was irrational and I couldn't stop it. She was in Leatherhead, safe probably. But the distance between us felt like a physical wound, and every mile I hadn't closed felt like a failure. And I lay in the hedge shadow and hated myself for the feeling even as I couldn't shake it. That's when I became aware of him. He was already there. Sitting in the grass a few feet away, soot-dark shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows, collar gone, clean-shaven face tilted up toward the sky. He was watching the light, a faint, rhythmic flickering that danced along the horizon, there and gone and there again. The sky above was what sailors call a mackerel sky. Rows of thin cloud streaks catching the last of the midsummer sun, the whole vault faintly luminous, and against it that pulse of light, signal, code. Someone was out there in the wreckage talking to someone else in the language of mirrors. At the rustle of my movement he turned. "Have you any water?" I asked. He shook his head, looked at me with pale blue eyes that were doing their best to see nothing at all. "You've been asking for water," he said, "for the last hour." A beat of silence while we took stock of each other. I must have been something to see, half-naked, trousers shredded and waterlogged, skin boiled pink where it wasn't black with smoke. He was a clergyman, that much was obvious even without the collar. Something in the chin, the hands, the particular quality of his bewilderment. He had a face built for mild Sundays and modest certainties, and both of those things were gone now. He looked away from me, into the middle distance. "What does it mean?" he said. His voice was strange, hollow. "What do these things mean?" I said nothing. He extended one white hand toward the ruined horizon. "Why are these things permitted?" The word came out cracked at the edges. "What sins have we done? This morning I was walking the roads after service, just clearing my head before the afternoon, and then fire, death, as if it were Sodom, all the work, all of it." He stopped, started again. "What are these Martians?" "What are we?" I said. He turned to look at me, held the look for a long moment. "I was walking the roads," he said again, quieter now, "and then fire, earthquake, death." He sank into silence, chin dropping toward his chest, then his hand began moving again, slow and agitated. The Sunday schools, he said, everything we built, the church, we rebuilt that church, 3 years ago, stone by stone, gone. His voice climbed, swept out of existence. Why? Then louder, sudden and wild, the smoke of her burning goeth up forever and ever. His eyes went bright. He pointed toward Weybridge like a man laying down an accusation. I watched him and understood what I was seeing. He'd been in the middle of it. He was a fugitive, same as me. But where I'd processed the violence into a kind of grim forward motion, it had driven him to the edge of the thing that held the self together. He was right there at that edge, swaying. Are we far from Sunbury? I said, deliberately flat, factual. What are we to do? Have these creatures taken everything? Has the earth just been given to them? Are we far from Sunbury? This morning I officiated at the early celebration. Things have changed, I said. You need to hold yourself together. There is still hope. Hope. The word came out like he was examining a foreign object. Yes, hope, even in this. I started to explain it, the military response, the guns going into position along the Richmond Hills, the heliograph signals, the fact that we had wounded these things once already, that they were not invincible, that they could be killed. He listened. I watched the focus come into his eyes and then watched it dissolve, and then he wasn't listening anymore, just waiting for a gap in my voice to pour his fear back into. This is the beginning of the end, he said. The great and terrible day when men shall call upon the mountains and the rocks to fall upon them, to hide them from the face of. I stopped talking, got to my feet. It cost me, everything cost me by then. I stood over him, put my hand on his shoulder and held it there until he looked up. Be a man, I said. You're scared out of your mind and that's understandable, but stop. Think earthquakes, floods, wars, volcanoes. Did you think Weybridge had some kind of exemption, that God was running an insurance scheme? I let that land. One of them was killed less than 3 hours ago. I watched it happen. He stared. Killed how? I watched it happen. A shell hit it directly. It came apart. I let him sit with that. We have walked into the worst of it, you and I. That's all this is. The worst of it in one place on one afternoon. The worst is survivable. Slowly. Like a man remembering how to breathe, something in him resettled. What is that light? He asked. His voice was different now, quieter, almost curious. Heliograph, I said, are people out in the wreckage, signaling the gun positions, telling them where the Martians are moving. I pointed toward the hills above Richmond, dark with tree line and hidden earthworks. The guns are there, behind the cover, and the Martians are, I turned to indicate Horsell Common. There. And this river valley is the space between the two. He was listening. They'll be coming through here again, I said. He was on his feet before I finished the sentence, hand raised, stopping me. Listen, he said. We both went still. From somewhere beyond the low hills across the water, distant but clear in the dead air, the resonance of artillery, multiple reports rolling into each other, and beneath it or threaded through it something else. A sound I didn't have a category for. Remote and strange and deeply, specifically wrong, then nothing. A cockchafer came droning through the hedge and past us, oblivious to everything, following its own ancient and indifferent logic. High in the west, the crescent moon had appeared above the smoke of Weybridge and Shepperton, pale and thin against the dying light. The sunset had turned the whole horizon the color of a wound. We follow this path, I said, north. Chapter 15, Signal lost. London. My brother was in London when the cylinders fell at Woking. James, 23 years old, medical student, buried in examination notes when the world began to end. He didn't hear about it until Saturday morning. The papers carried it buried between lengthy think pieces about the planet Mars, its atmosphere, its geology, the theoretical possibility of life. Scientific speculation dressed up as journalism. But there was a telegram. Too brief, vague, and somehow more terrifying for its brevity than any of the breathless articles surrounding it. The Martians had killed people. A crowd had approached the pit. Something with a rapid-firing mechanism had answered them. The telegram ended with this: formidable as they seem to be, the Martians have not moved from the pit into which they have fallen, and indeed seem incapable of doing so. Probably this is due to the relative strength of the Earth's gravitational energy. The editorial writers found this enormously comforting. James read it over his morning tea and thought, 2 miles from my brother's house. He calculated the distance, turned it over in his mind, and decided I was fine. He went to his biology lecture. His classmates talked about nothing else: the pit, the creatures, the strange machinery glimpsed at the crater's edge. But outside in the streets, London moved the way London always moved: indifferent, enormous, unhurried. The afternoon papers ran the story under large headlines, but there was nothing new. Troop movements near the Common, pine woods burning somewhere between Woking and Weybridge. By evening, the St. James's Gazette put out a special edition announcing that telegraph communication to the southwest had been interrupted. They assumed a burning tree had fallen across the line. Nobody knew what had really happened that night. James decided he wanted to see the things before the army finished them off. He sent me a telegram around 4 o'clock. I never received it and spent the evening at a music hall. A thunderstorm rolled over London. He caught a cab to Waterloo through the rain-slicked streets and arrived on the platform just as the clock approached midnight. The train to Woking wasn't running. He stood on the platform and waited. The way you wait when the information coming at you doesn't quite make sense, when the mind keeps asking the same question and receiving no satisfying answer. A railway official told him there'd been an accident somewhere between Byfleet and Woking Junction. What kind of accident? Nobody was certain. The station functioned with the bored efficiency of an institution that has not yet understood what it is standing at the edge of. Theater trains were being rerouted through Virginia water. Officials were rescheduling Sunday excursions. A newspaper reporter mistook James for the traffic manager. Apparently they share some vague resemblance and tried to interview him on the platform. James declined. He went home. Later he would read an account claiming that on Sunday morning all London was electrified by the news from Woking. That is not what happened. The truth is quieter and more unsettling than that. Most of London didn't hear about the Martians until the panic of Monday morning. Those who did read about them on Sunday had been trained by decades of sensational headlines to absorb catastrophe without flinching. The papers said the Martians had come out of the cylinder, that they were moving through the wreckage of Woking Station beneath armored shields, that an entire battalion of the Cardigan Regiment had been massacred, that the Maxim guns were useless against them, that the field artillery had been destroyed. People read this over their Sunday breakfasts and turn the page. The descriptive language didn't help. Every report called them sluggish, crawling, creeping painfully. The correspondents had written their dispatches without seeing anything themselves, assembling fragments of hearsay into a picture of lumbering, barely mobile creatures that posed a regional inconvenience rather than an existential threat. Not one of those telegrams had been written by a person who had watched the machines move. James went to church. He sat through a special prayer for peace, heard the invasion mentioned in allusions careful enough to avoid alarm, and came out into the Sunday morning light to buy a copy of the Referee. He read it standing on the pavement, then he walked back to Waterloo. Something was shifting in him, something that hadn't been there the day before. The city still looked the same. Omnibuses moving at their customary pace. Women in their Sunday clothes. Cyclists weaving between carriages on the broad roads. The news vendors had extraordinary things on their placards and the people passing them barely glanced. At Waterloo Station he learned that the Windsor and Chertsey lines were now interrupted as well. A porter told him remarkable telegrams had come in that morning from Byfleet and Chertsey, and then abruptly stopped. There's fighting going on about Weybridge. The porter said that was the whole of his information. The station was crowded now with people who had been expecting arrivals from the southwest. An elderly gentleman with gray hair found James on the platform and spent several minutes denouncing the Southwestern Railway Company with focused personal fury, as though incompetent scheduling were the morning's central outrage. Trains were still arriving from Richmond, from Putney. From Kingston, day trippers who had gone out for boating on the river and found the locks closed and something wrong in the air, something they couldn't name, a frequency of unease humming beneath the ordinary sounds of a Sunday afternoon. A man in a blue and white blazer stopped James near the platform gates. "There are people pouring into Kingston," he said. "Carts, traps, anything with wheels, coming from Molesey and Weybridge and Walton. They're saying there are guns firing at Chertsey, heavy guns, and that cavalry have been riding through the villages telling everyone to get out immediately." He paused, lowered his voice. "We heard the guns at Hampton Court. We thought it was thunder." He looked at James with eyes that wanted reassurance more than information. "They can't get out of their pit, can they, the Martians?" James didn't know what to tell him. Around 5 o'clock the mood on the platforms fractured entirely. A communication line between the southeastern and southwestern stations, almost never opened, swung wide, and through it came flatbed trucks carrying enormous guns. Behind them, carriages packed with soldiers. The artillery pieces were massive, brutal things, the kind of ordnance that rearranges geography. They had come up from Woolwich and Chatham. Someone said they were being positioned to cover Kingston. Men shouted from the platforms at the soldiers in the carriages. "You'll get eaten. We're the beast tamers, don't you worry." Laughter. But the laughter had a hollow quality, the sound of people performing confidence rather than feeling it. Then the police arrived and cleared the platforms. James walked out into the street. The church bells were ringing for evensong. A group of Salvation Army women came singing down Waterloo Road, their voices carrying in the still air, steady and strange against the day's accumulating wrongness. On the bridge, a handful of men stood watching the Thames. There was brown scum drifting on the water in patches. Nobody could explain it. The sun was going down behind the city, and the sky above the Houses of Parliament and the clock tower was extraordinary, deep gold streaked through with long horizontal bands of reddish-purple cloud, the most peaceful sky imaginable, the kind of sky that makes you understand why people invented the concept of heaven. Someone mentioned a body floating in the river. A man who said he was a reservist told James he'd seen heliograph signals flickering from the west. Coded light, something trying to communicate across the distance. Then on Wellington Street, James heard them before he saw them. Two men coming fast from the direction of Fleet Street, arms loaded with newspapers so fresh the ink was still wet. They were shouting as they ran, their voices cutting through the Sunday evening quiet like something sharp. Dreadful catastrophe, fighting at Weybridge, full description, repulse of the Martians, London in danger. James paid 3p for a copy. He stood on the pavement and read it, and it was there, reading in the fading light on Wellington Street, that he understood for the first time what was actually happening. Not a handful of sluggish creatures lying helpless at the bottom of a pit, not a regional curiosity. Mines. Vast, cold, ancient mines, operating inside mechanical bodies of unimaginable scale. Machines that stood nearly 100 feet high and could move at the speed of an express train. Machines that carried weapons capable of projecting intense heat across distance, a beam that destroyed everything it touched, against which the mightiest guns England possessed had been not merely ineffective but instantly annihilated. 5 of the machines had been seen moving toward the Thames. By a single stroke of luck, one machine had been destroyed, one against all of it. Masked artillery batteries had been positioned across the countryside between Woking and London, between Horsell Common and the city. 116 guns in position or being frantically placed. The largest military concentration in England's history assembled in hours. Long 95-ton wire guns being transported from Woolwich. More coming from Windsor, Portsmouth, Aldershot. From the north, the Martians had retreated to their triangle of cylinders near Woking. Signalers were pushing forward with heliographs. The report was careful to call this a repulse. The tone was almost optimistic. No more than 20 of them, the dispatch said, against our millions. The cylinders, based on their dimensions, could hold perhaps 5 creatures each, 15 in total, one already destroyed. The situation was grave but manageable. The public was urged to avoid panic. Elaborate measures were being taken to protect the southwestern suburbs. James read it twice. Then he looked up at Wellington Street, at the people pulling the pink sheets from the hands of the running hawkers, at the men scrambling off omnibuses to secure copies, at the sudden noise and motion erupting along the Strand, and he thought about the one machine that had been destroyed, by luck, the report said, and the 5 others that had simply walked through everything England had pointed at them. In the window of a map shop on the Strand, a man in his Sunday best, yellow gloves still on his hands, was hurriedly pinning maps of Surrey to the glass. James walked on toward Trafalgar Square. They appeared in 1s and 2s at first, then in clusters, then in something approaching a stream, families in carts. A hay wagon packed with 6 people and their most portable possessions, boxes, bundles, items carried in arms. Their faces had the particular hollowness of people who have seen something that has not yet finished happening. They wore workday clothes or clothes grabbed without thought in darkness and panic, and against the Sunday best crowds on the omnibuses they looked like ghosts from another timeline. Fashionably dressed passengers leaned from cab windows to stare at them. A man on an old-fashioned tricycle, small front wheel, pedaling with a mechanical desperation. His face white, his clothes filthy. James turned toward Victoria and found more of them. He moved through the crowd with a vague idea that he might find me somewhere in it, though he couldn't have explained what made him think so. He stopped a man who was walking fast and alone. Woking, James said. Do you know what's happened at Woking? The man stopped. His eyes had the quality of someone looking at something that wasn't there. Woking's gone, he said. All of it last night. He'd come from Byfleet. A man on a bicycle had come through before dawn, riding door to door, just keep moving, get out, go north. Then the soldiers had arrived. Then he'd look south and see nothing but smoke, not buildings, not fields, smoke. Then the guns started at Chertsey, he said, so I locked my door and left. He walked on without waiting for a response. Around 8 o'clock the guns started again in the south. James couldn't hear them from the main thoroughfares, too much traffic noise, too much city, but he found a way through the quiet back streets to the river and stood there and listened. A deep, rhythmic concussion carried on the evening air, intermittent, distant, absolutely real. He walked to his rooms near Regent's Park. It took him 2 hours. He was worried about me, more than worried. The thing he was feeling didn't have a clean name. It lived in the chest cavity. It made thinking difficult. It kept returning to the same calculations. The distance from Woking, the last time we'd spoken, the telegram he'd sent that I hadn't answered. Through Oxford Street he passed carts of refugees moving slowly north. Through Marylebone Road, more of them. But Regent Street was still full of Sunday evening promenaders walking in groups, speaking in lower voices than usual. And along the edge of Regent's Park, the gas lamps still lit the same quiet paths where couples walked the same slow circuits they always did. The night was warm and still, slightly airless. The sound of the guns came in pulses from the south. After midnight the sky flickered, sheet lightning but from the wrong direction, too sustained to be weather. James sat with his examination notes and couldn't read them. He read the newspaper instead, then read it again. Then went outside and walked for a while, not going anywhere, just moving through the warm night because staying still was worse. Came back, lay down, fell into something that was less sleep than unconsciousness, full of burning images he couldn't quite assemble into narrative. The knocking woke him in the small hours of Monday, not one door, every door. He came awake with the particular disorientation of a person pulled from deep sleep by a sound that has no context. For a fractured moment he couldn't locate himself in time, didn't know if it was day or night or something else entirely. Then he was at the window. The street below pulsed with motion and noise. Somewhere northeast, drums, trumpets from the Albany Street barracks. Every church within earshot was ringing simultaneously, not in any organized way. Just sound, wild, overlapping, urgent. Windows across the street were lighting up one by one as he watched, yellow squares appearing in the darkness like a code being transmitted down the row of buildings. A closed carriage came hammering up the street at full gallop, exploding into noise as it hit the corner directly below him, the sound rising to a peak and then collapsing into the distance. Behind it came cabs, then more cabs, then vehicles of every description. All moving north, the drivers pushing their horses hard. The man from across the landing appeared in James's doorway. Shirt and trousers and slippers, braces hanging loose, hair pressed flat on one side from sleep. He looked at James with the expression of a person who has woken into a situation that is operating at a speed beyond his comprehension. "What the devil is it?" he said. "A fire." They both leaned out the window together, straining to make out what the policemen were shouting as they moved down the street, hammering on each door in sequence, delivering their message and moving immediately to the next without waiting for a response. James made out the words. Then he stepped back from the window and began to dress, going back to the window with each garment, unable to look away for more than a few seconds at a time. Then the newspaper men arrived, running, selling papers as they ran, shouting the headlines into the darkness with the raw, torn-open quality of voices that have given up any pretense of professional composure. London in danger of suffocation, the Kingston and Richmond defenses forced, fearful massacres in the Thames Valley. Lights were coming on everywhere now, not just this street, all the streets. James could feel it the way you feel a change in air pressure, something vast waking up. The city's 6 million people moving from sleep toward consciousness toward fear, the process propagating outward in every direction simultaneously from some ignition point in the south. Regent Park Terraces, Marylebone, Westbourne Park, St. Pancras, north in Kilburn and St. John's Wood and Hampstead, east in Shoreditch and Highbury, further east in Haggerston and Hoxton. And beyond that, still further, Ealing to East Ham, the full impossible scale of it, every window. Every gaslight, every voice asking the same questions in the darkness. The dawn of the panic, that was what this was. London had gone to bed Sunday night comfortable in its own invulnerability, the largest city on earth, the heart of the greatest empire in history, a place too enormous and too certain of itself to be genuinely threatened, and was waking now to something it had no framework to contain. James went downstairs and out into the street as the sky between the rooftops began to go pink in the east. People ran past him, on foot, in vehicles, streams of them, the streams thickening by the minute. He heard the words before he understood them. Black smoke, people calling it to each other in the street, not asking, telling, transmitting it. Black smoke, black smoke. The phrase spreading person to person like electrical current jumping between conductors, acquiring mass and velocity as it went. A newsvendor came at a dead run, papers under one arm, selling them at a shilling each without stopping. Profit and terror fused into a single transaction, a man making money at the end of the world. James caught him long enough to get a copy. He stood in the street and read the commander-in-chief's dispatch. The Martians are able to discharge enormous clouds of a black and poisonous vapor by means of rockets. They have smothered our batteries, destroyed Richmond, Kingston, and Wimbledon, and are advancing slowly towards London, destroying everything on the way. It is impossible to stop them. There is no safety from the black smoke but an instant flight. That was all, that was enough. James stood in the lightning street and let it land. It is impossible to stop them, not difficult, not we are working to address. Impossible. The most powerful military apparatus England had ever assembled, 116 guns. The full weight of the empire's industrial capacity in steel and powder and trained men. Impossible. Around him the city came completely apart. Bells everywhere, that wild, discordant clanging that had no message except urgency itself. A cart losing control up the street, smashing against a water trough with a sound of splintering wood and the sharp human sounds of pain and shock. Sickly yellow light moving in the windows of houses. The portable flames of people grabbing what they could and moving. Cabs going past with their lamps still burning from the night before, not stopping for anyone, drivers standing on the boards and urging their horses forward into the crowd. And above all of it, the dawn sky, clear, steady, calm. brightening with the complete indifference of astronomical bodies to human catastrophe, the sun rising on schedule, the clouds moving on their ordinary paths. The sky turning the pale luminous blue of an early summer morning in England beautiful, utterly, obscenely beautiful. His landlady appeared in the doorway behind him, dressing gown pulled tight around her, her husband beside her, both of them looking at the street with expressions that hadn't yet resolved into anything specific because the situation was still coming toward them faster than comprehension could move. James turned back into the house. He went to his room. He counted his money, £10, all of it, pushed the coins and notes into his pockets. Then he walked out into the stream of running people and let it carry him north. Chapter 16. The offensive resumes. The curate was still talking, his words unraveling into nonsense beside me in the dark when the Martians moved again. I didn't know it yet, none of us did. Later, piecing together survivor accounts, I'd learned most of them had spent the day deep in Horsell Pit, working. Whatever they were doing down there, it generated enormous rolling clouds of green smoke that could be seen for miles. But 3 of them came out early. Around 8 o'clock, they moved through Byfleet and Parford, slow and deliberate, like something that had never once needed to hurry, spreading out into a loose line. Each machine separated from the next by nearly a mile and a half, and they communicated these impossible things with sounds like air raid sirens dragged across a scale, rising and falling, that inhuman howling. The guns at Ripley answered them. The Ripley volunteers, and calling them that is almost a kindness, fired once. Wild, desperate, useless. Then they ran on horseback, on foot, through empty village streets, abandoning everything. The Martian didn't even use its heat ray, just walked over the guns, stepped between them with something that looked almost like curiosity, moved on to Painshill Park and destroyed the battery there with what seemed like casual disregard. The men at St. George's Hill were different. They held, hidden in a pine wood, undetected. They laid their guns with the cold precision of men who understood exactly what they were doing and did it anyway. 1,000 yards, they fired. The shells burst all around the nearest machine. The Martian staggered. It went down, the cheer that went up from those gunners. I can imagine it even now, that raw electric explosion of hope, every man screaming at once, hands shaking as they reloaded, believing for one extraordinary moment that they had actually done it, that the thing was killable, that this was the moment history would remember. The downed Martian screamed. A sound unlike anything produced by nature. Prolonged, oscillating, answered immediately by a second machine rising above the tree line to the south, its mirror steel hull catching the last red light of the setting sun. One leg of the tripod had been shattered by a shell, that was all. One leg. The second volley went wide. Both companions brought their heat rays to bear simultaneously. The ammunition stores detonated. The pines ignited all at once, an entire wood becoming a wall of fire in seconds. The men who survived were already running when it happened. There weren't many. The Martian on the ground crawled from its damaged hood. I have read the account of one man who watched through a telescope and described it as a small brown shape, almost pathetic at that distance, like a mote of corruption, and spent the next hour repairing its tripod with an efficiency that was somehow worse than its violence. By 9 o'clock it was standing again. Minutes later, 4 more Martians appeared from the direction of Horsell. Each carried a thick black tube. They distributed these tubes to the 3 who'd been fighting, and then all 7 of them spread out, positioning themselves at precise intervals along a curved line stretching from St. George's Hill through Weybridge to the village of Send, southwest of Ripley, a crescent 12 miles between its horns. The rocket batteries on the surrounding hills launched warning signals immediately, bright streaks arcing up through the darkening sky, falling sparks, alerting every hidden battery from Ditton to Esher. At the same time, 4 more Martian machines crossed the river. 2 of them came toward us. The curate had gone quiet. I heard him make a small sound in his throat, not quite a word, not quite a prayer, and then he was running. I didn't run. Running from a Martian was a way of choosing how you died, nothing more. I threw myself sideways into the ditch at the road's edge, crashing through nettles and brambles, the cold, dew-wet vegetation closing around me. My scalded hands screamed. I pressed down anyway. The curate looked back, saw me, understood, and scrambled in beside me. We lay there breathing. The 2 machines halted. The nearest one stood facing Sunbury, utterly still against the dimming sky. The farther one had become a gray shape dissolving into distance, somewhere toward Staines, barely visible, hovering near the evening star. The howling stopped, all of it stopped, silence like a physical weight pressing down across 12 miles of English countryside. The crescent was complete, and it was silent, and it was waiting. I have read accounts of every major battle of the preceding century, and I can tell you that nothing in the history of human warfare had ever begun like this. Not a sound, the slender moon, the fading afterglow, the distant ruddy pulse of fire from St. George's Hill reflecting off low cloud, but I knew what was out there in that darkness. Behind every hill and every hollow, concealed by every copse and village roofline from Staines to Hounslow to Esher to Ockham, the guns were there. Hundreds of them, thousands of men crouching in the dark, fingers near triggers, doing the mathematics of elevation and distance, waiting for the signal. The question eating through my mind, the question I couldn't silence, was the same one burning in every conscious brain within 50 miles. Did the Martians know not just that we existed, not just that we could fight back, but did they understand what they were looking at? Did they comprehend that those flickers of artillery fire represented something organized, something coordinated, millions of minds working together toward a single purpose? Or did they see our resistance the way we might see a disturbed beehive, furious, instinctive, ultimately meaningless? Did they think they could kill all of us? I lay in the ditch with wet nettles against my face, and I thought about London, about what was happening in the dark to the northeast. Whether the men responsible for defending it had the nerve to do what defending it might require. Whether they would burn it before they surrendered it. A greater Moscow, I thought, would they have the stomach for it? Then the first detonation reached us, distant, like a door slamming in a room several floors below. Another, closer. Another. The Martian beside us raised the black tube above its hood and fired. The ground lurched beneath my body. The concussion hit my chest like a fist. Toward Staines, the second machine answered. No flash, no smoke trail. Just that massive, bone-deep percussion and then something large tearing through the air overhead in the direction of Hounslow. I couldn't stop myself. I know how it sounds. My hands were burned, my body was shaking, every reasonable instinct was screaming at me to stay down, stay hidden, stay invisible, and I climbed up into the hedge anyway and stared toward Sunbury. A second shot fired. I watched the sky, nothing, no explosion, no impact flash. Just the deep blue of evening and one hard bright star, and below everything a white mist spreading low and wide across the fields. The silence came back, stretched to a minute, then 3. What happened? The curate said. He was standing beside me now, both of us exposed in the hedge like idiots, staring at nothing. I don't know. A bat cut through the space between us and disappeared, somewhere distant. Voices rose in a brief tumult and stopped. I looked back at the Martian and saw it moving east now, rolling swiftly along the riverbank, its three-legged gait eating up ground with that horrible fluid efficiency. I kept waiting for guns to open up on it from somewhere, some hidden battery with a clean line of sight. The countryside stayed quiet. The machine grew smaller in the gathering dark, and then the mist took it. We climbed higher, towards Sunbury. Something dark had risen against the sky. Not a hill, there was no hill there, I knew this country, but something shaped like one. A dark swelling mass, across the river over Walton another. As I watched, they grew. Lower, broader, spreading. I turned north, a third. I stared at those 3 spreading darkness shapes, and something cold moved through me that had nothing to do with the night air. It took me time to understand. Days later, I was able to reconstruct the full picture from accounts given by the few who survived long enough to give them. Each Martian in that great crescent had aimed the tube like an artillery piece and fired canisters, not shells, canisters, over whatever terrain feature lay before them. Hills, copses, village clusters, anywhere guns might be hidden, some fired 1 round. The machine at Ripley fired 5. The canisters didn't explode on impact. They smashed open and released it. The black vapor, heavier than smoke, heavier than the densest known gas. After the initial violent upwelling of its release, it didn't rise and disperse the way combustion smoke would. It fell. It found the lowest ground and moved into it the way water does, filling valleys, flowing down slopes, pooling in ditches and watercourses, a black liquid that was not liquid, advancing with a terrible patient gravity. When it touched standing water, it reacted chemically, covering the surface with an insoluble powdery scum that sank slowly as more vapor pressed in behind it. Spectroscopic analysis would later identify an unknown element, 4 lines in the blue range, unlike anything in the periodic table. Beyond that, its chemistry remains a mystery. What is not a mystery is what it did to living things. To breathe, it was to die. It hugged the ground so completely, even before full precipitation, that anyone elevated more than 50 feet above grade had a chance. The church spire at Stoke Cobham, the upper floors of a tall building in Ditton, men who happened to be above it when it came looked down and saw rooftops rising from blackness like the masts of sunken ships. One man spent 36 hours on a church spire watching the world below him drown in darkness. The landscape emerging only as roof lines and treetops and chimney stacks above an absolute black nothing. We didn't know any of this yet, we were still in the hedge. What I knew was the darkness spreading toward us low and fast, and the curate gripping my arm without speaking, and the distant howling of Martians exchanging signals in the dark, and then the thunder of those enormous siege guns opening up somewhere on the Kingston line. And then, at 11, the windows of every structure left standing for miles around rattling in their frames. The electric searchlights on Richmond Hill and Kingston Hill swung and swept and then went out, replaced by red. The fourth cylinder came down like a green meteor, burning hard against the night sky. I learned later it landed in Bushy Park. All night the crescent moved. The horns spread slowly apart until they described a line from Hanwell to Coombe and Malden, and the tubes kept firing. And the black vapor kept pouring out, and where the vapor didn't reach, the heat ray did. The Martians were clinical about it. After the St. George's Hill machine went down, they never again gave the artillery a clear shot. Every concealed position got a canister. Every exposed battery got the ray. By midnight, the fire along the slopes of Richmond Park and the burning crest of Kingston Hill threw red light over a valley of the Thames entirely swallowed in black smoke. And through it, two Martians waded slowly, turning their steam jets this way and that, dissolving what could be dissolved, moving deeper into England. They were restrained with the heat ray that night. I've thought about why, perhaps limited energy reserves, perhaps something more deliberate, a preference for control over pure destruction. Whatever their reasoning, the result was the same. Sunday night was the last coordinated resistance. After that, no formed body of soldiers would stand against them. The torpedo boat crews who'd brought quick-firing guns up the Thames mutinied and went back downriver. The only offensive actions attempted afterward involved mines and pit traps, and those were desperate improvisations, frantic and disconnected. Think about the batteries at Esher. There are no survivors to speak for them, so you have to build it yourself, moment by moment, in your imagination. The ordered calm of trained men at their positions. Officers checking angles and distances. Gunners with their hands on the mechanisms, watching the dark, horses standing in traces. Civilian observers clustered at the perimeter, close enough to feel part of history. The particular quality of silence that exists only when large numbers of people are holding very still together. The wounded from Weybridge in the ambulance tense behind the line. Then the dull percussion of the Martian tubes firing. Then the shapes overhead tumbling graceless. Then the darkness rising at the field's edge, spreading. A black column climbing against the sky, blotting stars as it came, moving the way nothing natural moves, purposeful, heavy, alive with its own terrible logic. And the first man at the edge of the formation choking, and the horses going mad, and the order collapsing in an instant into men running and screaming and falling. And the guns standing unmanned, and the blackness folding over all of it. Silence, a black hill where men had been standing. By the time the sky began to lighten, the vapor was moving through the streets of Richmond. The machinery of government, already fracturing, already coming apart at every joint, was issuing its final coherent instruction. London had to run. Chapter 17. City in liquefaction. The wave hit London like a physical thing. Not water, fear. It moved through the greatest city on earth in the small hours of Monday morning, and by the time the sun crept above the horizon it had become something else entirely, a roaring, mindless torrent of human beings pouring north and east through every available artery, every lane and road and alley, an organism with no brain and no plan and only one imperative. Run. By 10 o'clock the police had stopped functioning as an organized body. By noon the railways were dissolving, not dramatically, not all at once, but the way a sugar cube dissolves in hot water, losing its edges, losing its shape, becoming something unrecognizable. The social machinery of 5 million people was liquefying in real time. The railway lines north of the Thames had been warned by midnight Sunday. The trains began filling immediately. By 2 in the morning. People were fighting, genuinely, savagely fighting, for standing room in the carriages. By 3 the crowds at Bishopsgate Street, 200 yards from Liverpool Street Station, had become something medieval. Revolvers fired, men stabbed. The policemen sent to manage the crush were breaking the skulls of the very people they'd sworn to protect, their exhaustion curdling into something ugly and animal. And when the engine drivers and stokers finally refused to drive back into London, the pressure of all those desperate people turned away from the stations and pushed them out into the roads. North, always north. Then mid-morning a Martian was sighted at Barnes. A cloud of black vapor, dense, slow, purposeful, rolled along the Thames and spread across the Lambeth Flats, cutting off the bridges. Another bank moved over Ealing and surrounded a pocket of survivors on Castle Hill. Alive, trapped, waiting. My brother had been at Chalk Farm. He'd tried for a northwestern train. The attempt was insane. The engines plowed directly through the screaming crowd in the goods yard, and a dozen men were physically wrestling to keep the mob from crushing a driver against his own furnace. My brother gave up on the trains. He emerged onto the Chalk Farm road with nothing. He ran across through a swarm of vehicles, dodged a hansom cab by inches, and had the presence of mind, or the luck, some desperate animal instinct, to be first through the window of a cycle shop when the front collapsed. The tire punctured while he was dragging the machine out through the broken glass. He rode it anyway, cut wrist, didn't matter, nothing mattered except distance. Haverstock Hill was impassable, horses overturned, a wall of thrashing legs and screaming, so he cut into Belsize Road and stayed off the main arteries. Skirted the Edgware Road, reached Edgware around 7 in the morning. Fasting, running on nothing but adrenaline and terror, but ahead of the main flood. Still ahead, people stood in the road at the edge of town, watching, not yet running themselves, just watching the first trickle of refugees with the curious, detached expression of people who don't yet understand that the water is rising around their own feet. A mile out of Edgware, the wheel rim cracked and the bicycle became useless. He left it in the ditch without breaking stride and walked the rest of the way into the village. He got food at an inn, sat with it, stared at nothing. He had no plan, that was the truth of it. The great city he'd come from was either burning or occupied or simply gone, and he was sitting in a village and eating bread he couldn't taste, and he had no plan. The stream of refugees thickened as he sat there. Cyclists first, then horsemen, then motor cars trailing white dust clouds toward St. Albans. He watched them pass and tried to think. Chelmsford maybe. He had friends in Chelmsford. It was something, a direction. He found a quiet lane running east and took it. He heard them before he saw them, screaming. He came around the corner at a run and took in the scene in fragments. A pony chaise stopped in the grass lane, a frightened horse, 3 men, one holding the horse's head. 2 others hauling at the women inside the chaise with their full body weight, dragging them, tearing at their arms. One of the women, short, dressed in white, was simply screaming. The other one was fighting. She was dark, slender, and she had a whip in her free hand, and she was using it on the man who had her arm, cutting at him with short, furious strokes, and my brother took all of this in during the half-second it took him to shout and start running toward them. One of the men turned to face him. My brother saw his eyes, calculating, vicious, not frightened at all, and understood that this wasn't going to be a conversation. He'd boxed at university, hadn't forgotten. He closed the distance fast and put the man down against the wheel of the chaise. Clean, hard, final. Then immediately, no time for anything sporting. He kicked him once to keep him down and grabbed the collar of the second man, the one still hauling at the slender woman's arm. Things happened quickly after that, the way they always do in violence, a whip across his face, white pain, a fist between his eyes from somewhere, the third man, the one who'd been holding the horse. Stars, his knees went soft. The man he was holding wrenched free and ran. My brother stood in the lane, half-blind, ears ringing, facing the man who'd hit him between the eyes, big, heavy-set, closing in with his hands raised. My brother stopped him with a straight punch to the face. Then he ran. He'd seen the chaise retreating down the lane, the 2 women looking back at him over their shoulders, and he ran after it with the big man pounding the grass behind him and the man he'd punched between the eyes following at a distance. And then he stumbled, caught his foot in a rut, went down hard. Face in the dirt, and his immediate pursuer went over him, and they both scrambled to their feet together. And suddenly it was 2 on 1 again, and my brother was bleeding from his mouth, and his vision was still fractured from the blow between the eyes, and he thought, this is how it ends. Then a revolver fired, close, 6 yards. He felt the displaced air. The slender woman had come back for him. She'd had the revolver the whole time. It had been under the seat when the attack began. Now she held it leveled, and her hand was steady, and her face was absolutely calm, and the less brave of the 2 men turned and ran without a word. His companion followed him after a moment, cursing him as he went. They both stopped 50 yards down the lane, standing over the unconscious body of the man my brother had put down first, and stared back. Take this, the slender woman said. She handed him the revolver. My brother wiped blood from his split lip. Go back to the chaise. She turned without a word. They were both breathing hard, and neither of them said anything more. They walked back to where the woman in white, Mrs. Elphinstone, he would learn, was fighting to hold the panicked pony, and my brother climbed up onto the empty front seat and looked back down the lane. The 3 men were retreating. I'll drive, he said. Give me the reins, said the slender woman, Miss Elphinstone, the surgeon's sister-in-law. She took them from him and laid the whip along the pony's flank, and the chaise lurched forward, and the bend in the lane swallowed the 3 men behind them. He learned the story in fragments over the next hour. The surgeon, the women's husband and brother, had been called out in the small hours to a dangerous case in Pinner. Coming home, he'd stopped at a railway station and heard about the Martians. He'd gone straight home, woken the women, packed provisions, put his revolver under the seat, a fact my brother was grateful for, and told them to drive to Edgware and get a train. He'd stayed behind to warn the neighbors. That was 4 in the morning. It was now nearly 9. He hadn't come. They'd been unable to stay in Edgware. The traffic through the village had made it impossible, so they'd turned into the side lane, and that was when the 3 men had found them. My brother promised to stay with them. He told them he was an expert shot with a revolver, which was a lie, but they needed to believe it, and he needed them calm. He described his escape from London. He told them what he knew about the Martians, the heat tray, the black vapor, the tripods moving through the smoke of burning Surrey. The women listened without interrupting. The sun rose higher. Their talk became quieter, then stopped. They made a rough camp by the verge. The pony cropped grass contentedly from the hedge, unbothered by the end of the world. Wayfarers came and went along the lane, and from each one my brother gathered what news he could. Every fragment deepened the same picture: catastrophe, total, spreading, accelerating catastrophe. "We need to move," he said. Miss Elphinstone met his eyes. She had money, 30 pounds in gold, a 5-pound note. She wondered aloud about St. Albans, New Barnet, a train. My brother shook his head. The stations would be like Chalk Farm. Worse. By now, he had another idea. Essex, drive east toward Harwich, get a boat, get out of England entirely while it was still possible to do so. Mrs. Elphinstone, the woman in white, refused to engage with any of it. She kept saying George's name, her husband, the man who'd stayed behind to warn the neighbors, but Miss Elphinstone was different. She was quiet and precise, and she looked at the problem the way an engineer looks at a collapsed structure, not with emotion, but with assessment. She asked the right questions. She thought it through. She agreed. They set out toward Barnet. The morning became an oven. White sand on the road threw the heat back up at them in waves, and the hedges were gray with settled dust, and my brother led the pony on foot to spare it. The noise reached them before they could see its source. A low, continuous roar like surf, like a fire. They began meeting people, singles at first, then pairs, then clusters. Most were beyond speech. They walked with their eyes fixed on the middle distance and their mouths slightly open, moving with the mechanical persistence of people whose minds had already gone somewhere else. A man in evening dress passed them on foot, one hand clutching his own hair, the other beating at the air beside him. Whatever he was fighting was invisible. He didn't look at them. A woman crossed a field to their left, carrying an infant, 2 older children stumbling behind her through the grass. A man in black with a thick walking stick and a small bag. Then around the bend, a cart, a sallow youth in a bowler hat white with road dust, 3 factory girls crammed in the back, 2 small children wedged between them, a sweating black pony hauling all of it. "This'll take us round Edgware," the youth called out, his eyes too wide, his face the color of chalk. "Turn left," my brother told him. The youth whipped the pony without a word of thanks and was gone. My brother smelled smoke. He saw it a moment later, gray haze rising above the rooftops ahead, and above that, against the hard blue sky, tongues of red flame climbing between the chimneys. Then they came around the final bend. The road was a river, not a metaphor. A river, a living, moving body of human beings stretching as far as the eye could follow in both directions, pressed against itself, roaring, churning, flowing north with the blind hydraulic logic of water finding the lowest point. A dust cloud 20 feet high hung over all of it, white and luminous in the full glare of the sun, turning everything beneath it gray and indistinct. Through the dust, horses, carriages, cabs, wagons, carts, handcarts, men on foot, women on foot, children stumbling between the legs of horses. Mail carts, a road cleaner's wagon, vestry of St. Pancras. The words still legible through the grime. A timber wagon crowded with rough men. A brewer's dray with its 2 near wheels painted in fresh blood. A blind man stood upright in the bed of a passing cart, face raised to the sky, crooked fingers spread wide, bellowing with a hoarse and carrying voice. Eternity, eternity. My brother could still hear him long after the cart disappeared into the dust. Women in expensive dresses stumbled along the margin of the road, their clothes gray with filth. Their children crying and tripping, their faces smeared with dried tears. Beside them, workmen in shirt sleeves, a wounded soldier, a man in a nightshirt with a coat thrown over it, barefoot, walking on stones, on every face fear, behind every face more fear. "Way," the voices called. "Make way, they are coming." The cry moved through the crowd like a current through water. A man would shout it, and 10 people around him would accelerate, and then 20, and then 100. Even the ones who could barely walk, even the ones whose knees were bending under them with exhaustion, galvanized for a moment by those 2 words into something almost like running. "They are coming." My brother stood at the pony's head and felt the gravitational pull of it, that massive river of bodies moving north, and he found himself stepping forward. 1 pace, 2, he couldn't help it. It was the most powerful thing he'd ever felt, the accumulated terror of 1,000,000 people. A little girl detached herself from the current and threw herself into the hedge 3 feet from where he stood, face buried in the grass, weeping so hard her whole body shook. "I can't go on, I can't go on." My brother lifted her. She went rigid with fright the moment he touched her and carried her to Miss Elphinstone. "Ellen," a woman's scream from somewhere in the flood, ragged with grief. "Ellen." The girl heard her mother's voice and launched herself from Miss Elphinstone's arms like a startled bird, crying "Mother," and vanishing into the current. Gone. A coachman towered above the crowd on a high seat. Out of the way, his wheels were enormous. The people nearest him crushed back against each other, pressing the air from their own lungs to get clear. My brother pushed the pony and chaise back hard against the hedge. A carriage nosed into the lane beside them and stopped. 2 men climbed down and lifted something from inside, a figure on a white stretcher, limp, carefully handled, and laid it on the grass beneath the hedgerow. One of the men came to my brother at a run. "Water." He was out of breath. "Is there water anywhere? He is dying fast. He is very thirsty." "Who is he?" "Lord Garrick, the Chief Justice." My brother looked at the figure on the stretcher, white face, the stillness of a man whose body is making its final calculations. "There may be a tap in one of the houses," my brother said. "We have none. I can't leave my people." The man turned and pushed back into the crowd toward the nearest gate. The crowd shoved him back. "Go on," they shouted. "They are coming, go on." Then something bright caught my brother's eye. A man with a bearded, eagle-sharp face and a small handbag. The bag gave way as my brother watched, tore open completely. And a cascade of gold sovereigns poured out and hit the road and scattered in all directions, catching the sun, bouncing under hooves and boots and wheels. The man stopped. He stared at the coins around his feet with an expression of pure, helpless stupidity. A cab shaft caught him across the shoulder and spun him. He screamed. A cartwheel missed his head by a hand's width. "Way, make way." He dropped to his knees and began scooping the coins up with both hands, ramming fistfuls into his coat pockets, working with the focused desperation of a man diffusing something. A horse loomed out of the dust directly over him. "Stop!" My brother was already moving, shoving through the bodies between him and the man, reaching for the horse's bridle, too slow. He heard the scream from under the wheel before he saw it, a sound that wasn't really a sound. And then through the dust, very clear, the image of the iron rim rolling across the man's back. My brother stood there. The driver of the cart raised his whip and cut him across the face, and my brother ducked behind the cart and came around the other side. The man was still alive. He was in the road, unable to rise. The wheel had done something catastrophic to his spine, and his legs lay at wrong angles, already past sensation, but his hands were still moving, still gathering coins from the dirt around him. His eyes found my brother's, and they were furious. A man on a black horse pulled up beside them. "Get him clear of the road." My brother grabbed the man's collar and hauled him sideways into the margin. The man's hands never stopped working. He hammered at my brother's arm with a fistful of gold, 2, 3, 4 blows, and then bit the wrist that held him. A pole from a passing carriage struck the black horse. The horse staggered into the cart horse beside it. A hoof came down 6 inches from my brother's foot. He let go. He jumped back, and in the space of a second the crowd closed over the man on the ground like water over a stone, and my brother was swept backward off his feet and carried past the mouth of the lane, and he fought against the current with everything he had, elbowed, shoved, pushed, stepped on to claw his way back. He made it. He stood gasping at the entrance to the lane. Miss Elphinstone had her hands over her eyes. A small child nearby was staring at something in the road, staring with the wide, patient, uncomprehending attention of a child, at a shape that had been a person and was no longer under the wheels, very still. My brother looked at Miss Elphinstone. "We have to go back," he said. His voice came out steadier than it had any right to. "We can't cross through that." They retreated 100 yards up the lane. The noise of the crowd faded to a roar, then to a murmur. My brother stopped the pony. He looked at Miss Elphinstone. She was white. Her hands in her lap were very still. Her sister-in-law was weeping quietly, too exhausted even to say George's name anymore. My brother breathed. He looked back at the bend in the lane. Somewhere on the other side of that bend, on the grass under the privet hedge, Lord Garrick, Chief Justice of England, was dying of thirst 20 feet from 10,000 people. He turned back to Miss Elphinstone. "We have to cross," he said. "There's no other way." She held his gaze for a long moment. She nodded. He went into the torrent first. He grabbed the bridle of a passing cab horse with both hands and leaned back against its momentum with everything he weighed, and the horse fought him, and Miss Elphinstone drove the pony through the gap in a single decisive movement. A wagon caught the chaise and tore a long splinter out of the side panel. Then they were in it, moving with it. Inseparable from it, the current took them. My brother scrambled into the chaise as it moved, took the reins from Miss Elphinstone, felt the whip of the cabman he'd obstructed cut across his face and hands. He handed Miss Elphinstone the revolver. "Pointed at the man behind us," he said. "If he presses too close." He reconsidered. "No," pointed at his horse. She took it without comment. They swept through Chipping Barnet in the flood, helpless as anything else in it. Carried north whether they chose it or not. A mile beyond the town center they managed to fight across to the far side of the road, a brutal incremental process of inches, of shouting and shoving and being shoved, and emerged where the road began to fork. The forks helped. The pressure eased fractionally as the crowd divided itself. They swung east through Hadley. At the roadside, people on their knees at a stream, drinking with their hands, fighting for position at the water. Some of the faces coming up from the water looked less than human. Thirst does that quickly. East Barnet, a long view north across the rail line. 2 trains on the Great Northern, running without signals, without spacing, simply running, packed beyond capacity, men riding on the coal tenders behind the engines, clinging to whatever they could reach. My brother watched them go. He thought they must have been filled outside London. By now, the central termini would have been beyond approach. They stopped near there for the rest of the afternoon. All 3 of them were spent, emptied out, the kind of exhaustion that sits in the bones and doesn't respond to will. They ate what little they had and said almost nothing and watched the sky to the south, where the light had a quality to it, a brownish, smoky tint that none of them mentioned. They were hungry. The night was cold, none of them slept, and as the evening came on, more people appeared on the road, not the massive flood of before, but individuals and small groups moving fast, moving scared, coming from the north, coming from the direction they were heading, running from something they hadn't seen yet. Chapter 18, Ink Blot Apocalypse. The Martians could have ended it on Monday. They had the power, they had the numbers. 6 million people streaming out of London in every direction, north through Barnet, east toward Southend, south across the Thames to Deal and Broadstairs, and the Martians let them run. That was the thing that haunted him later. They let them run. Imagine hanging suspended in a balloon above London that June morning. Below you, the city you've known your entire life spread out like a fever dream, streets, churches, gardens, crescents, all of it derelict, all of it already becoming a ruin. And from every road cutting north and east out of that labyrinth, the black stippling, dots, thousands of them, millions, each dot a human being in absolute terror. No army in history had ever moved like this. Not the Goths, not the Huns. Not the vast hosts that had rolled across Asia and swallowed civilizations whole. Those were nothing, a single drop against this current, and those ancient migrations had been armies disciplined and purposeful. This was something else entirely. This was a stampede, 6 million people, unarmed, no food, no plan, no destination, just the primal overriding animal imperative to get away. The rout of civilization, that's what it was, not a battle, not a defeat. The end of the idea that mankind was in control of anything at all. From the balloon you'd have watched the South tell a different story. Over Ealing, Richmond, Wimbledon, over the blue hills beyond the Thames, the black smoke was spreading, not like fire spreads, like ink on blotting paper. Each dark mass expanding outward, sending tendrils into valleys, banking against hillsides, then cresting them and pouring down the other side in slow, patient, catastrophic silence. And behind the smoke, between the clouds of their own poison, the Martians moved. Calm, methodical, unhurried. They weren't trying to kill everyone. That was the revelation that came later when there was time to think. They were cutting the tendons, telegraph lines severed. Railway tracks wrecked at critical junctions, powder stores detonated. They were hamstringing a civilization, removing its ability to coordinate, to resist, to think as a whole. They had all the time in the world. By midday on Monday, the Pool of London had become something out of a nightmare. Every vessel that could float was there. Steamboats, barges, sailing craft of every description, drawn by the staggering sums desperate people were offering for passage. Stories circulated of swimmers who reached the boats only to be shoved back with boat hooks. Of people drowning within arm's reach of safety while men on deck looked away. At 1 o'clock, a thin wisp of black vapor curled through the arches of Blackfriars Bridge. That was all it took. The pool erupted. Boats ramming boats, men fighting on decks, a tangle of hulls jamming the northern arch of Tower Bridge so completely that sailors had to beat back the crowds swarming down from the piers above with whatever came to hand. People were climbing down the stone pillars of the bridge to reach the water. An hour later, a Martian waded around the clock tower and came down the river. Above Limehouse, nothing floated but wreckage. He watched the sixth cylinder fall from a meadow outside the city. The green flash lit the southern sky beyond the hills there and gone in an instant like a signal from somewhere impossibly far away. Miss Elphinstone grabbed his arm. None of them spoke. Tuesday, still moving east, still trying to reach the sea. The news confirmed what they'd already understood in their bones. London was gone. The Martians were in full possession. Seen at Highgate, seen at Neaston, the greatest city on earth occupied. The crowds on the roads were changing now. The pure animal panic of the first days was giving way to something uglier, something more deliberate. Hunger was doing what the Martians hadn't needed to, stripping away the social contract, reducing everything to the bare arithmetic of survival. Farmers stood in front of their grain stores with shotguns. Desperate men turned back toward London, willing to walk into the smoke for something to eat. He heard rumors. Half the government had gathered in Birmingham. Enormous quantities of explosives were being prepared, automatic mines, they said, seeded across the Midland counties. The railway companies were running trains north from St. Albans. Flour was stockpiled in the northern towns. He didn't believe any of it. Or rather, he believed it the way you believe a story someone is telling to keep themselves calm. He kept moving east. The seventh cylinder fell that night on Primrose Hill. Miss Elphinstone was on watch when it came down. She saw the streak of light and said nothing for a long time afterward. Wednesday, a field of unripe wheat, dawn, Chelmsford. A group of men calling themselves the Committee of Public Supply stopped them at the edge of town and took the pony. For food, they said. They offered a promised share of the meat the next day in exchange. The promise was worth nothing and everyone knew it. There were reports of Martians at Epping. Word that Waltham Abbey powder mills had been destroyed, a desperate attempt to detonate one of the invaders from below. It had failed. The watchers in the church towers were scanning the horizon with a kind of compulsive, useless vigilance. He decided not to wait for the food that wasn't coming. They pushed on. Tillingham was silent. Not the silence of sleep, the silence of abandonment. A few figures moved through the empty streets with the furtive, hunched urgency of people doing something they knew was wrong. He didn't stop to look closely. Then they crested a low rise and the sea opened up before them. He had never been so glad to see anything in his life. The fleet was extraordinary. It stretched along the Essex coast in a vast sickle-shaped curve that dissolved into haze toward the Naze, the largest accidental armada ever assembled. Fishing smacks from England, Scotland, France, Holland, Sweden. Steam launches from the Thames, yachts, private electric vessels. Beyond them, larger hulls, colliers, cattle ships, passenger boats, petroleum tankers, a white transport that looked old enough to have fought in another century. Gray and white liners from Southampton and Hamburg. Along the Blackwater, so thick it looked like a single mass from a distance, a swarm of small boats working the beach. They had come because the Thames was closed. They had gathered on the Essex coast like instinct, like some vast biological response, the sea offering what the land could no longer provide. About 2 miles offshore, riding very low in the water, sat an ironclad, Thunder Child, the only warship he could see from here. Though far to the south, a long black smear of smoke on the flat horizon marked the Channel Fleet, ironclads in an extended line, steam up, ready for an action that hadn't come and perhaps never would. Vigilant and utterly, maddeningly powerless. Mrs. Elphinstone refused to go aboard. She had never left England, she said. She would rather die than be stranded abroad among strangers. She seemed to have arrived at the private conviction that France and the Martians were roughly equivalent threats. She kept asking for George. George would be at Stanmore. They should go back to Stanmore. He got her down to the beach by inches. He flagged a paddle steamer from the Thames, men leaning over the rail, looking him over with the calculating eyes of people who understood exactly what a passage was worth on this particular morning. £36 for the three of them. Ostend. Done, he paid at the gangway and got them aboard. Food was available at prices that would have been obscene a week ago and seemed almost reasonable now. They ate sitting on a forward bench, not talking much, watching the shore. More passengers came aboard through the afternoon, dozens then scores, the decks growing crowded past the point of comfort. The captain held position off the Blackwater, working the human arithmetic of delay versus capacity, and might have continued until dark. Then, around 5 o'clock, the guns started. South, distant, rhythmic, growing. The ironclad offshore fired a single small gun and ran up flags. A thread of smoke climbed from her funnels and thickened. He scanned the horizon. Far to the southeast, one after another, 3 sets of masts and upperworks rose above the waterline, ironclads of the Channel Fleet, coming up fast under black clouds of their own smoke. But it was the south that held his eyes. A column of smoke was rising from somewhere in the gray distance. The sound of guns was definitely getting louder, and then movement on the mudflats, north of Foulness, a shape small with distance but unmistakable in its geometry, tall, wrong-jointed, moving with that obscene parody of a walking stride, leisurely, enormous, contemptuous of the water rising around its legs. A Martian, his first. He stood at the rail and stared and felt something that wasn't quite fear. It was bigger than fear. Fear had an object, a specific shape. This was the feeling underneath fear, the recognition of something so completely outside the categories of your experience that your mind simply stops sorting and stands there. Then a second shape appeared beyond the crouch, stepping over a line of stunted trees. Then a third, farther south, wading through a mudflat that shimmered between sea and sky. 3 of them moving in a loose convergence toward the fleet, toward the only way out. The captain on the bridge began to swear, loudly, continuously, with the desperate creativity of a man who has run completely out of useful options. The paddle wheels churned harder. The boat shuddered and strained and crept eastward with an agonizing slowness while 3 Titans walked into the sea behind it. He looked back at the crescent of shipping and watched it come apart. Vessels swinging broadside, then bow on, then broadside again. Whistles screaming, steam venting, sails dropping and catching and spilling. Small launches cutting frantically between the larger hulls. The whole vast assembly unraveling with a terrible, slow, inevitable logic. Then the paddle steamer lurched hard, the captain throwing the wheel over to avoid a collision, and he went sprawling from the rail, shouting, running feet, someone cheering. He got to his hands and knees on the heaving deck. Looked up and saw it, starboard, less than 100 yards. A vast iron hull driving through the water like a plowshare through soil, throwing up walls of white foam that crashed against the steamer's side and sucked her deck down toward the waterline. He grabbed the bulwark. Spray hit him like a fist. When his eyes cleared, the shape was already past, charging for the shore, twin funnels blasting fire and smoke, the whole enormous structure trembling with the violence of its own momentum. Thunder Child, running at full speed directly toward 3 Martians. No guns firing. Just that one absolute and irrevocable commitment. the bow aimed at the convergence point, the engines redlining, the crew doing whatever the crew does when they understand they are not coming back. He watched. From the steamer's deck, with the ship's wake still rocking them, he could see all of it now. The three Martians standing together, deep enough in the water that their tripod legs had nearly vanished beneath the surface. From this angle, sunken to the waist and seen across that flat gray expanse, they looked almost fragile, less formidable than the iron thing bearing down on them at killing speed. They seemed to hesitate. He understood it later, the strangeness of the encounter from their perspective, something mechanical, something large, something moving with obvious purpose. Perhaps the first thing in 2 days that had moved toward them rather than away. They didn't know what to make of her, and that was the margin, that hesitation. The nearest Martian raised a tube, not the heat tray, the gas canister, and fired. The black cylinder hit the ironclad's port side and skipped off into the water, trailing a rolling black cloud that spread and thinned and kept spreading. The Thunder Child drove through the edge of it and came out the other side still running. Then the nearest Martian raised the heat tray. The beam touched the water first, an instant column of steam, white and violent, erupting straight up. Then the beam traversed across the hull and through it a flicker of flame. The steam billowing upward in vast white columns, the Martian staggered. Something had gone wrong for it, he couldn't see what. But the tripod lurched, and then it went down, and the water exploded upward in a column that dwarfed everything around it. The guns of the Thunder Child were firing. One shot hit the water close enough to the steamer that the spray soaked the forward deck. Another ricocheted and destroyed a fishing smack somewhere to the north. Nobody cared. He was shouting. Everyone around him was shouting. Mrs. Elphinstone was screaming something that might have been a prayer or might have been a name. The Thunder Child was still moving. She emerged from the steam on the far side with her middle section burning, venting fire from every opening, but her screw still turning, her steering gear still answering, driving straight for the second Martian at 100 yards. The heat tray came to bear. The flash was beyond description. The deck, the funnels, the whole forward structure leaping upward in a single violent instant, and then the wreckage, still moving, still carrying the kinetic fact of all that mass and speed, struck the second Martian at the waterline, crumpled it, like paper. 2. The captain's voice, raw and cracking with something that was equal parts horror and exultation. The cheering started on the steamer and spread outward through the fleet, ship to ship, boat to boat, rolling across the water in a wave of sound that was the most human thing he had heard in days. Ragged and desperate and completely, irrationally alive. Steam covered everything. The third Martian, the coast, the wreckage of the Thunder Child, all of it consumed. The paddle steamer beat steadily eastward. The ironclads of the Channel Fleet had come up close now, swinging toward shore, passing between the fleeing vessels and whatever remained in that white fog. He watched until he couldn't watch anymore. The steam didn't clear for a long time. When it finally began to thin, a slow-drifting bank of mixed black vapor and white steam still covered the scene, the coast invisible behind it, the Thunder Child gone, the third Martian unaccounted for. The fleet was scattering northeast. The warships had reversed course and were moving south, disappearing into the thickening evening haze. England was fading behind him. The sun went down. In its last light, a vibration came out of the west, guns, distant and unspecific, suggesting a battle whose nature and outcome he would never know. A mass of dark smoke rose against the dying sun and obscured it. The steamer throbbed eastward through the dark. Evening star, first stars, then full dark, and the captain's voice, sharp. Pointing, he looked where the man was pointing and saw it. Something rising out of the western grayness, climbing at an angle into the clear air above the clouds, catching the last light of a sun that had already set for them down here on the water. Large, flat, moving with a kind of terrible ease, sweeping through a vast arc, dwindling, tipping, sliding back down into the dark. A Martian flying machine. He understood this with the cold clarity of someone who has already absorbed too many impossibilities to be surprised by one more. As it flew, it released something behind it that fell across the land in a slow, spreading curtain. Darkness, deliberate and absolute, raining down on what had been England. He turned away from the rail and found Miss Elphinstone standing beside him. Her face in the faint light from the portholes was composed, exhausted, completely hollowed out. Mrs. Elphinstone had finally stopped asking for George. The coast was gone. There was only the sea and the dark and the sound of the engine carrying them forward into whatever came next. Chapter 19. Trapped in black smoke, the curate was losing his mind. I could see it happening in real time, the way his eyes had gone glassy, the way his lips moved in silent prayer between bursts of sobbing. 2 days in this dead house at Halliford, 2 days breathing black smoke stench and listening to him unravel while I thought about her. Eleanor. Leatherhead was 12 miles away, might as well have been the moon. I paced the children's schoolroom, globes, copybooks. A small wooden chair I wanted to put through the wall and tried to calculate the odds. Whether she was alive, whether my cousin had gotten her out in time. He was brave, my cousin, but brave wasn't what this required. This required cunning, situational awareness, the ability to read a threat before it materialized. I didn't know if he had that. I didn't know anything. That was the problem. Not knowing does something to a man. It sharpens every anxiety to a point and drives it in. Slowly, over and over. The curate found me in the schoolroom and wouldn't stop talking, great heaving proclamations about God's judgment, about divine wrath, his voice climbing toward something that wasn't quite sanity. I left the room, he followed. I climbed to the box room at the top of the house, locked the door, and sat in the dark with my misery until I couldn't distinguish 1 hour from the next. Sunday bled into Monday. The black smoke drifted, slow, patient, like it had nowhere else to be. I watched it from the upstairs window, that dense, oily darkness rolling along the road, pressing against the garden walls, creeping toward us like a tide that had decided to take its time. The neighboring house showed signs of life on Sunday evening. A face at a window, moving lamplight, then a door slamming hard and final. After that, nothing. Monday morning. The smoke was everywhere now, and then the Martian came across the fields around midday. No warning, no sound until it was already there. It walked between the hedgerows like they didn't exist, and from its chassis it discharged a jet of superheated steam that hit the road outside with a sound like a scream. Windows exploded. The curate was in the front room when the blast came through. He ran shrieking down the hall, one hand clutched to his chest, the skin already blistering where the steam had found him. We pressed ourselves against the back wall of the house and waited to die. We didn't die. When the silence came back, we crawled through rooms soaked with condensation and broken glass and looked north. The fields were black, every meadow, every hedgerow burned down to carbon and ash. But the black smoke was gone, and looking toward the river I saw something else. Something that shouldn't have been there, a redness bleeding into the black of the scorched earth. Not fire, something I couldn't name. It took me a moment to understand what I was seeing. We weren't trapped anymore. The realization hit like cold water. My mind, dormant for 2 days, stalled on Alina's face, snapped back online. There was a road, there was a way through, there was a chance, thin as wire, but there. We need to move, I told the curate. We're safe here. He was sitting in the corner, knees to his chest. We're safe. I stared at him. We are very much not safe here. Safe. He said again, like the word was a prayer, like repetition could make it true. I made my decision and stopped arguing. I moved through the house methodically, the way the artilleryman had taught me, the way I should have been thinking all along. Food, water, cloth for my burns, still seeping and raw. I found oil in the kitchen, rags in a cupboard, a flannel shirt in one of the bedrooms, a decent hat. I inventoried what I had. I made a plan. When I shouldered my makeshift pack and walked toward the door, the curate scrambled to his feet like a man waking from a dream. Wait, he said. Wait, I'm coming. We left at 5 o'clock into a world that had been scoured of color. The road to Sunbury was a chronicle of the end, bodies, horses, men, overturned carts with their loads scattered across the road, luggage, parcels, things people had grabbed in those last seconds of ordinary life. Everything coated in that fine black powder, thick as a funeral shroud. I thought of Pompeii. I thought of the families who'd seen Vesuvius from their windows and told themselves it couldn't be as bad as it looked. It was always as bad as it looked. Hampton Court emerged from the haze like a memory of another world, and then impossibly green, a patch of grass that had somehow survived, untouched, impossibly alive. I stood and stared at it longer than I should have. My eyes were so starved for color that the sight of it physically hurt. Bushy park, deer moving between the chestnut trees like nothing had happened, like the world hadn't ended. A few figures in the distance hurrying toward Hampton with their heads down. The first living people we'd seen in 2 days. Twickenham was intact, no heat ray damage, no smoke residue. More people here moving in clusters, eyes hollow. None of them had useful information. They were doing what we were doing, moving because standing still felt like dying. The evidence of the rout was everywhere, smashed bicycles crushed into the road's surface by the wheels of carts that had come after, layer upon layer of panic made physical. We crossed Richmond Bridge at 8:30. The bridge felt impossibly exposed. Open sky above, the Thames below, no cover anywhere. I crossed fast with my head down, but I looked at the water. Red masses floated on the current. Large ones several feet across, moving downstream with slow, terrible purpose. I didn't know what they were. I told myself they were something benign, some industrial accident, some runoff, some mundane explanation. I didn't believe it. Surrey side, more black dust, more bodies. A cluster of them near the station approached that I looked at once and then did not look at again. We moved toward Barnes in silence. Then Richmond. Burning hard on the hill above us, orange light licking at the dark sky, the smell of it reaching us even at this distance. Then Q, the curate, grabbed my arm. The fighting machine rose above the rooftops 100 yards ahead, its upper works catching the firelight, that terrible head sweeping slowly back and forth. One of the tripod legs was visible between 2 houses, a single limb the height of a church tower, moving with hydraulic precision. We stopped breathing. The machine didn't look at us. It was focused on something else, somewhere else. Every cell in my body screamed at me to run, but running meant movement, and movement meant death. We backed into a garden shed and crouched in the dark and did not speak. The curate folded completely, knees on the earth floor, face in his hands, weeping, silent at least, but continuous. Useless. I waited. I thought about Alina. I thought about the distance still between us. When the twilight deepened enough to offer some cover, I moved. I went through a shrubbery and along the side of a walled property, keeping low, keeping quiet, and emerged back onto the road to Q. Footsteps behind me, the curate, of course. I told you to stay, I said, not turning around. I can't be alone, he said. I kept walking. What happened next was the most reckless thing I have ever done. I understood this even as I was doing it. The Martians were everywhere. Not one machine, not two. The darkness was inhabited by them, the distant sounds, those rhythmic metallic cries layering the night from multiple directions. Across the meadow toward Q Lodge we saw one. It moved in 3 strides, just 3. It covered ground the way a man's boot covers an anthill. 4 figures running ahead of it. 5, small, black, desperately, hopelessly human. The machine didn't use the heat tray, I noticed this. Filed it away, why no heat tray? It caught them one by one, not killing them but collecting them. Picking them up with those articulated appendages and transferring them to some kind of carrier mounted on its back, mechanical, methodical, the way a man loads cargo. The cold of it went through me like a blade. I had been thinking of the Martians as destroyers, pure agents of annihilation, burning and gassing their way across England because destruction was the point. But what if it wasn't? What if we were something else to them, something useful? What if we were livestock? The curate made a sound beside me. We ran a gate, a walled garden, a ditch. We fell into it more than found it, and we lay there in the mud and the cold for hours, until the stars came out in full, until the metallic sounds grew distant, until I could hear nothing except my own pulse. 11 o'clock, roughly, before we moved again. No roads. We stayed to the hedgerows, the plantations, the spaces between things. The curate on my right, me on the left, both of us scanning the darkness constantly, watching for movement at height, for the silhouette of a machine against the sky. We found a stretch of scorched earth cooling in the darkness, still warm underfoot, the ash releasing heat like a dying body. The dead were scattered across it. Men burned catastrophically about the heads and torsos, their legs and boots somehow intact, 50 feet behind them. 4 artillery pieces ripped apart, the gun carriages smashed, the barrels twisted into sculpture. They had tried, whatever good it had done them, they had tried. Sheen was dark and silent but undestroyed. We moved through it quietly. The curate stopped. I can't, he said. I need water, I feel. I know, I said. Come on. The first house we broke into gave us almost nothing. A small semi-detached villa, windows dark, the family long gone. Moldy cheese in the larder, water from a jug, still good. I took a hatchet from the kitchen. Its weight in my hand was reassuring in a way I didn't want to examine too closely. The second house was different, white-painted walled garden near the road turning toward Mortlake. The pantry was a revelation, 2 loaves of bread, an uncooked steak, half a ham, bottled beer on a lower shelf, dusty but intact. 2 bags of haricot beans, some limp lettuces. In the adjacent cupboard, a dozen bottles of burgundy, tinned soup, tinned salmon, 2 tins of biscuits. Someone had planned for something that hadn't come, and we were the beneficiaries of their foresight. We sat in the dark kitchen, no light, not even a candle, no announcement of our presence to anything that might be listening, and ate cold bread and ham and passed a bottle of beer between us. The curate ate mechanically, his eyes far away. Then, inexplicably, he announced he wanted to keep moving. Eat more, I told him. Keep your strength. We should push on while. The light came through the windows like a second sun. Green, impossibly vivid electric green. Everything in the kitchen thrown into sudden sharp relief. The dresser, the tiles, the curate's pale face, all of it lit in shades of green and black for one suspended, crystalline second. Then the concussion. It wasn't a sound. It was an event. A physical restructuring of the air of the house, of the world. The floor came up to meet me, glass, masonry, plaster falling in sheets from the ceiling, crashing down onto us, onto everything. I hit the oven handle with my temple and the world went away, darkness. Then the curate's voice, very close, very quiet. Are you better? I tried to understand where I was, who I was. The floor was hard beneath me. My head rang a frequency I could feel in my teeth. Don't move. The curate whispered, crockery everywhere, you'll make noise. A pause. I think they're outside. I lay still and listened. The silence wasn't empty. Beneath it, something moved, something metallic, intermittent, rhythmic, close. The sound of machinery operating with alien patience just beyond the wall. A Martian, the curate breathed. I listened harder. It wasn't the heat tray's carrier wave, that rising electromagnetic whine. It was something else, mechanical, purposeful. Like the sound of a machine that was building something. The light came in wrong, not through the window. The window was buried, blocked entirely by earth, but through a triangular gap where a beam had partially separated from a collapsed section of wall. Gray light, dawn light, we could see the kitchen now. The window had been blown inward by a mass of garden soil. Earth was piled against the outside of the house, packed high. An uprooted drain pipe jutted from the top of the window frame. The far end of the kitchen was open to the sky, the house beyond it simply gone. and through the gap in the wall just visible in the gray morning light, a Martian standing still. Its machine body catching the first light, that terrible head oriented toward the field beyond, watching, waiting. And at its feet, still glowing faintly, its heat not yet fully dissipated, a cylinder. The mathematics of it assembled themselves in my mind all at once. The green light, the concussion. The buried house, the earth banked against the walls, the fact that we were alive in a space that should not exist. The fifth cylinder, I whispered, the words felt like weights in my mouth. The fifth shot from Mars, it struck the house, we're underneath it, buried. The curate was silent for a long moment, then, God have mercy upon us. He began to weep softly. I could hear him whispering to himself, the words disintegrating into something beyond language, outside. The metallic sounds intensified, hammering, then a violent hooting cry, that same ululating signal I'd heard twice before, then hissing, steady and mechanical, like a pressure vessel releasing steam in controlled intervals. They were working. They had arrived and they were working, and we were 10 feet away from all of it, sealed in the dark under a collapsed house, listening to the machinery of an invasion conducted by minds we couldn't begin to understand. I sat with my back against the scullery wall. I fixed my eyes on the faint gray rectangle of the kitchen doorway. The vessels in the pantry rang faintly with the vibrations that came up through the floor in waves, rhythmic, heavy, relentless. Once something eclipsed the light entirely. The doorway went dark, something large passed very close. We didn't breathe, hours. The sounds continued, changed character, multiplied. We crouched in the dark and shivered, and our attention frayed and failed, and I was awake. I didn't know when I'd slept, didn't know how long. The light coming through the wall gap had a different quality. Lower, later in the day, the shadows shifted. My body told me one thing with absolute clarity. I needed to eat. I told the curate. He didn't answer. I felt my way toward the pantry in the dark. Behind me, I heard him start to move. Chapter 20. Impact radius 0. I wake up alone. The curate is gone. The scullery is dim, and for a disoriented moment I don't know how long I've been out. My neck aches. My mouth tastes like ash and fear. The thudding is still there, that deep, rhythmic percussion that travels up through the floorboards and into my spine like a second heartbeat. I whisper his name. Nothing. I whisper again, still nothing. I crawl toward the kitchen doorway, palms pressing into cold. Find him on the far side of the room. He's pressed flat against the triangular gap in the collapsed wall, the one that looks out over the pit, his shoulders hunched forward, head bowed, completely absorbed in whatever he's seeing. The light coming through that gap is warm and golden. Evening light, tranquil, wrong. I move toward him. Every step is a negotiation with the shattered crockery littered across the floor. I place each foot with the care of a man diffusing something. I touch his leg. He convulses. A sheet of plaster tears free from the wall above us and crashes down outside, loud as a gunshot. I seize his arm before he can make a sound, and we both freeze, pressed together in the rubble, not breathing, not moving, listening to the silence that follows the noise. Seconds stretch. Nothing comes for us. I release the breath I've been holding and turn to assess the damage. The fallen plaster has opened a new gap in the debris, a vertical slit, finger wide, cutting through the wall like a wound. I ease myself up across a broken beam, inch by careful inch, and put my eye to it. What I see stops my heart. The house across the road no longer exists, not damaged, not collapsed, gone. The fifth cylinder came down directly on top of it, and the word impact doesn't begin to touch what happened. The building has been pulverized, dispersed. The cylinder sits far below the original street level, sunk deep into a crater that dwarfs the pit at Woking, a vast, raw excavation, its edges ragged, its walls still steaming. The earth around the point of impact has been splashed. There is no other word. The soil behaved like mud struck by a hammer, thrown outward in great heaped mounds that have buried the neighboring houses to their roof lines. Our house has collapsed backward. The front is simply gone, erased at the ground floor. By accident, by pure blind luck. The kitchen and scullery survived, entombed now beneath tons of soil and rubble on every side except one. The side that faces the pit. We are perched on the very rim of it, hanging over the edge. The thudding vibration is coming from directly behind us. I can feel it in my teeth. Every few seconds a pulse of bright green vapor rises past the gap like smoke from a forge, veiling the view, then clearing again. And then I see it. Down in the pit, something is working. My first impression is wrong, I know that now. In the moment my mind refuses the correct interpretation. What I see moving in the excavation below registers as alive, as creature. A metallic body the size of a cart horse, 5 jointed legs articulating with a fluid, organic precision that no machine built by human hands has ever achieved, and surrounding its central mass a constellation of arms, levers, bars, reaching appendages that extend and retract and grasp with a dexterity that makes my own hands feel clumsy and primitive. A handling machine, that's what they'll come to be called, that's the name posterity will settle on. But in this moment, pressed against a crack in a ruined wall with the evening light dying behind me, the name means nothing. What matters is the motion, the quality of it. It is fishing components from the interior of the cylinder, rods, curved plates, structural bars, and depositing them in sorted arrangement on the flat earth beside the pit. It works with the focused, unhurried efficiency of a craftsman who has done this 1,000 times and will do it 1,000 more. 3 of its longest tentacles are engaged in the extraction. The rest are folded close to its body, waiting. I watch it for a long time before I understand that I am looking at a machine, not a living thing wearing metal skin. A machine. The distinction matters enormously, but it arrives slowly, like cold water filling a room. And once I understand the handling machine, my attention shifts to the things it is serving. They are lying near the cylinder's edge. 3 of them, maybe 4, it's hard to count, spread across the heaped mounds of excavated earth in the long amber light. They are not moving much. The journey across 90 million miles of vacuum has taken something from them. I look at them and feel the nausea rising again. I swallow it down, force myself to observe, to think like a naturalist instead of a man who wants to run. The body is roughly spherical, approximately 4 feet in diameter. Body is almost the wrong word, head is closer. They are predominantly heads. In front, 2 large, dark eyes, deep set, unreadable, and below the eyes a fleshy, beak-like structure. No nose, no nostrils at all. At the back of the cranial mass, a single taut membrane, an ear we would later confirm through dissection, though it must have been nearly useless in air as dense as ours. Around the mouth, 16 tentacles, slender, almost whip-thin, arranged in 2 clusters of 8. In the scientific literature that would eventually accumulate around these creatures, a distinguished anatomist would name those clusters hands. Watching them now, I understand why. Even in their weakened state, they are attempting to use them. Pressing them against the earth, trying to push themselves upright. Failing, again and again, failing, the gravity is crushing them. Their own weight, tripled, quadrupled here on this larger, denser world, has turned every movement into an ordeal. I find myself thinking about what's inside those bodies and what is absent. No digestive system. None. The dissections would later confirm it. No stomach, no intestines, no liver. The organs that consume more than half the volume of a human torso simply do not exist in a Martian body. What fills the interior instead is almost entirely brain. Vast, complex brain sending thick nerve cables to those dark eyes, to that membrane ear, to the sensitive tentacles that serve as hands. Beyond that, lungs, heart, the essential vessels. That is all. They do not eat. They feed differently, intravenously, directly. They identified living hosts and extracted blood, which they injected into their own circulatory systems through a small pipette-like instrument with a mechanical precision that was efficient and absolute and utterly without cruelty, because cruelty implies awareness of suffering, and I am not certain they possessed that. I watched it happen once. I won't describe it beyond what I already have. The image is still there when I close my eyes. What I will say is this: if you are tempted toward disgust, consider first how an intelligent rabbit might view the act of roasting one of its own kind over a fire. Our horror at their methods is the horror of the prey, nothing more. The physiological logic is actually elegant. Every hour that a human being spends eating, digesting, processing, all of that metabolic overhead, all those organs dedicated to converting dead matter into living energy, the Martians had eliminated it entirely. No liver cycling through its moods and poisoning the bloodstream with fatigue. No stomach demanding satisfaction. No gut flora sending its slow chemical signals up to fog the mind. They were brains, pure unencumbered brains. They did not sleep. With no vast muscular apparatus to repair, no glycogen stores to rebuild. The need for periodic unconsciousness never evolved. They worked continuously. In every 24-hour period, they produced 24 hours of output. They did not experience sex or any of the tidal emotional weather that rises from it. Reproduction, when it occurred, happened through a process of budding, a new individual forming as an outgrowth of a parent, detaching gradually, the way a lily bulb divides, clean, efficient. Absent the entire complex architecture of desire and loss and longing that shapes and distorts almost every human decision ever made, and they never got sick. Whatever microorganisms had plagued the ancient history of their world, Martian science had long since eliminated them. The entire inventory of terrestrial disease, fever, infection, consumption, the cancers, none of it existed in their biology. They had been, in every meaningful sense, optimized. Everything that evolution stumbles toward through a billion years of painful iteration, they had already achieved. One of the things I found most remarkable, this came later in the analysis in the cold light of libraries and laboratories, is what was absent from their technology. The wheel. On Earth, the wheel is the foundation of every machine we have ever built. Axles, gears, pulleys, the spinning flywheel of a steam engine, all of it traces back to that single primitive insight. The circle rotating around a fixed center. Martian machinery contains no wheels, not one. Instead, their joints operate through systems of sliding components moving over curved friction surfaces so precisely shaped they defy immediate description. Their actuators mimic muscle, discs held inside elastic sheaths that contract powerfully when an electrical current passes through them, drawing together like a fist closing. The result is motion that looks biological. Motion that looks alive. That is what fools you at first. That is what fooled me. The handling machine below moved with more apparent vitality than the Martians themselves, sprawled exhausted in the dying light, their tentacles stirring weakly against the earth, their great dark eyes, if those eyes were open, if they were seeing anything, turned toward a sky that was the wrong color and breathing air that was the wrong weight. Then the curate pulls my arm. I turn. His face is tight with urgency. He points at the gap, then at himself. He wants his turn. I pull back, let him take my place at the slit. When I finally reclaim it, the pit below has changed. The handling machine has assembled several of the extracted components into a new structure, a shape I recognize immediately with a chill that runs from my scalp to my heels. The assembled parts bear an unmistakable resemblance to the handling machine itself. It is building a copy, and further left, deeper in the pit. A second machine has appeared, smaller, lower to the ground. It moves in tight methodical circuits around the pit's perimeter, excavating and banking, throwing jets of green vapor as it works, piping and whistling to itself in a register just above the threshold of hearing. This is what has been driving that rhythmic thudding into our bones all day. I watch it for a long time. As far as I can tell, there is no Martian directing it. It is working entirely alone. Chapter 21. Incompatible under siege, the second fighting machine appeared over the ridge, and we scrambled back from the peephole into the scullery, hearts hammering. If the Martian looked down from that height, we were finished. That was the calculus of our existence now. Every decision reduced to a single binary, seen or not seen, dead or not dead, later. I'd understand that the blazing June sunlight would have made our hiding spot nothing but a pocket of blackness to their alien eyes. But in those first days, the faintest shadow crossing the wrong angle sent us both scuttling like rats. And yet, God help us, we kept going back to look, even knowing what we might see, even knowing what it had cost us the last time. The pull of that peephole was animal, irrational, absolute. We'd crouch sprint across the kitchen floor in this grotesque half-run, caught between desperation and the terror of making a single sound, and we'd shove each other, elbow each other, kick and claw for position, coming within inches of crashing into the wall and exposing everything. The two of us were a catastrophe of incompatibility. I understood that now with brutal clarity. Back in Halliford, I'd already begun to hate him, the curate, his reflexive helplessness, his moaning. The way his mind had seized up like a rusted mechanism and refused to turn. He muttered constantly, a low, unending stream of religious hysteria that made coherent thought almost impossible. Every time I tried to work through our options, construct some viable plan, his voice was there, threading through my concentration like smoke, dissolving it. He wept for hours, actual sustained weeping. I came to believe he thought his tears were doing something. That suffering loudly was a form of action. He ate too much, that was the one that nearly broke me. Our supplies were finite, brutally, mathematically finite. I explained this to him with what I believed was extraordinary patience. I laid it out like an equation, food divided by days equals survival. He nodded, he agreed. Then 2 hours later I'd find him eating again, shoveling it in with trembling hands, drinking in long, selfish pulls. I started with warnings, moved to threats, and finally, when threats produced nothing but tears and more muttering, I hit him. I'm not proud of it. I'm not ashamed of it either, not anymore. There are things that happen to a person in the dark, at the bottom of things that cannot be judged from the light. Those who have lived comfortable lives will find my violence easy to condemn. They know the rules. What they don't know, what they can't know, is what it costs to hold yourself together when everything has come apart. When you're starving and hunted and trapped with a man who is actively accelerating your death. The blow brought him back to himself, for a while, and outside, indifferent to all of it, the Martians worked. I returned to the peephole after a long time away from it and pressed my eye to the gap. More of them had arrived. 3 additional fighting machines now stood at the perimeter of the pit, their legs folded beneath them like collapsed scaffolding. They had brought equipment with them, devices arranged with careful alien precision around the cylinder. The second handling machine was operational. Watch it long enough and the mind tries to map it onto something familiar, something human. It can't. The handling machine moved the way no earthborn mechanism moved, fluid and purposeful, its tentacles working in simultaneous independent concert, like a surgeon with 20 hands who never once second-guessed a cut. One appendage fed raw clay into a pear-shaped receptacle mounted above a milk can-shaped body. The receptacle oscillated in a smooth, hypnotic rhythm, processing the clay. White powder fell from the bottom into a circular basin. Another tentacle, spatulate-tipped, almost gentle, opened a small door at the machine's midsection and extracted blackened clinkers, removing what was spent, discarding it without ceremony. A third arm directed the powder through a ribbed channel toward something hidden behind the growing mound of blue-gray dust. From behind that mound rose a thin thread of green smoke, perfectly vertical in the still air. Then the machine extended a single tentacle, telescoped it outward in smooth, incremental sections, each segment clicking softly into place, and reached behind the mound. A moment later it emerged with a bar of aluminium. It was white, pure, untarnished. It caught the light like something miraculous. The machine added it to a stack, then reached again. The process was rhythmic, patient, relentless. By the time the sky began to darken, I counted over 100 bars. The mound of blue-gray dust had risen above the pit's edge. The machine had taken crude clay, just dirt, just earth, and transmuted it into refined metal with the same casual efficiency I might use to sharpen a pencil. I watched the handling machine work, and then I watched the Martians themselves, sprawling, gelatinous, slow, and the contrast was staggering. The machines moved with balletic precision. Their masters lay panting in the dirt. I had to remind myself, consciously, deliberately, which of the two things was actually alive. The curate was at the peephole when the first man was brought in. I was below him, sitting in the dark, listening. Then he lurched backward without warning and came sliding down the pile of rubble, crashing into me, grabbing at my arm. He couldn't speak. His mouth was working, but nothing was coming out, just breathe, just the shape of words with no sound behind them. His face said, "Don't look," so naturally I looked. I climbed past him, found the gap in the wall, pressed my eye to it. Twilight had settled over the pit. The aluminium smelting through everything in green light shivering across the machinery, green catching the edges of the fighting machine crouched at the pit's far corner, legs contracted, folded into itself like a sleeping spider. Bats cut through the light, oblivious to everything. The Martians themselves were hidden behind the dust mound. I was still orienting myself when I heard it, a sound beneath the mechanical din that didn't belong, something almost human. I told myself it wasn't, told myself I was projecting, then heard it again. Voices, then a scream. I saw the tentacle first, a long arm reaching back over the fighting machine's shoulder to the cage mounted there, a small structure I hadn't fully registered before. The arm reached in, gripped something, lifted. A man. He rose against the darkening sky, middle-aged, heavy-set, well-dressed. The kind of man who 3 days ago had been walking a London street with a watch, chain, and purpose, and the quiet confidence of someone who has never once considered that the world might not continue. His eyes were open. His arms were reaching for nothing. He dropped behind the mound. The silence lasted less than a second. Then the Martians made a sound I have no word for, sustained, rhythmic, something between a howl and a machine's hum, but threaded through with what I can only describe, God forgive me, as pleasure. I was down the rubble and through the scullery door before I'd made the conscious decision to move. That night I lay in the dark and tried to think. Thinking was the only weapon I had left. The curate was gone, not physically. He was right there, curled against the wall with his arms wrapped over his head. But the person I'd argued with, threatened, struck, was simply absent. What remained was a body that breathed and occasionally whimpered. Whatever the Martians had taken from that man above the mound, they had taken something from the curate too. I let him go and focused on the variables. Were the Martians permanent? If the pit was temporary, a staging post, a refueling stop, then eventually they'd leave. And when they left, we walked out. If the pit was permanent, would they guard it? They hadn't so far, not us specifically. We were below their notice. Maybe that continued. I ran the numbers on digging. A tunnel angled away from the pit, emerging somewhere beyond the perimeter. The geometry was possible. The labor was not alone, and I was effectively alone. I started anyway. Removed the scullery door, used my hatchet, worked in silence. I got 2 feet down before the loose earth collapsed with a sound that seemed, in that quiet, loud enough to bring everything. I stopped, lay on the floor, stared at the ceiling, and felt the particular absence of hope that isn't despair. Despair is too active, too energized. This was simply stillness. An engine with no fuel. I abandoned the tunnel. On the 4th night or the 5th, I was losing the thread of days. I heard guns, real guns, heavy artillery, distant but distinct. I pressed my ear to the wall and counted 6 reports, waited 6 more. The moon was up. The pit below me was quiet, the excavating machine gone. One fighting machine folded and dormant at the far bank, the handling machine somewhere beneath my position, its clicking the only sound. 6 shots, and then 6 more, and then silence. But it was enough. Somewhere out there, someone was still fighting. I held on to that. I held on to it with everything I had. Chapter 22, Madness in Darkness, Day 6. I pressed my eye to the crack in the wall and watched the street outside, empty, alien, wrong, and when I finally pulled back I realized I was alone. The curate was gone. I found him in the scullery, crouched in the dark, drinking. I heard the wet, desperate sound of it before I saw him, and something cold moved through my chest. I grabbed for the bottle. He grabbed back. We struggled in the blackness, two men reduced to animals. And then glass shattered against the stone floor, and we stood there panting, the sharp smell of burgundy rising around us like something grieving. I planted myself between him and the pantry, told him how it was going to be. I rationed the food, 10 days, precise, deliberate, mathematical. It was the only sane response to an insane situation. He didn't accept it all that day, all that night. We sat facing each other in the dark, him weeping, begging me, watching. Barely breathing, holding the line, time ceased to function normally in that lightless house. Hours felt geological. Minutes felt like drowning. I tried force. I tried kindness. I offered him the last bottle of burgundy. Nothing worked, because by then I understood there was nothing left to work on. The intelligence behind his eyes had simply collapsed, gone dark. What remained was appetite and fear and the wreckage of a man who had once believed in something. Watching him break apart kept me from breaking apart. Strange logic, but it held. By day 8 he stopped whispering. "It is just, oh God," his voice filled the room like smoke. "It is just, on me and mine be the punishment laid. We have sinned, lower your voice." I gripped his arm, he pulled free. "The poor were trodden in the dust," he said, louder now, his words taking on the cadence of a sermon, something rehearsed and ancient in his throat. And I held my peace. I preached acceptable folly. My God, what folly. "They'll hear you." He turned his face toward me in the dark, and in that moment I saw it, the leverage he'd found, the pressure point. He knew exactly what would break me. "I'll shout," he said quietly. "I'll bring them right to us." My blood went cold. Every concession would cost us days, maybe everything. I stared him down in the blackness and said nothing, and felt the fear moving through me like voltage, but I held. Day 8 bled into 9, his voice climbed. Threats and prayers and confessions and scripture knotted together into something I can only describe as the sound of a mind coming undone at the seams. I pitied him. I also wanted to silence him with my bare hands, and the fact that I could contain both feelings simultaneously told me I was still barely sane. Then on day 9 he slept, and when he woke loud. "Be still," I said, "please." He rose to his knees. His voice had found a register I'd never heard from him before. Vast, theatrical, aimed at something beyond the walls. "I have been still too long." He stood, he spread his arms. "Now I must bear my witness. Woe unto this unfaithful city." Shut up. I was on my feet, terror firing through every nerve. Whoa, 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 he was moving, 3 strides toward the kitchen door. "I must bear my witness." I go, my hand found the wall, found the meat chopper hanging there. Something in me went very quiet. I flipped the blade back, held the butt end, moved. I crossed the kitchen in seconds. He was still shouting when I caught him, and I struck him once at the base of the skull with the handle, not the blade. One last mercy I gave him, and he dropped, face forward onto the stone floor, lay still. I stood over him, chest heaving, the chopper still in my hand. Then I heard it, outside, a grinding structural sound, plaster giving way, beams shifting. Something immense pressing against the fabric of the house. The triangular gap in the wall went dark. I looked up. The handling machine filled the opening. It moved the way no earthly thing moves, deliberate and alien and patient, its articulated limbs curling through the debris, feeling the way forward with a terrible mechanical tenderness. Through a glass panel set into its body I saw the face, if you could call it that, the large dark eyes, wet, unblinking, peering. Then the tentacle came through the hole, a long metallic thing, sinuous as a snake. It moved across the kitchen floor in slow, exploratory arcs, tapping the walls, testing surfaces, learning the geometry of the room with a methodical intelligence that was somehow worse than any violence. I forced myself to move, stumbled over the curate's body, made it to the scullery door, pressed through, into the coal cellar. Pulled the door shut behind me and stood in absolute darkness. Listening, my legs were shaking, my whole body was shaking, I couldn't make it stop. The sounds continued through the wall, something heavy being dragged. I knew what it was. I didn't let myself finish the thought. I pressed my eye to the gap in the door. In a triangle of pale outer light I saw the handling machine examining the curate, its limbs moving over him with that same awful patience. It would see the wound, it would know someone else was here. I pulled back. Covered myself in the darkness, coal, firewood, whatever I could find, and lay still and tried to breathe through my nose in slow, controlled increments. The way you breathe when breathing itself is a risk. The metallic sound moved through the kitchen, into the scullery, closer. I pressed my face into the coal and stopped breathing entirely. The tentacle touched the cellar door. It knows about doors. The thought arrived with a specific, nauseating clarity. Not animals, not monsters. Something that builds machines, crosses the void between worlds, and understands the function of a latch. The catch rattled. The door swung open. In the faint gray light I watched it enter, thick as an elephant's trunk, moving with that blind, swaying intelligence. It touched the walls, the ceiling, the coal, the wood, mapping everything. Learning, it touched the heel of my boot. I bit down on my own hand, hard, tasted blood, did not make a sound. The tentacle paused. It knows I'm here. Then a sharp, mechanical click. It gripped something. I felt the displacement of air as it withdrew. Coal. It had taken a piece of coal. I shifted my cramped body by centimeters, waited. The sound returned, slow, unhurried, scratching along the walls, tapping the furniture, reading the room like braille. It rapped against the cellar door, closed it. I heard it move into the pantry, tin canisters rattling, a bottle shattering, then a heavy impact against the door, and then silence. The kind of silence that has weight. I lay in the dark among the coal and the firewood, and I did not move. I barely existed. I counted seconds and lost count and started over. The silence stretched into something that felt less like time and more like the space between heartbeats stretched to the horizon. Had it left, by the time I believed it had, I couldn't move anyway. I lay there through the entirety of day 10, buried, barely breathing, dying of thirst and not moving for the water. It wasn't until day 11 that I dared to crawl. Chapter 23, Crimson 14th Day. The pantry was empty, not a crumb, not a scrap, every last fragment of food gone. I stood there in the dark and felt something inside me finally break. Day 11, day 12. I stopped counting calories because there were none. My mouth turned to cracked leather. My throat burned like I'd swallowed coal dust. I sat in the blackness of the scullery with my back against the cold stone wall and let my mind do what starving minds do, circle endlessly, obsessively around food. The smell of bread, the weight of a proper meal, things I'd never appreciated when they existed. The sounds from the pit had stopped. That should have meant something. For days I'd catalogued every mechanical groan, every wet hydraulic hiss rising up from below, the Martian machines working, always working. Now, silence. Complete and absolute, but I was too hollowed out to process it, too far gone to crawl to the peephole and look. On the 12th day my throat closed, not metaphorically. I mean, it felt like swallowing broken glass, so I made a decision. I gripped the old rainwater pump beside the sink, the one that screamed like a wounded animal every time the handle moved, and I pumped it anyway. Let them hear me, let them come. I didn't care anymore. The water that came out was black, foul. It tasted like rust and rot and things I refused to think about. I drank every drop. Nothing came for me. No tentacle, no shadow, no sound but the settling of the ruined house around me. I thought about the curate. I thought about him constantly during those days, the way his mind had unraveled before mine, the way the end had come. I thought about it in the fractured, non-linear way that starvation thinks, not conclusions. Just fragments, images I couldn't stop seeing. I dozed. I dreamed of long tables covered in food. I dreamed of the curate's face. I woke up and the two things were somehow the same dream, tangled together in a way that made my skin crawl. The light coming through the scullery gaps had changed. It was no longer gray. It was red. Everything was red. By the 14th day, the crimson weed had threaded itself completely across the hole in the kitchen wall, a dense, pulsing lattice of alien growth that turned the interior light the color of an open wound. I sat inside it like something suspended in blood. Then 15th morning, I heard it, a sound so ordinary it stopped my heart, sniffing, scratching. The unmistakable, mundane, heartbreaking sound of a dog. I moved to the kitchen, pressed myself against the wall, peered through a gap in the red fronds and saw it, a dog's nose. Wet, black, pushing through the alien growth like it belonged there. Like the world was still normal. My mind went cold and practical immediately. Kill it, eat it, or kill it anyway before its barking pulled every machine in the pit down on top of me. I started forward, low, slow. Good dog, I whispered. Good dog. It pulled back, gone just like that. I lay near the peephole for a long time after listening. Occasionally I caught the faint scatter of paws on sand far below. Bird sounds, crows, I thought. Hoarse and argumentative, but nothing mechanical, no hydraulic breathing. No resonant harmonic hum of the tripods moving, just birds. I pushed the red fronds aside. I looked. The pit was empty. I stared for a long moment, certain my mind was manufacturing what it wanted to see. But it wasn't. The machines were gone. Every last piece of Martian engineering vanished. What remained was a circular depression in the earth, littered with gray-blue powder in one corner, scattered bars of dull aluminium in another, and bones. Human bones, picked over by a storm of black crows that hopped and jostled and screamed at each other over the remains. That was all. My hands started shaking. I pushed myself up through the tangle of red weed, feet finding purchase on broken brick and compacted rubble, and I actually stood, upright, in open air for the first time in 15 days. I turned a full circle. No Martians, no machines. No movement on the horizon but the gentle oscillation of alien plants in a morning breeze. My legs nearly gave out. I climbed, hand over hand up the rubble slope, heart slamming against my ribs like it was trying to escape my chest, until I reached the top of the mound and straightened and saw the world. What had been Sheen? I remembered this street. white houses and red brick fronts, trees so thick in summer they made green tunnels of the roads, curtained windows. The small dignities of ordinary English life. Now, a broken plane under an alien sky. The houses still stood, some of them partially, walls surviving to the height of a second story, windows empty as eye sockets, doors blown through or caved in. No fire had touched them. The destruction was mechanical, systematic. The red weed covered everything else, every patch of open ground, every ruined wall, knee-high, cactus-shaped. Gently moving, an ocean of crimson that swallowed the world I'd known and replaced it with something that belonged to another planet entirely. The trees were dead, brown and skeletal against the sky. Farther out, the red threads had begun climbing the ones still living. I saw a gaunt cat moving along a crumbled garden wall. Low, cautious, hunting or hiding, impossible to tell which. No people, not a single human trace. Below me, the crows fought over the bones in the pit. And then the air. I pulled it into my lungs and it hit me like electricity. Clean, alive, moving. After 15 days of breathing the stale, dark interior of that ruined house, the sweetness of it was almost unbearable. My eyes burned. I stood on the highest point of the rubble mound with the blue sky blazing overhead and the red alien world spread out in every direction, and I felt something I hadn't felt in 2 weeks. The specific, animal, overwhelming feeling of still being alive. Chapter 24. Animal among animals. I stood on the mound and couldn't move. My legs were shaking, not from exhaustion, though I was destroyed, hollowed out, running on fumes and raw fear. No, I couldn't move because what I was seeing didn't make sense. I'd been underground for what felt like a lifetime, thinking in tight, desperate circles about survival, about the next hour, the next breath. I hadn't let myself think about out here. I should have. Sheen was gone. Not ruined, gone. What replaced it looked like something photographed through a telescope and projected onto the world at full scale. The landscape was crimson and alien and utterly, completely wrong. The red weed had consumed everything: walls, roads, the geometry of the familiar, and what remained breathed with a hostile, indifferent life that had nothing to do with England, nothing to do with Earth. A single thought detonated in my skull: we lost. It wasn't tactical. It wasn't intellectual. It was older than language, the same cold recognition a rabbit must feel when it bolts from its burrow and finds that the field it was born in has been excavated to the foundations. The navvies don't even notice the rabbit. That's the worst part. You were never the point. I felt it move through me like a current. Dethronement, that's the only word for it. Everything I'd understood about the order of things, the hierarchy, the dominion, the 10,000-year story we told ourselves about who was in charge of this planet, had been rewritten overnight. We were the rabbits now. We were the animals in the field. The Martians hadn't just invaded. They'd reclassified us, lurk and watch, run and hide. Then my stomach cramped so violently I nearly doubled over and the philosophy burned away. I hadn't eaten in days. The body is ruthlessly practical that way. The terror became secondary to something more immediate. More animal, food. Beyond a wall to my right, 6 feet of red-stained brick. I could see the corner of a garden that the weed hadn't fully consumed. I waded toward it, knee-deep in red fronds, then neck-deep, the dense growth closing around me like a curtain. It felt strangely like cover. I welcomed that. The wall defeated me twice. My arms had nothing left. I followed it until I found a corner where a collapsed rockery gave me the angle I needed. And I dragged myself over the crest and fell hard into the garden on the other side. I lay there a moment, breathing. Then I found them, young onions, 2 gladiolus bulbs, a scatter of immature carrots thin as fingers. I ate where I crouched, not caring. I climbed a ruined wall and kept moving toward Q, threading through an avenue of trees the weed had transformed into something grotesque, the branches hanging with great crimson drops, blood-red in the gray light. Like walking through an open wound. 2 thoughts only: more food, distance from the pit, a cluster of mushrooms in a grassy clearing, devoured. Then the meadows opened up and I stopped. Water, a broad, shallow sheet of it, brown and slow, spreading across ground that should have been bone dry in July. A hot, rainless summer and the fields were flooded. I understood it later. The red weed had an almost violent relationship with water. The moment its root system contacted a water source, the growth accelerated beyond anything terrestrial biology prepares you to comprehend. It wasn't gradual. It was exponential, a doubling and redoubling that would make a microbiologist's hands go cold. The seeds poured into the way in the Thames, and the fronds didn't just spread along the banks. They choked the rivers entirely. At Putney, the bridge had nearly vanished beneath a tangle of crimson. At Richmond, the Thames had abandoned its channel altogether and fanned across the Hampton Meadows in a sheet. The weed followed the water, and the water followed the weed, and the ruins of the Thames Valley disappeared beneath a red swamp that stretched further than I could see. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That comes later. What came first was the water. I waded in and drank until I couldn't drink anymore. Then, driven by something between curiosity and desperation, I chewed a frond of the red weed. Watery, a thin, sickly taste, something metallic underneath, like licking a copper pipe. I spat it out. The flood was shallow enough to wade, the weed tangling around my ankles but not stopping me. I turned back before it deepened, picking my way toward Mortlake by the evidence of what had been a lamp post canted at 45 degrees, a garden fence still holding two of its posts. The corner of a villa's foundation exposed like bone beneath eroded skin. Mortlake to Roehampton, Roehampton to Putney Common, and here the world shifted again. The alien nightmare gave way to something almost worse, the familiar wrecked, patches of cyclone devastation separated by stretches of complete, pristine normality. A house with its blinds drawn and its door closed, as though the family had stepped out for the afternoon. The lawn neatly edged. The roses unpruned but alive, and 20 yards away nothing, scorched earth, structural timber reduced to charcoal geometry. The randomness was the terrifying thing. It suggested not a plan but a mood. I searched for food in the trees, nothing. I broke into 2 houses, one after the other, already ransacked, the previous visitors having stripped them with the efficiency of the desperate. I found a shrubbery as the light began to fail, and I simply stopped, sat down. My body was refusing further instructions. The whole time, not one person, not a voice, not a footstep, 2 dogs near Roehampton, thin-flanked, moving fast. They saw me and curved away without slowing, giving me a wide berth. They didn't even consider me. I wasn't worth the risk. The skeletons I'd seen earlier stayed with me, not bodies, skeletons, cleaned, picked to a clinical white. And in the wood, the scattered bones of cats and rabbits, the fractured skull of a sheep. I pressed fragments to my lips out of pure reflex, found nothing, kept moving. The red weed was already changing, I noticed. Even then, the fronds in some places had gone pale, bleached. When I brushed against them they crumbled, edges brittle, color leaching out. I didn't understand it yet. Here is what I came to understand later, and it is the strangest coda to the whole invasion. The red weed carried within itself the mechanism of its own destruction. It had no immunity. Every terrestrial plant species alive today has been locked in an evolutionary arms race with bacterial pathogens for hundreds of millions of years. The resistance is written into their DNA, earned across geological time, tested in the field, refined by natural selection until the weakest variants were eliminated. The red weed had never fought that war. It arrived on our world biologically naive. A bacterium that would barely slow an English nettle hit the alien fronds like a fire through dry paper. The bleaching accelerated. The fronds shriveled, went brittle, snapped at a touch. The same water that had driven its explosive growth now carried its last dead fragments down to the sea. It was already dying, I just didn't know it yet. After dark, I pushed on toward Putney. Something had happened here. The ground held the signature of the heat ray. That particular quality of devastation, the blackened soil, the trees reduced to vertical charcoal. In a garden beyond Roehampton I found immature potatoes, enough to fill the space behind my ribs, and I crouched there in the dark and ate and looked down the hill. Putney below, the river beyond it. The floodwater sheeted across the low ground, stained red by the dying weed, and the ruins rose from it like broken teeth. The trees along the slope were black. The sky was a darkness above a darker ground, and silence. A silence so complete it had texture, had weight, it pressed against my eardrums. Standing there looking at it, I felt a terror I can't fully articulate even now. Not fear of what was out there in the dark, something larger. The fear arrived with a thought that I couldn't push away. I am the last one, that was it, clean and absolute. Mankind had been erased, not conquered, not enslaved. Erased, and I was a rounding error. A single data point that hadn't yet been corrected. Near the top of Putney Hill I found another skeleton. The arms had been pulled from the body and lay several yards away in the grass like something discarded mid-thought. I walked on. With every step I became more certain of it. The Martians had finished here. This sector was done, processed, emptied. They'd moved on north, maybe, or east, Berlin, Paris. The systematic geometry of the campaign suggested they wouldn't stop. Couldn't stop, why would they? They had a planet to process, and we were the rabbits in the field. Chapter 25. Sleepless, God nearby the night swallowed Putney Hill whole. I broke into the inn the hard way, shoulder against rotted wood, splinters raining down, before discovering the front door had been unlatched the entire time. That kind of mistake, that kind of night. I moved through every room in the dark, no lamp. I wasn't about to announce myself to whatever was hunting out there in the Black City. My hands swept shelves, yanked open cupboards, found nothing. Then nothing again, then more nothing. I was close to the edge of something very bad when I found a servant's room at the back of the house, a rat-gnawed heel of bread and 2 dented tins of pineapple sitting on a shelf like an answered prayer. Elsewhere I turned up biscuits behind the bar, overlooked in someone's panicked flight. The sandwiches had gone to rot. The biscuits I ate standing up, stuffing the rest into my pockets, and for a while that was enough to keep the darkness back. I didn't sleep, not really. I moved from window to window, pressing my face to the cold glass, scanning the road below for the silhouette of a tripod. Nothing moved. The city was a held breath. When I finally lay down, something unexpected happened. I thought, not the animal scrambling that had passed for cognition over the last 2 weeks, not the reflexive flinching from one moment of terror to the next. Actual thought, sequential. My brain, apparently restored by a tin of pineapple and a handful of stale biscuits, came back online. 3 problems arranged themselves in the dark. The curate, the Martians, my wife. I lay with all 3 and let myself feel them honestly. The curate first, his body on the floor, my hand. The sequence of events that had built brick by brick to a single moment of violence I couldn't take back. Here's what I noticed: no horror, no remorse. What I felt instead was something quieter and stranger, a flat recognition of causality. I had been moved through that situation like a chess piece, one forced move after another until the position became inevitable. I don't say this to absolve myself. I say it because it is true, and this account is true, and there were no witnesses to any of it, which means I could have written anything. I chose to write this, but the memory sat there regardless, static, immovable, immune to justification. In the silence, I held my own trial. I was judge and defendant and the only witness. I retraced everything, finding him cowering next to me while I burned with thirst, his finger pointing at the smoke rising from Weybridge's ruins, his voice cycling through its loops of terror and scripture and useless noise. We had been incapable of helping each other. Bad luck had engineered our proximity and taken no interest in the result. Crime is to foresee a thing and do it anyway. I had not foreseen. I set it down. The reader must decide what it means. Then the Martians, then my wife. The first problem offered nothing, no data, no purchase, only imagination, and imagination at 3 in the morning is a weapon that cuts the person holding it. The second was worse. I found myself upright in bed, staring into the dark, my hands pressing the mattress. And then I was praying. Not the reflex incantations I'd muttered in the wreckage, not the desperate bargaining of an animal in a trap, something different, something that required the whole self. I prayed that the heat ray had found her quickly, that she had not had time to know what was happening. That was my prayer, that she had not suffered. Strange to find God in the dark like that, face to face with everything I didn't know and couldn't fix. Strange to mean it. And then dawn came. And I crept out of the inn like a rat. The morning was heartbreakingly beautiful. Pink sky split with threads of gold cloud. The kind of morning that has no interest in your circumstances. The road from Putney Hill toward Wimbledon was a museum of the panic that had swept through here. A greengrocer's 2-wheeled cart with a shattered wheel, the name Thomas Lobb, New Malden stenciled on the side. An abandoned trunk. A straw hat pressed into mud that had since gone hard. At the crest of West Hill, blood-dark glass scattered around a toppled water trough, glittering in the new light. I moved without a plan. The vaguest notion of Leatherhead, of finding some trace of my wife, or at least learning where the Surrey refugees had run. I knew I wanted her. I knew the wanting was physical, like a hook somewhere below the sternum. I didn't know how to translate that into action. I also knew with a new and clarifying sharpness that I was completely alone. I followed the tree line to the edge of Wimbledon Common, keeping to the cover of a thicket. The common stretched out enormous before me, yellow gorse burning bright in patches, no red weed visible anywhere. Then the sun broke fully over the horizon and the whole expanse ignited with light, and for a moment it looked like the world before. A swampy depression in the trees was alive with frogs. I stopped, watched them. Hundreds of small heartbeats going about the business of survival with zero awareness of the apocalypse. I found something in that, some lesson I couldn't quite articulate. Then the hairs on my neck stood up. The feeling of being watched. I turned. In a clump of bushes 10 yards away something crouched. I stared. It didn't move. I took a step toward it and it unfolded from the ground, rising to full height, a man with a cutlass held ready at his side. I kept walking toward him, slowly. He held his ground, watching me with eyes that had learned to measure threat in the first second of contact. His clothes were the same catastrophe as mine, caked in pale dried clay, dark streaks of coal dust, the green residue of drainage ditches. Black hair hanging over a gaunt, filthy face, a red laceration across his jaw. "Stop," he said. His voice had been used hard. "Where do you come from?" "Mortlake," I said. "I was buried near the cylinder pit. I worked my way out." He processed this. His eyes moved over me like a man reading a document he doesn't entirely trust. "There's no food here," he said. "This is my territory. Putney Hill to the river, back to Clapham, up to the Common. There's only enough for one. Which way are you headed?" "I don't know," I said. "I was underground for almost 2 weeks. I don't know what's happened." Something shifted in his face, a double take. Almost imperceptible. "I've no desire to stay," I said. "I'm thinking Leatherhead, my wife was there." His arm came up and his finger leveled at me like an accusation. "You," he said, "the man from Woking, you survived Weybridge," and then I had it, the face beneath the grime, beneath the new hardness. "You're the artilleryman," I said. "You came through my garden." "Well." A grin broke across the filth and exhaustion of his face. He extended his hand and I took it. "We're the lucky ones." He looked over his shoulder, went still, then just a rook. I've started tracking birds by their shadows, occupational habit. He tilted his head toward a dense thicket. Let's get under cover. We pushed into the bushes and settled into the low light. The Martians, I said. Have you seen them? They've moved north. London, big camp from what I can tell somewhere around Hampstead. After dark, you can see it from here. The whole sky over there glowing. Lights moving in the glare, enormous operation. He paused, closer in nothing for 5 days. Last I saw was a pair crossing Hammersmith, carrying something large between them. He looked at me directly, but the night before last, lights in the sky, moving differently, not a machine on the ground. He let that settle. I think they've built something that flies. I was on my hands and knees. We'd reached a small hollow in the brush and I stopped moving. Fly. Yes, he said. Fly. I sat. The word reorganized everything. Then it's over, I said. If they can fly, they can take the entire planet. There's nowhere left. He nodded, slow and certain. We're beat. I know it sounds like something a man says before he actually understands it, but I understand it. They lose one machine at Weybridge, one by accident, and they've already broken the greatest military power on Earth. And those were just the first wave. The green stars haven't stopped. They're still falling somewhere every night. I had nothing to bring against this. I sat staring at the weave of dead leaves on the ground. This was never a war, he said. He said it quietly, no drama. No more than there's a war between a man and an anthill. I thought about the observatory, the night the launches stopped. After the 10th shot, I said, they went silent, weeks of silence before the first cylinder even landed. Gun malfunction, he said, doesn't matter. They'll fix it, and even if they don't, it changes nothing about the final result. He spread his hands. Ants build cities, ants have wars, revolutions, whole histories. Right up until the moment a man decides he wants that patch of ground and then it's over. That's us. We're the ants now. Edible ants, I said. Yes, he met my eyes. That's exactly right. We sat in the quiet with that. So what do they do with us? I asked. He leaned forward. This was the part he'd been working toward. After Weybridge, I went south and I thought, really thought, the way you can when everyone around you is busy screaming. I watched the panics, the stampedes, people trampling each other to get to places no safer than where they started. I didn't join them. I turned around and came back toward the machines. He paused. Here's what I worked out. Phase 1 is smashing ships, guns, railways, cities, every system of organization we've built. They're doing that right now. When it's done, Phase 2 starts, systematic capture. They'll sort through what's left of us, select the best specimens, and begin farming. They haven't started that yet, not even close. Everything that's happened so far is our own fault, shooting at things we couldn't hurt, stampeding ourselves into exhaustion. They haven't needed to manage us yet. We've managed ourselves into the ground. He shifted his weight. Right now they're manufacturing, building everything they couldn't transport here, establishing infrastructure for the rest of their population. The cylinders probably stopped because they don't want to hit what's already landed, but they're coming. More cylinders, more machines, more of them. He looked at me steadily. Civilization is over. That game is finished. We lost. Then what is there, I said, to live for? He was quiet for a moment. Concerts are gone, museums, restaurants. Every comfort and refinement that separated us from the rest of the animals finished. He said it without sentimentality. If that's what you need to keep going, then you're right. There's nothing, but you're still going. For the breed, he said flatly. I intend to keep living, and I intend not to be caught, fattened, and bred like livestock. Something moved behind his eyes. I have a plan. I waited. Underground, he said. Drainage systems beneath London, hundreds of miles of tunnel, most of it large enough to move through without difficulty. A few days of rain in an empty city will flush them clean. Below that, cellars and vaults connecting to substations, railway tunnels, a whole hidden geography. He looked at me. We build a community down there, small, selective, men and women who are still capable of thinking clearly. No dead weight. Anyone who can't contribute gets sent back up. We stay mobile, we stay quiet, we take nothing that would alert them to our presence. We learn. Learn what? Everything. He said it like a man who has stared at a problem from every angle and arrived at the only door that isn't locked. Their machines, their methods, we study them the way they study us. Some of us go up as spies, get close, get taken if necessary. And we preserve what we know, books, scientific texts. Everything from the British Museum if we can manage it. Not novels, not poetry, science, because the only way out of this is through understanding what we're facing. He put his hand on my arm. 4 or 5 of their fighting machines, he said quietly. Heat trays charged and ready, moving through London. His eyes were bright, and not a Martian inside any of them. Men who have spent years learning every system, every mechanism. Men who know how to run them. He looked at the light filtering through the branches above us. Can you see it? The machines turning on their makers, the heat trays sweeping those long spider legs out from under them. Even if we all die in the process, even if it ends badly. He shook his head slowly. We would have come back, and I believed him. Sitting in those bushes with my clothes rotting off my back and the city dead around us, I believed every word of it. He had the kind of certainty that recalibrates the room. We talked until the light changed. Then we scanned the sky and ran. His lair was the coal cellar of a house on Putney Hill. When I saw the tunnel he had spent a week excavating, barely 10 yards of cramped, unshored digging aimed roughly at the main drain, something in my estimation of him shifted, not dramatically, just a quiet recalibration. This was a hole I could have dug in an afternoon. But I worked beside him anyway through the morning, glad to have a purpose again. Loading loose earth into a garden barrow and packing it against the kitchen range. We ate tinned mock turtle soup from the pantry and drank what passed for wine. The physical work did something useful. It silenced the part of my mind that had been running in panic circles for 2 weeks. After an hour of digging, I began to see the logistical problems. The drain was accessible directly through any number of street-level manholes. We were tunneling the long way to something with a door already standing open. The house itself was poorly positioned. It created unnecessary length. I kept digging, but the doubts were building. Then he stopped, set down his spade. "Let's reconnoiter the roof," he said. "Get a look at the lie of things." I kept digging. After a moment he picked his spade up again, then almost immediately he set it down. "Actually," he said, "if they come near and hear the spades, why were you walking the common?" I said. I looked at him. "Instead of being here working," a pause that told me everything. "Taking air," he said. "It's safer after dark." And there it was, in that pause, in that deflection, I saw him plain. The plan was real, the vision was genuine and even brilliant, but the man doing the work was the same man who needed a reason to stop every hour on the hour. I said nothing. We went to the roof. We came out onto the tiles and flattened ourselves behind the parapet. No tripods in sight. Below us the Thames ran dark red with weed, and Lambeth sat half submerged in a crimson flood. The red growth had consumed the trees around the old palace, their branches jutting from the tangle like gray bones. Northward, dense black smoke rose above Kensington, and a blue-gray haze erased the hills beyond. "Last Thursday," the artilleryman said, "some group of idiots got the electrical system running. Regent Street, the circus, lit up in the middle of the night. Hundreds of people, drunk in rags, some of them painted, dancing in the street until dawn like a festival." He squinted north. When the sun came up, they noticed a fighting machine standing near the Langham Hotel, just standing there. No one knows how long it had been watching. It walked down into them and collected almost 100, the ones too drunk or too frightened to run. He said it without judgment, just filing it. We went back down. Neither of us reached for a shovel. When he suggested eating, I agreed immediately. When he produced champagne from somewhere in the cellar, I watched him open it with the satisfaction of a man who has earned a holiday, and I understood that the holiday had been going on for some time. He taught me euchre. We divided London between us and played for the parishes. I took the north, he the south, and we sat in the coal cellar of a dead city playing cards while the species teetered on the edge of a terminal condition. I cannot explain why this felt completely reasonable at the time. I can only say that it did. He taught me poker. I beat him at chess 3 games straight. By evening he was deep in the champagne, and the plan had grown more elaborate and less specific. He toasted my health. He spoke of things that would have taken 100 men a decade and described his personal role in each of them with growing fluency and shrinking precision. I took a cigar upstairs. The city spread out below me in the dark. The fires near Kensington pulsed orange and red, everything else black and still. And then closer, a pale violet-purple light, low to the ground, trembling in the night air like something alive. I stared at it for a long moment before I understood what I was seeing. The red weed, bioluminescent in the dark, entire city blocks of it glowing. I looked up. Mars hung in the western sky, red and steady and very bright. I stood on the roof for a long time. The cigar burned down. I held it until the ember touched my fingers, then let it drop. In my mind I ran the day's reel: midnight prayer, descent into terror, the artilleryman's vision, the game of euchre, the champagne. The glowing weed, the red planet, the full, grotesque arc of it. The revulsion came all at once. My wife was somewhere in this, alive or dead, somewhere in all of this, and I was playing cards with a man who was slowly and methodically drinking himself through his own best idea. I was done here. London was still out there. The Martians were still out there. Whatever was left of the human world was still out there. If there was anything to learn, any chance of finding her, any fragment of a reason to keep moving, it would not be found in this cellar. The moon rose late, and I was still standing on the roof when it did. I watched it clear the horizon. Then I went back inside to gather what little I had, and I left. Chapter 26. The emptied city. I left the artilleryman on the hill and walked, down through the high street, across the bridge toward Fulham. The red weed had colonized the bridge roadway so completely I had to push through it, its fronds slick and alien against my hands. But even as I forced my way through, I could see it was dying, pale patches spreading through the crimson like a disease moving faster than the eye could track. Something was killing it. I didn't know yet that the same thing was killing everything. At the corner of the lane near Putney Bridge Station, I found a man on the ground, face black with dust, alive but only technically. Drunk past the point of language, past the point of thought. When I crouched beside him, he swung at me, twice. His eyes were all whites and fury. I left him there. His face made it easy. The black powder thickened as I pushed deeper into Fulham. It lay across the road like a second shadow. Coating doorsteps, silting up against storefronts. I found food in a baker's shop, sour hard, the bread gone moldy at the edges, and ate it anyway. Calories were calories. Survival didn't care about taste. Near Walham Green the powder thinned. I passed a terrace of white houses burning with full, indifferent commitment, and I stopped for a moment just to hear the noise. The roar and crack of it, the honest violence. It was a relief. It meant something was still happening. Then Brompton. And the silence again. More bodies. A dozen in the length of Fulham Road, maybe more. They'd been dead long enough that the black powder had softened them, covered their details, rounded their edges, turned them into abstract things. A mercy that 2 of them had been disturbed by dogs. I moved faster. Where there was no powder, the city looked like a Sunday. Shuttered shops, drawn blinds, locked doors. The geometry of daily life preserved completely, every detail intact. Every surface undisturbed, just emptied of its human contents. Someone had smashed open a jeweler's window near Brompton Road. Gold chains and a pocket watch lay scattered on the pavement where the thief had dropped them and run. I didn't touch them. What would be the point? On a doorstep further along, a woman sat slumped in a heap. Her dress was rusty brown. Her hand hung slack over her knee, a gash across the palm, blood dried black in the grooves of her knuckles. A shattered magnum of champagne had emptied itself across the pavement around her feet. She looked asleep. She was not asleep. I kept walking. The deeper I moved into London, the deeper the silence became. But here's the thing about that silence. It wasn't the silence of death. Death is an ending. This was something else. This was the silence of a city holding its breath, of a verdict not yet delivered. The Martian machines had already turned Ealing to cinders, had obliterated Kilburn from them. At any moment they could turn that attention here, and all of this, the streets, the houses, the accumulated architecture of 10,000 ordinary lives, could become smoke in an afternoon. Condemned, that was the word that kept surfacing. The city felt condemned. South Kensington, the streets here were clean, no powder, no bodies, just the eerie Sunday geometry, the locked world, the waiting. That was where I first heard it. It crept up on me slowly. My brain registered it before my conscious mind did, some animal frequency working on the hind brain, the old parts. I stopped walking and stood in the middle of the road and listened. Ulla, 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 2 notes cycling back and forth, inhuman in their regularity, inhuman in their scale, not a voice too vast for a voice and yet undeniably a voice. It was coming from the north. When I turned onto streets that opened northward, it swelled, huge and mournful. And then the buildings would close in again and cut it down to a murmur. Down Exhibition Road it came in full force. I stopped, stared toward Kensington Gardens. My mind was doing something I couldn't quite stop. It was trying to assign meaning to the sound. A wounded animal, a machine in distress, something enormous and alive and suffering. The sound moved through me in waves, and underneath the sound was something worse. A feeling, the feeling that the city, all of it, every empty room and shuttered window and silent square, had found a voice for its desolation. Had been waiting for me to arrive so it could make itself fully understood. Ulla, 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 ulla. I turned north toward the iron gates of Hyde Park. The Exhibition Road mansions stood empty on both sides, enormous and hollow, and my footsteps echoed back at me from their facades like a second person keeping pace just out of sight. Near the park gate I came upon an overturned omnibus, and beside it the skeleton of a horse stripped to ivory by scavengers, picked absolutely clean. I stood looking at it longer than I should have. Then I crossed the bridge over the Serpentine. The sound was stronger now. Coming from the direction of Regent's Park, I thought, riding across the rooftops in long, slow waves, this mechanical keening that seemed to want something from me, to be addressed to me specifically. Ulla, ulla. Ulla. Ulla, and I felt it then, the thing that had been holding me together since the hill, since the artilleryman, since the last time I'd eaten a real meal or slept in a real bed. I felt it go, like a wire cut. The sound got inside me. I was exhausted. My feet hurt in ways I'd stopped consciously registering hours ago. I was thirsty. I was hungry again already. It was past noon. The sun was dropping, and I was walking alone through a dead city, being called to by some vast mechanical voice, and I couldn't have told you where I was going or why. Why? The question opened beneath me like a drop. Why was I still walking? London was a mausoleum. I'd seen 2 people since the hill, a drunk too far gone to speak, and a woman dead on a doorstep with champagne pooling around her shoes. My mind cycled through faces I hadn't thought of in years. Old friends, people I'd written letters to and never sent. People I'd meant to visit and hadn't. My thoughts went to the chemist's shops, to the wine merchants, to the pharmacopoeia of oblivion available on virtually every street in the city. I kept walking. Oxford Street, the Marble Arch, more black powder, more bodies, and an evil smell rising from the cellar gratings of the houses, something biological, something advanced. I was very thirsty by then. It took a long time to break into a public house. And when I finally got through, I drank deeply and ate whatever I could find that hadn't turned, and then I went into the back parlor and lay down on a horsehair sofa and closed my eyes. Allah, 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 even in sleep it followed me. I woke to dusk, the sound still there, steady as a pulse. I found biscuits and a hard cheese behind the bar, the meat safe held nothing but maggots, and then I was walking again through the silent residential squares. Up through Baker Street, and at the top of Baker Street I stopped. Through a gap in the trees, in the long copper light of sunset, I saw it. The hood of a Martian tripod, its upper section visible above the tree line, the source of the sound, standing still, just crying out in those two repeating notes that had been following me for miles. I stood and watched it. I wasn't afraid, that surprised me, but it was true. Maybe fear requires a certain amount of energy I no longer had. I watched the tripod and tried to formulate a plan, and the sound broke my thoughts apart before they could form. Curious, that's what I was, more curious than frightened. Why was it standing still? Why was it making that sound? I skirted south into Park Road, moving under the shelter of the terrace buildings to get a different angle, approaching from the direction of St. John's Wood. A few hundred yards from Baker Street I heard yelping, a dog with a piece of dark red meat clamped in its jaws, running hard, a pack of starving mongrels screaming after it. The dog saw me and swerved wide, giving me a panicked berth, as though I were a rival. The yelping faded down the empty road. Allah, 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 Allah. I found the wrecked handling machine halfway to St. John's Wood Station. I thought at first a building had fallen across the road, that's how large it was. Only when I began to climb through the debris did I understand what I was looking at. The machine had driven itself directly into the side of a house, full speed, no deflection, no correction. The facade had come down on top of it, and both had destroyed each other, as if it had been running blind, as if no one had been guiding it. I couldn't get close enough in the dying light to see much, but I could see the dark stain across the machine's operator seat and the scattered shapes around it that the dogs had been working on. I didn't look at those for long. Onward, Primrose Hill. Through a gap in the trees I saw a second tripod, motionless in the park near the zoological gardens, standing, silent, not moving at all, two of them now. Then I hit the red weed again at Regent's Canal, a spongy, writhing mass of it. Dark red and dense, and I waded across the bridge. On the far side I stopped. The sound was gone, not faded, not diminished, gone, removed cleanly as if a switch had been thrown somewhere. The silence was physical, it landed on me like a weight. The houses stood dim and tall around me. The trees were going black against the last of the light. The red weed climbed through the ruins on all sides, pressing toward me, and the night was coming, the real night now. The heavy dark and what had been endurable while the voice was sounding became suddenly, completely, absolutely not. While the howling lasted, London had been alive. Wrong kind of alive, terrible kind of alive, but alive. Now there was nothing. The windows of the white houses stared at me like eye sockets. My imagination populated every shadow with movement. The road ahead had gone black as tar. Something lay across the pavement, contorted, motionless, indeterminate, and I could not make my body take a step toward it. I ran down St. John's Wood Road, and then running in earnest, the breath burning in my throat, running from the silence itself, from the particular darkness of an empty city with all its gas lamps dead. I found a cabman's shelter on Harrow Road, and I crawled inside, and I pulled the darkness around me, and I stayed there. I don't know how long past midnight. Then, and I cannot explain this, the courage came back, tentatively at first, then with conviction. The stars were still showing when I got moving again, turning back toward Regent's Park. I took wrong turns in the maze of streets. The city in pre-dawn darkness was a different place, its familiar geometries made strange. But eventually I saw it down a long avenue in the first gray-blue wash of early light, the hill. The curve of Primrose Hill rising against the fading stars. And on its summit, a third tripod, motionless, erect, dark against the pale sky. Something happened in my mind then. A door swinging open onto a drop, a decision made below the level of language. I would walk to it. I would walk toward it, and I would let whatever happened happen, and it would be over. I walked. The red weed was thick across St. Edmund's Terrace, breast high, deeper in places, and a torrent of water was running down from the waterworks. And I waded through all of it without slowing, without caring about the cold. And then the weed gave way to grass. The hill rose before me in the first light. Then I saw the birds, black birds, dozens of them circling the tripod's hood, clustering on it, landing and taking off and returning, undisturbed by the machine, utterly unafraid of it. My heart did something violent in my chest. I started running, up the hill. Through the tall earthen mounds that the Martians had heaped around its crest, scrambling up the rampart, gasping, and then I stood on top and looked down. A vast enclosed space below me. Enormous machines standing idle, materials heaped in mounds, the infrastructure of conquest frozen mid-operation, and among all of it, scattered, slumped, laid out in rows, the Martians themselves. Dead, every one of them, dead. I stood on the crest of that earthen wall and looked down at the creatures that had burned and harvested and vaporized their way across the country, and they were dead. All of them, The machines that had seemed unstoppable were stopped. The things that had moved through our defenses like physics through a net were motionless. My mind raced to catch up with what my eyes were reporting. Then I understood. Here is what had happened. Here is the brutal, elegant, terrible simplicity of it. The Martians had no immunity. Not to anything. Their world had no bacteria, or if it did, they were nothing like ours. Their bodies had never run the evolutionary gauntlet that ours had been running for hundreds of millions of years. Every pathogen we carry without thinking, every rot bacterium, every common microbe that our cells identify and neutralize before we even register exposure, was a first contact event for Martian biology. They arrived, they breathed our air, they drank our water, they fed on our blood, and with every breath, every meal, our microscopic world invaded theirs. We never had a chance of stopping them with artillery, with strategy, with any technology we could muster in any time frame that would have mattered. But while we were fleeing, while they were killing us with heat trays and black powder, while their war machines walked through our cities like gods, they were already dying. The bacteria were already inside them, already replicating in biology that had no response prepared, no white cells trained to the task, no immune memory reaching back through geological time. They were dying from the moment they arrived, irrevocably, inevitably, as certainly as the arithmetic of evolution, which is the most patient and implacable force in the universe. Think about what that means. Humanity has paid for its place on this earth with 1 billion deaths across millions of years. Every plague, every epidemic, every childhood fever, all of it was the price of admission. The tuition for an immunity we carry in our blood like inherited wealth, like something so ordinary we never think to be grateful for it. The Martians had the technology, they had the firepower, they had war machines that made our weapons look like toys. What they didn't have was the history. And the history was everything, nearly 50 of them down in that pit. Their war machines overturned or standing idle, their handling machines rigid with disuse, all of it over. The great grinding machinery of the invasion simply stopped. I stood above them and tried to feel something coherent. For a moment I thought in ancient terms, the Assyrian come down like a wolf on the fold and the angel of death moving through the camp in the dark. A theological answer to a question I hadn't known how to ask. It had the right shape for it. The mighty brought low by something invisible, the seemingly inevitable catastrophe averted at the last possible moment. Then the sun came up, not metaphorically, actually. The sun struck the world and fired it. Below me the pit was still in shadow, the vast machines rising from the darkness in weird silhouette, their alien complexity, their tortured geometries. The sheer scale of what the Martians had built in the time they'd been here. Above the far lip of the pit, catching the first full sunlight, lay their flying machine, flat and enormous, the vehicle they'd been testing in our denser atmosphere when death had overtaken their pilots. Dogs fought over the bodies in the pit's depths, the sound of it rising up to me in the fresh morning air. I heard a crow. I looked up at the tripod on the hill's summit, this machine that would never fight again. That was already becoming a thing of the past, at the brown shreds hanging from its hood, at the birds tearing at what remained of the creature that had piloted it. I turned and looked down the hill's slope to where the other 2 tripods stood motionless among the rising birds, glittering now in the early light, harmless towers of metal, bright and dead, and beyond them, London, my city. From up here I could see it whole in the clear early light. In a way the perpetual smoke of its industry never usually permitted. The ruins of Albert Terrace, the splintered spire of the church, 1,000 rooftops catching the light and flaring white. To the north, Kilburn and Hampstead blue with distance. To the west, the city spreading toward the horizon, dimmed by its own exhalation. To the south, the green of Regent's Park, the Langham Hotel, the dome of the Albert Hall, the mansions of Brompton Road, all of them coming clear in the sunrise. Small and specific and impossibly precious. The Surrey Hills blue in the far distance. The Crystal Palace towers catching the light like twin signals. The dome of St. Paul's dark against the sunrise and damaged, I could see it from here, a massive cavity torn into its western face. All of it still here. We had all thought that London was finished. That the city was simply waiting for the machines to return and finish the work they'd started. The blackened ruins, the poisoned streets. Silence, it had seemed like a preview of a final state, but the shadow had rolled back, the machines were still. The men who'd fled by road, by sea, scattered leaderless across the countryside would come back. They were already coming, somewhere beyond my sight. The pulse of the city would find its rhythm again. Shops would reopen. The hammers of repair would echo through streets that had been as quiet as tombs. A year, I thought, maybe a year. I stretched my hands toward the sky. I was shaking. I didn't know when I had started shaking. Thank you, I thought, or said. The distinction didn't seem to matter. The word was inadequate and it was all I had. Then the thought that had been waiting. The one I'd been keeping at the edge of consciousness since the hill, since the artilleryman, since the last time I dared to look at what my life had been before all this. My wife. The life we'd had, ordinary, irreplaceable, gone. The mornings, the particular way she moved through a room. The future we'd been building brick by patient brick, the hopes so familiar they'd seemed permanent, like geography. That life was over. Even this, even now, even with the sun coming up over a city that had survived the unsurvivable, that knowledge was there. The torment was over. The grief had just begun. Chapter 27. The world remembers itself. The last thing I remember clearly is standing on Primrose Hill, weeping, face turned up to a gray sky, thanking whatever God still existed. Then nothing, 3 days gone, erased, a hard cut in the film of my life. I've pieced it together since the parts that happened without me. Turns out I wasn't even the first to find them dead. Someone else had beaten me to it the night before, some other hollow-eyed wanderer. Stumbling through the wreckage of the world, had walked into St. Martin's-le-Grand while I was still huddled in a cabman's hut, and he'd managed to get a telegraph line working. Got a signal out to Paris, and Paris had exploded. The news moved faster than thought, faster than fear. It crackled through copper wire and leapt across the channel and screamed down every line still intact across Europe, across the Atlantic, across the world. Cities that had sat in cold darkness, Dublin, Edinburgh, Manchester, Birmingham, suddenly blazed with light. People ran into the streets. Men wept, men grabbed strangers by the shoulders and shook them. Church bells that had been silent for a fortnight started ringing, one steeple catching another until the sound rolled across England like a wave. While I stood at the edge of that pit, not even knowing yet what I was seeing, while I stood there talking to a dead world, cyclists tore down country lanes. Faces scorched and hollow, screaming the news at gaunt figures who stood in doorways like ghosts waiting for judgment. Ships loaded with corn and bread and meat were already turning their bows toward London from across the Channel, from across the Irish Sea, from across the Atlantic. Trains were being assembled at Crewe to carry people south, all of it happening, all of it real, and I have no memory of any of it. I drifted, that's the only word. A demented man moving through a world that had lurched without him back toward life. They found me on the third day. A family in St. John's Wood, kind people, careful people, found me wandering their street, weeping and raving. They told me afterward that I was singing. The same fragment over and over, looping like a broken mechanism. The last man left alive. Hurrah, the last man left alive. They took me in anyway. I can't give their name here. Though God knows I want to. They had their own devastation to manage, their own grief still raw and immediate, but they sheltered me, fed me, protected me from myself when I would have walked back out into nothing. Somewhere in those lost days, through the fog of whatever my mind had become, I must have told them things. Because when I finally came back, when the world solidified again around me and I could hold a thought for more than 3 seconds, they sat with me gently. The way you sit with someone at the edge of a very high place. They told me about Leatherhead. 2 days after I'd been cut off from it, a Martian had come through. One machine, one pass, and that was it. Every soul in the village, gone, not destroyed in the chaos of war, not caught in some tragic crossfire. Swept out of existence the way a boy drags his boot through an anthill. Pure and casual annihilation. The wantonness of it was the part I couldn't hold in my mind. The absolute indifference. I was a lonely man. They were very kind to me. I stayed 4 days after I could function again. 4 days while a slow, terrible gravity built in my chest, a pull I couldn't name at first and then could. I needed to go back to the house in Woking. Back to whatever remained of the small, bright, ordinary life I'd been living when the world cracked open. I knew it was morbid. They knew it too. They tried to talk me out of it. These 4-day friends who knew me better than I deserved, but the impulse was stronger than reason. I said my goodbyes, and I won't pretend the tears weren't real, and I walked back out into streets that had lately been dark and strange and abandoned. They weren't empty anymore. People were everywhere. Shops cracked open. A drinking fountain was running. The noise of it, the sheer human noise of a city restarting, struck me like something physical. I couldn't reconcile it with the silence I'd carried for weeks, but the people themselves, I looked at their faces, yellow skin, wild hair, eyes too large, too bright, burning with something between joy and madness. Half of them still in the same torn, filthy clothes they'd survived in. 2 expressions cycling back and forth, either a ferocious, leaping exultation or a lockjaw resolution that spoke of things not yet allowed to be felt. London looked like a city of survivors. Because that's what it was. The French government was sending bread. Parish vestries were handing it out from tables on street corners without asking any questions. The few horses still alive were rack-thin. Special constables, haggard men wearing white badges like wounds, stood at every intersection trying to hold some shape of order together. I walked south. Wellington Street was the first place I saw the real damage. The Martian's red weed had taken the bridge, great clambering tendrils of it crawling up the stone buttresses of Waterloo Bridge like something alive and satisfied. It was wrong in the way that things in dreams are wrong. It had the shape of a plant and the logic of a disease. At the corner I saw something that stopped me entirely. A single sheet of paper pinned to a thicket of red fronds by a stick. a placard, the Daily Mail, first newspaper to print again. I found a blackened shilling in my coat pocket and bought a copy from a man with the blank eyes of someone still processing whether he was alive. Most of the pages were empty, the machinery of news still reassembling itself, still finding its legs. But the back page had been filled by a single compositor amusing himself with advertising stereos while civilization rebooted. One article. Emotional, scattered, barely organized. But one line reached through everything else and grabbed me by the throat. Examination of the Martian mechanisms had already in 1 week yielded astonishing results. Among them, the secret of flight. I didn't believe it, not then. At Waterloo they were running free trains. The first rush south had passed, the platforms were nearly quiet. I found an empty compartment and sat with my arms folded and watched the sunlit ruins move past the window like a slideshow of everything I'd lost. Just past the terminus, the track jolted over emergency repairs. On both sides, as far as I could see, houses burned down to their foundations. The black smoke had left its gray-black residue on every surface all the way to Clapham Junction. 2 days of thunderstorms had barely touched it. The junction itself had been wrecked and hastily relaid. Gangs of out-of-work clerks and shopmen swinging picks beside seasoned navvies, their hands wrong for the work, their faces absolutely certain. Past Clapham the countryside opened up and became unrecognizable. Wimbledon had taken serious damage. Walton had survived better than most, its pine woods still standing, still dry enough to have resisted the red weed. The rivers were thick with it, the Wandle, the Mole. Every stream choked with the stuff, a color somewhere between raw meat and rot. Just past Wimbledon, visible from the carriage window, I could see the mounded earth of the 6th cylinder, still buried in the nursery grounds where it had struck. People stood around it in small clusters. Sappers moved through the crater, working. Above it all, a Union Jack snapped in the morning breeze with an almost offensive cheerfulness. The red weed was everywhere in those grounds, a vast, livid crimson carpet cut through with purple shadows. Looking at it too long was genuinely painful. My eyes kept drifting east toward the blue-green hills, desperate for something that didn't look like aftermath. The line was still under repair at Woking Station. I got off at Byfleet and walked, past the place where I'd spoken with the Hussars, past the spot where I'd stood in the thunderstorm and seen a Martian rise up out of the dark like a thing that shouldn't exist. I was drawn sideways by some instinct I didn't examine, and I pushed through a tangle of red fronds until I found it. The dog cart, warped and split. The horse's bones scattered in the weeds, gnawed white. I stood there for a long time. Then I walked back through the pinewood redweed chest-high in places, the smell of it thick and foreign, past the spotted dog, where the landlord had found whatever burial the world could manage, and on toward home. A man at cottage door said my name as I passed. I didn't stop. I saw my house. There was a single second, half a second, where hope flared up involuntarily, pure reflex, the mind reaching for the life it remembers. Then it died. The front door had been forced. It stood slightly open, swinging inward as I approached. A draft caught it and slammed it shut again. Through my study window, still open, exactly as I'd left it, the curtains lifted and fell in the morning air. 4 weeks of mornings, nobody had closed it. The smashed bushes in front were exactly as I'd left them. I went inside. The house felt empty the way lungs feel empty, not just vacant, hollowed out, evacuated of something essential. On the stairs, the carpet was still ruffled and dark where I'd crouched through the thunderstorm the night everything started. Our muddy footprints still climbed toward my study. Mine and the artilleryman's, pressed into the dust like a record of the last ordinary panic. I followed them up, my writing table exactly as I'd left it. The selenite paperweight holding down the page I'd been working on the afternoon the cylinder opened. I read it, the probable development of moral ideas with the development of the civilizing process. Academic language, careful sentences building toward a considered point. And at the bottom of the page, the last thing I'd written before the newsboy's voice pulled me to the garden gate. In about 200 years we may expect, the sentence ended there. Mid-thought, mid-word, I remembered that morning precisely. The frustration of not being able to concentrate. Getting up, going down to the gate, the boy with his papers cycling past, shouting something strange, men from Mars. I'd laughed, or nearly, less than a month ago. I went back downstairs, into the dining room. The mutton and bread were still on the table. Far gone now, the smell hit me first, then the sight. The overturned beer bottle exactly where it had fallen when the artilleryman and I had bolted. Everything held in suspended rot, a tableau of the last meal of the old world. My home, my life, desolate, and then the voice. It's no use, flat, quiet, right behind me. The house has been empty, 10 days at least. Don't stay here and do this to yourself. No one got out. Only you. The shock of it was electric. I spun around. The French windows were open behind me. I hadn't noticed. I moved toward them, stepped through onto the threshold, and stopped. 2 figures in the garden. both of them staring at me with an expression I recognized because I felt it simultaneously in my own chest, that precise combination of terror and disbelief and desperate, fragile hope that the mind produces when it encounters the impossible. My cousin. And my wife, her face was white, beyond white, the kind of pale that comes after something has taken everything from you and left you standing. Her eyes were dry, the far side of weeping in the place where there's nothing left. She made a sound, small and broken. I came, she said. I knew. Her hand went to her throat. She swayed. I crossed the distance between us in a single step and caught her. Chapter 28. Autopsies of Invaders. The war is over. I know that, I remind myself of it constantly. But knowing a thing and feeling it, those are two entirely different problems. There are questions I can't answer. I want to be honest about that up front. My training is in speculative philosophy, not biology, not chemistry. But Carver's hypothesis about why the Martians died so quickly, why their vast, incomprehensible bodies simply quit, it strikes me as close enough to truth that I've treated it as settled throughout this account. The post-war examinations confirmed it, at least partially. Every Martian corpse the anatomists could reach, what the dogs had left of them, showed no bacterial presence beyond species already catalogued on Earth. Terrestrial microbes, nothing more. The Martians had no immunity, no exposure. They arrived on a world teeming with invisible killers they couldn't even conceive of, and those killers did in days what our armies, our artillery, our entire industrial civilization could not. They didn't bury their dead, not one. Think about what that tells you. They had no understanding of putrefaction. No concept of the microbial engine that breaks all living things back down into raw material. In that single, catastrophic blind spot. The most advanced intelligence we have ever encountered carried the seed of its own destruction across 40 million miles of space. But I want to be precise, this is probable, not proven. The black smoke is another open wound in our understanding. Its composition remains unknown. Spectrum analysis of the residue points to an unidentified element, a distinctive triple green signature that matches nothing in our existing charts, and the working theory is that it bonds with argon to form some compound that attacks the blood directly at the cellular level. Instantly, completely, but that's still just theory. The explosions at the Ealing and South Kensington laboratories, catastrophic, both of them. The details too grim to revisit here have made researchers reluctant to pursue the heat ray problem any further. I understand why, I don't blame them. The brown scum that drifted down the Thames after Shepperton was destroyed, no one collected a sample. At the time, no one was thinking about samples. Now there's none left to find. These gaps will matter, I'm certain of it, because here is the question that should be keeping every government on Earth awake at night. And isn't they will come back, I want to say that plainly, without qualification or diplomatic softening. Mars is currently in conjunction, positioned on the far side of the Sun from us, which buys us time, but not much. Every opposition, every time Mars swings back to its closest approach, the window opens again. And I do not believe for one second that a civilization capable of crossing interplanetary space, capable of engineering the heat ray and the black smoke and those towering war machines, will simply absorb this failure and move on. We should be using this time. We should be watching that planet with every telescope we can aim at it. We know the geography of their launch sites now, roughly. The physics of their guns, and they are guns, essentially, firing pressurized cylinders on precise ballistic arcs, can be calculated. We could identify the probable launch positions. We could watch for the characteristic disturbance patterns in the Martian atmosphere. We could theoretically intercept the next cylinder before it cooled enough to open. Dynamite placed at the impact point, artillery standing ready. If the screw begins to turn, we fire immediately before a single one of them sets foot on our soil. They lost their greatest weapon when they lost the element of surprise. Maybe they know that, maybe they've already accounted for it. There's something else. Something that Lessing published recently that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. 7 months ago, Venus and Mars entered alignment, Mars in opposition as seen from Venus's surface. Almost simultaneously, observers noted two things: a peculiar luminous marking, sinuous and irregular on the night side of Venus, and a faint dark mark of similar character photographed on Mars's disk. The resemblance between the two markings, when you lay the drawings side by side, is not coincidental. It can't be. Lessing's conclusion, and I think he's right, is that the Martians have successfully landed on Venus. That this world with its crushing pressure and its searing heat was somehow reachable. survivable. If true, that changes everything. It means the Martians didn't just have a plan, they had a contingency. We are not dealing with a civilization that retreats. What does all of this do to a person? To the species, before the first cylinder hit Horsell Common, there was a comfortable, unexamined assumption running through human civilization like a load-bearing wall, that we were alone up here. That the deep black between the stars was empty. That Earth was sealed, protected, sovereign. That wall is rubble now. We live in an open system. We always did, we just didn't know it. Things can come at us from out there. Things with intelligence and intention and weapons we don't fully understand. The universe is not a backdrop. It is an environment and we are not at its top. That's terrifying. I won't pretend otherwise. But there's something else on the other side of that terror, something I find myself returning to in quieter moments. If the Martians could cross that void, then so could we. If Venus can be reached, then the whole solar system is, in some distant future, reachable. When the sun eventually cools, and it will, the physics are inexorable. Billions of years from now, but coming nonetheless, we will need somewhere else to go. What the Martians demonstrated in their brutal, catastrophic way is that the journey is possible, that life doesn't have to end with its home star. I let myself hold that thought sometimes, the image of it, life spreading outward from this small, battered rock, threading its way through the dark between worlds, catching hold somewhere new and beginning again. It's vast and slow and almost impossibly remote, but it's not nothing, still. I sit here at my desk in the lamplight and the doubt comes back. Maybe the invasion was only a reprieve. Maybe the future, the real long future, belongs to them and not to us. Maybe we are the ones out of time. I can't shake it. The war left something in me that won't heal clean. I go out onto the Byfleet Road and watch a cart pass. A boy on a bicycle, children running towards school, and for a moment the whole scene goes translucent, unreal. I'm back there moving through the hot and brooding silence with the artillerymen, the black powder settling into the street like dark snow, the bodies underneath it locked in their final shapes. London is worse. I walk through Fleet Street, through the Strand, and I see the crowds flowing around me, and some cold, damaged part of my brain registers them as ghosts. Echoes, the city died once, I watched it die, walked its empty streets, smelled what emptiness really smells like, and some part of me can't fully accept that it came back. Last week I stood on Primrose Hill. The haze hung low over the city, the rooftops dissolving into gray. Children played around the captured Martian machine. It's still there, that enormous alien tripod, cordoned off and studied and gawked at, somehow both trophy and warning. I watched a small girl run her hand along its leg strut, watched her father lift her up to see it better. I remembered standing in that same spot on the last morning. The silence, the hard light, the world holding its breath, and then I go home and my wife takes my hand, and I have to stop and just be in that for a moment, the impossible, ordinary fact of it, that she is alive, that I am alive, that we had already written each other off, already grieved, already let go, each of us privately collapsing under the weight of the other's absence. We had counted each other among the dead. I don't have a philosophy for that, no framework that makes it make sense. I just hold her hand and the lamplight is warm, and outside the window the shooting stars are falling. They always are now, every clear night, the sky full of those fiery streaks, and every single one of them makes my chest tighten. Every single one. Because I know what they might carry. You have been listening to H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, written by E.K. Stewart, narrated by Danny, our AI assistant.